Wow.
That was pretty
Welcome.
loud. That was crisp.
Yeah. Yeah, work this time. I have
Nice.
a digital beverage. It is a LaCroix.
I have an actual beverage. I'm drinking something very special tonight, folks. The Blackened Whiskey by Metallica. Um, the limited 72 seasons edition. It's
You've been talking about that for a long ass time.
yeah,
Like 3 years
because
ago, you were talking about it. You like sent me the
yeah,
link.
my favorite band, I guess still my favorite band. I don't know about my favorite artist, but they have their own whiskey. You know, obviously, you're a fan, you want to try it. I thought they only sold the bottles at like $100 a bottle, but I just went to the liquor store to do some Christmas shopping, and I saw it only $50. I figured I had to have it. You know, it's got notes of burnt caramel, oak and honey. Um, the finish is long and smooth, slightly creamy with hints of butterscotch, taffy, maple, and honey. It's a word fucking salad. It tastes like I'm just not a
Whiskey.
whiskey person. Yeah, it tastes like whiskey. All right,
Yeah.
it's not good whiskey. I've had better tasting shit than this, but
Yeah. I mean, I'm not entirely a wine connoisseur, but the more you have, the more like you're able to distinguish different flavors. Not
yeah,
that it sounds like an entitled prick saying that, but
I can
eventually, if
see
you
it.
try enough of something, more flavors come out. You try, try different
Yeah,
shit.
I
Speaking of
like the
which,
idea. Oh,
I was just gonna mention the Santa Anita, shit that I have here. This is the goofy ass bottle of fake wine. Um,
fake wine. What the fuck is
yeah,
fake wine?
fake wine. No, it's red
What is?
wine. It's just mixed with like some holiday flavors, whatever the fuck that
Okay,
means.
mixed with eggnog.
Yeah,
That would be fucking disgusting.
that
Oh my god.
dairy and wine. I don't know.
That,
I don't
that
know.
reminds me of a Starbucks drink that they came out where they I think they quite literally just put olive oil in it, and yeah, it's an olive oil drink. It makes you shit your brains out because olive oil is a good laxative, apparently. But
Well, I mean, isn't olive oil is better than vegetable oil though? So
I guess I personally haven't tasted the difference between the two. I don't drink them at the bottle like you.
like I do. I'm an oil connoisseur as well. Um,
Yeah. So what are
yeah,
your thoughts
I
on
have to.
SAW 530?
I have to be an oil connoisseur considering my line of work. All right,
You get to taste thick airplane oil,
thick.
motorboat oil.
Yeah, what is it like the JP, whatever the fuck?
Actually, I'm curious. Do planes require based
No,
on
yeah, they don't need gas or they don't need
well,
any kind of
sorry, I know they need oil.
fuel.
I'm
They don't
just
need fuel.
do they need a thicker or thinner oil? I'd imagine thinner. I don't know.
I that I don't know. I don't know if there's a difference in thickness when you go in between it, or if it is, if that was like a factor that was intentional when making it. But
Everything's intentional. Engineers, they run the world. Have you
yeah,
thought about being an engineer? Do you think you could like
yeah, I thought about. I mean,
creatively?
I literally like that was my first major when I went into college. So to saying I considered it would be an understatement. But yeah,
I
I
like
mean,
some of the shit.
I think engineering is um what is it, overrated? I mean, at least for the individuals. I obviously engineering is the only reason we're advancing as a species.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
pretty much.
that just sounds like some trailer park shit to say. It's like engineering is overrated. No,
It doesn't get you anything really. It's just a bunch of fucking people sitting on office
yeah,
chairs
just a
just
bunch of
pushing pencil
people
to paper.
drawing pictures. I could do that in my own front lawn.
No, the
That,
reason why I ask
some of the
um
engineers that I met weren't the brightest. That's the only
yeah,
reason I say that. But
there was a video I saw on YouTube trying to figure out like how much horsepower does a horse actually produce? What do you think it is? Because I thought it was 1 to 1,
it was a less
but
than one. It's like isn't it like 0.5 or some shit?
nope. Um, Pretty much what they did. So this is a video by Donut Media for anyone that actually gives a fuck. But
Yeah.
they pretty much created a device that they would attach a rope to a horse, That rope spins some pulleys that begins to crank over an engine, and then
Okay.
that rotates the wheels, and they have the vehicle on a dyno, so they can actually test how much horsepower a horse produces. Um, Surprisingly, one average male adult is capable of producing 1 horsepower. Um,
It is
a
1 to 1.
horse, well, for a human is equal to like 1 horsepower.
So we're workhorses,
Yeah,
literally.
uh, the horse that they tested, which would be like I'm forgetting what the name is, but it's a workhorse. About 5 horsepower, which I don't know. I mean, the whole reason, like, when it was invented, that term, horsepower, dates all the way back to fucking James Watt, Mr.
All right.
Wattage for light bulbs.
Yeah.
Pretty much it was just a common term because they used to have horses spinning in circles. This would power a giant, like, blade to use to cut grain for alcohol. So, it's like a horse powered, quite literally, machine. Around that time, he came up with a steam engine and he said it had 10 horsepower. That's great for him. It sounds, a whole lot fucking better than. It sounds like a lot, all right? The power of 10 horses condensed down to one machine, but probably wasn't the most accurate. He never really did any, as far as we know, any actual like scientific testing, especially because it was like 1830s, 1850s scientific testing.
So you're
It's
saying that,
scientific, just not modern.
okay, what's the difference?
We have computers now, and Benjamin Franklin did not have computers.
Okay, so you're just saying about the accuracy. I thought you're talking about like the, scientific, equation or whatever the fuck that is. The
Um,
scientific formula. It's like you create a hypothesis, you test it,
well, yeah,
and all that kind of shit.
that's been, I think, like pretty unchanged. Just like all the metrics that we can measure
Yeah.
and
So we need
reliably
we need to
measure.
update
I
it
think
then,
we
right?
can update what the horsepower thing.
No, the scientific equation or scientific method.
I'm not sure how you can update. I mean, it's pretty. The scientific method itself, I'd say, from my understanding, is pretty solid in like what you're trying to establish, prove, hypothesize. Um,
Yeah,
just
but
due to
like,
the
how many degrees do you have?
I have a degree in podcasting, first of all.
Okay,
I have a degree in uh, McDonald's food service.
it's not a
I also
degree.
have
They
it's
revoked
a
that
degree.
degree, if anything.
It's a degree.
It was
I have
revoked.
I have second degree burns as well.
I
I didn't go to
committed.
college, right? My fucking haircut stylist asked me, "Oh yeah, what'd you go to college for?" Nothing. I went there for PSEO because I could.
You should have
I
said that,
didn't.
or you should have
I
said like something major, like I went to Ridgewater to study um, planetary physics.
planetary
Some fake
physics.
ass
They're
degree.
yeah.
It's
That
like,
would have been
oh,
kind
I
of
didn't
fun
know you could
actually.
get that at Ridgewater. Like, you can't get it
Uh,
anywhere.
Thermonuclear physics advanced course.
Yep.
Um, we study how to build bombs in the class, and for our final project, we had to make a bomb and then take it to a
So
store and showcase how powerful.
for our final project, we went down to the movie theater and watched Oppenheimer, and that's about it.
Yeah, I don't know. College, part of me is always going to be like, I mean, I guess it's not too late to go, but I probably won't go. There's always going to be a part of me that's regretful to not like, I guess,
Conform to societal norms.
yeah, pretty much. I mean, some societal norms I think are fun, like Black Friday, for example.
Yeah.
My overall thoughts on Black Friday, and I am stealing this exact phrasing from another person, but the cost of an item, let's just say like a TV, all right, it should be such a great fucking seal of a deal that I can physically assault 3 childs that are in my way of getting that TV, spend the time in jail, pay my fucking attorney, and it is still cheaper than what the TV would normally be priced at. The
Yeah.
deals should make me want to get violent, be
Isn't
able to
it?
rip that.
Didn't it used to be like that, or am I just misremembering from childhood?
I have honestly wanted to look into it to see like have the deals gotten worse over time.
Yeah,
Part of me wants to believe that they have because it just kind of seems to be the way that shit's going. I mean, penny pinching. No, you don't need that good of a deal. We'll give you like 20% off.
we'll give you the
Or
same price except it changed. The logo
the
changed.
yeah, the
The
fucking I've seen a
the
couple examples
decal.
of that. Like they hike the price up a day before and
Yep.
then just bring it back down to like maybe $1 off to what it
Yep.
normally is
See,
priced
that's
at.
that's why whenever I see a sale, I'm always skeptical, and I always like
Yeah,
compare like with every other store in existence. So like, am I
yeah,
actually saving anything?
yeah. Black. I don't know. It's. I wish that I was born in time to experience peak Black Friday and had the money for it because if the deals are as good as the fucking millennials are making them out to be, or shit really was just that fucking cheap, that'd be amazing. There'd be so much
People
shit that I could
literally
buy.
losing fingers for deals.
Yeah,
You know what
I,
the? You see it
there
and it's
was
like, well, the ground chuck is 20% off. What the fuck did you almost? What the hell did you dislocate your wrist for?
35-inch TV.
35
It was,
inch. Yeah, and back then it was just like LCD or like
yeah,
liquid crystal display. What else was there? I feel like there's a other shittier
uh,
one.
I'm not sure. I don't know enough about TVs in
50%
terms of
off
like
the CRT. That's
CRT.
yeah,
That's one I haven't heard
CRT.
in a while. No, Black. I don't know. I mean, I bought some shit. It was just I got money and I still needed to do some Christmas shopping, and it technically is cheaper, possibly, for some of this shit that I bought. So figured, hey, why the fuck not? Um, but yeah, it was
Yeah.
kind of, it was just boring. I don't know. Like I said, it should make me want to get fucking violent. One thing I was surprised though, in my small town, there was actually a fair amount of people at the stores I went to. I thought it would be a lot less because I saw some ticky talks of bigger cities and stores just being empty. Well, not empty, but regular traffic type
Yeah.
shit. But no, my small town, people still make the time to go out and wander around Target for 3 hours just doing
Because they
fucking nothing.
they play into the stupid, financial or economical tradition.
Yeah.
And supposedly, I mean, I was looking into. I was just trying to find a new picture for the meme of the week, and I came across an article that said the state that I'm in right now is one of the highest, traffic for Black Friday.
Really?
I don't know how that changed or if that changed this year, but I think that's interesting. Is that you can see like trends. Apparently, it's like North Carolina and then it's like California. It's like the two big ones. Like very weird for. I don't know. I wouldn't expect. I guess there is probably nothing better to do here except go
It's
shop.
Eastern Seaboard. I mean, especially in those states. I mean, what the fuck are they known for?
Yeah, it's a good point.
I mean, at
Speaking of
least.
Black Friday, we do have a guest. So
Yeah, speaking of black.
yeah.
We do have a
Jeez.
guest. I'm sure some of you may have noticed that actually we never even introduced yourselves. I'm your
Yeah, that's
host
right.
Amadeus Kyouma.
And I'm
Um
your real host, not the imposter. Okay.
GymBagBob. Yeah, GymBagBob's gone. She's going to bet our entire life savings at a casino.
Fucking idiot.
I told her to play blackjack at least fucking once. Don't just spend all your money at the goddamn slot machines. You have better odds of winning at roulette
I mean, you
than you
guys
do.
learned what poker was through me, so
Yeah.
you guys are professionals now.
Go to the casino and start just betting people on a game of Clunker Strike. That's something that I want to talk about. Discord. Discord's pulling through. So I found out not too long ago that Discord has this starting activity button. You press it, and they give you a whole fucking list of games. They got knockoff Counter Strike that I've actually kind of started to enjoy, even though it is pretty jank. They got some standard party games, chess. They got poker. Um, they also have this really interesting, what is it, Bobble Bash. It's just fucking check it out for
That one
yourself.
was
All right, it's
interesting. It
good.
was very strategic.
I liked it. Yeah. So yeah, Discord finally did something worthy of praise. I don't know when the last time I ever praised this app was.
You're
He's
praising a
yeah, I
a
am
neckbeard app.
for the one good thing it's done. Is he really playing Borderlands 3?
No, it says that all the time. I'm about to ask him about that.
I want to make fun of him if he is. All right, I haven't
Alright.
played it, but I've heard the story. I've seen that the story is absolute dog shit.
Hey, that's some good guest content. I guess we'll find out.
Shall we move to callers then?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
See you on the other side.
Yep.
Hello, hello.
Hello, welcome Trace to the Opinion Planet podcast.
Yes, hi, how's it going?
It's
It's
going pretty
great.
good. How about
Yeah.
you?
I full disclosure, I was playing Borderlands 3.
All right. I wanna
Okay.
pick your brain about that. So
Go
I'm
ahead.
not I'm not a huge Borderlands fan, but I did play it when I was younger. Um, the first one, it was kind of a mid game. I mean, it had some interesting concepts, story was whatever. Second one, fucking great. Loved the shit out of it. Had a whole treasure trove of content, good story, good characters, good action, good gunplay. It was great. And then what was it? The pre-sequel? It was whatever. It was filler. But then the third game, we finally got confirmation that it was going to come out. I was excited, and then it launched, and mechanically, really good. Probably like the best in the series. The story, though, absolute fucking trash from everything I have heard and the discussions I've seen online.
Yeah,
Do you?
I would agree. I would agree with that. I think they put so much time into the mechanics of the game and trying to make it something that's a little more user friendly. They end up
Mhm,
sacrificing some of the actual content to the game.
yeah,
But it's interesting because they have dedicated writers. So unless the writers had to get up and then go help with the mechanics.
they are not writers. They are. Hey, fucking. Oh my god.
Yeah, I haven't touched that series, so I can't really say anything about that.
If
It.
if you like left field type of games, it's a pretty good one as far as a first person shooter goes.
If you like millennial humor, you'll like the third game.
That's I would agree with that.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, what about the others? How are the other stories wise?
Good. I mean, my personal opinion, first one is nothing to write home about. I mean, it sets up the world, but it's kind of lackluster in anything more exciting. The second one, though, it has a better villain that actually makes the story kind of more enjoyable. It's just better. It's an actual decent story
Okay.
with good moments. Um, then there's a fourth. It's a prequel, pre-sequel. That's literally what they call it. Um, I honestly don't remember much of it. And then they have a. I suppose you might not even know about the Telltale Walking Dead games. Do you remember those at all?
I know
I've
what those
seen
are.
those.
Yeah, they had a episodic series for Borderlands as well. The first season was pretty enjoyable. From what I saw of the second season, absolute shit. The Gearbox writers they have shot themselves in the head. They are brain dead, from everything I can tell. That's just one man's opinion, though, on the Opinions podcast.
Yeah, I mean the only reason we brought that up is it says on this man's Discord playing
Yeah. Right.
Borderlands 3 and it's interesting. It says that you play that all the time. So throughout this whole weekend, beginning to now, I've noticed you've been playing Borderlands 3 24 hours straight, 24/7.
God damn.
I'm just a lazy piece of shit, and I don't like to close out my games. Um,
Okay,
I just kind of leave them open.
that's fair. I just thought it was like an interesting glitch, but all right, we'll start with your preferred pronouns. You're the first person to ever say himothy. Now, what was your thought process on sending that abhorrent piece of language there?
Timothy? Hey, you can't make fun of that,
Empathy,
right?
my preferred pronoun, right? So it's
Yeah.
protected, so you
Yeah,
can't
it's
make fun of me,
protected. You
right?
can't make fun of that shit.
I mean,
That's right. I can't say this guy. I have to say Himothy.
Right, you have to say Himothy.
Yeah.
No, I think personally, I mean, it is Opinion Planet, so
Yeah,
Yeah, of
fuck it.
share
course.
your opinions.
Right. I think the pronoun thing. You're either male or you're female. You know, the whole pronoun thing to me, you know, just seems like we're dancing around like the legitimate problems.
What would you respond to with the people that say gender and sex are different? So like sex, you're male and female. Gender, it's it varies. It changes.
I would say look, you know, basically, look at what you've got in your pants and tell me what that is. It's either one thing or it's another.
But they say, yeah, I mean, great. I have a penis, and then that's my sex. My gender is
Is whatever I say
elsewhere.
it is,
Yes.
right? Is whatever I say
No,
it
it's his
is.
belief. All right, or it's their belief. My bad. So, welcome to the Opinion Planet Cancellation Podcast.
They get canceled, right?
Yeah.
You know, I'm pretty old fashioned in the way that you're either male or you're female. There's no attack helicopter, tree,
It's
you
actually
know,
interesting. Back in middle school, I would refer to myself as Apache. So,
What if, alright, so what if, like, a biological male, they don't feel very male and they refuse to identify as a male? They just don't feel male, whatever that means.
he's asking for a friend.
Yeah.
right. At that point, so see, here's where my opinion is kind of, I don't know, where it wavers, I guess. So if you get a sex change at that point, that's a different story, at least to me, right? So let's say you're male and you get the operation, you are a female, you can identify as a female at that point.
Yeah, I mean,
But
it's that lines
if
up with.
you have a dick, you are a male. If you have a vagina, you are a female.
That
Yeah, but you're
does.
kinda, like, gatekeeping people out of being their gender if they don't have enough money.
Well, hold
Like,
up. He's actually standing behind what he was saying. So it's either one or the other. What he's talking about is the other stuff. The
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 others.
extra the extra like with the there's like a library of like 50 other genders or
Okay,
something.
alright, yeah, that I'm sorry, I wish we had, like, a person that was in favor of that to be on here,
Yeah, then we
because
could. It would be less of an echo chamber, but
I can't come up with, like,
Yeah. Well, I mean, how dare you say that? Uh, how dare you say there's only one or the other? I believe that there's 50 different
right.
fucking genders out there. I could be a blade of grass if I feel like it. It just depends on the day.
I think there's for some people, I feel comfortable saying that they are just a little bit delusional. Um,
Yeah,
some
especially in this social climate where they endorse, you know, certain interesting views. But I mean, I feel like a lot of that is just like the minority of the people who hold those
yeah,
beliefs. I
the
like to I like to
my
believe the
yeah,
crazy people are the minority of shit.
I mean, is it really a minority at this point, though?
yeah, I think it
People
Yeah,
is
thinking that,
because
is it still a minority to think that you have all these different genders?
I think it
yeah,
is. I think they're just the loudest voice often in discussions online. I
I,
think
I
your average person can kind of agree with the sentiment that like, oh yes, we understand that biologically you have two options here for 99.8% of all people. I'm not actually sure if there's that 0.2% where someone is born with like no dick, no
yeah.
vagina.
I mean,
So what the
it's like what's sensationalized, the loudest, most you know, for lack
right.
of better diction, goofiest people out there.
I guess it comes down
They're gonna
to
be put on a spotlight.
I guess it comes down to who gets more screen time, who gets to have the availability to be heard more.
Right.
They can push their agenda a little bit further than those who don't.
yeah. I think like people that are trying to transition like they haven't fully gone through with the procedure um but they're trying to like transition their identity. I don't really have anything against calling them what they prefer.
Yeah.
Just personally,
That I could see where that could be confusing.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
I draw the
Minimum.
line, obviously, where it's like, oh, I guess I'm a female today because I'm gonna go walk into a woman's restroom or some shit.
Right.
But
With
I
You're
mean,
not
but if
fine
it's like
with that?
if it's a deep, like a mental handicap, I guess it's like if it's a, I mean, it is an actual like mental
like a
disease or
disorder.
disability disorder. I guess I'm gonna go through all the fucking synonyms here, but it is a type of disorder. It's mental or it's gender dysphoria, and yeah, I would even like if they're trying to transition, maybe try to get used to what their new body could be or try to explore. I guess why the fuck not? But yeah, I mean, if it's just like a woke up in the
If
morning kind of thing, but again, that's kind of hard to
right,
tell.
I mean, I can agree with that. I don't think people should be able to be like, I'm gonna go up to this man and punch him in the face, and when he hits me back, I'm a female today, so he gets to
Yeah.
go to prison for it. But
That'd be kind of
Well, I mean, that's interesting that
useful.
you say that.
That'd be
I
Because
useful if I had that.
so if it was a male, they wouldn't be charged for assault. They'd be just scot free.
if it was a male punching another male in the face,
Yeah.
I guess it would depend at that point.
I mean,
If they're,
it's
yeah.
against, it's less against societal norms if you,
Right. So
but
Well, if they're all right, I'll say it. Um, if you attack someone unprovoked, I think more often than not, unless nah, there's never going to be a good reason. No one will ever back you if you just like flip the fuck out and punch someone. Doubly so if like people start just assuming it's a hate crime or
right.
a sex crime, just punching them because they're a woman.
right. Are you an
But
equal fights, or equal rights, equal fights kind of person?
Oh, definitely. I don't think a woman should get to hit me. Okay, first of all, let me give you like an idea about what I look like. Right, I'm 6'3". Uh, I've been told I don't look it, but I do weigh 270 pounds. Um, I'm in like relatively okay shape. I'm not gonna say
mhm,
I'm chiseled or anything like
All right.
that, right?
you're
But
not the
so
Giga Chad just yet.
right, so if a female comes up to me and kicks me in my nuts, I'm supposed to stand there and be like, "Yep, that's great. I'm just gonna take that." I don't think that's, and especially where they go into these. Women will walk up into that situation knowing that they essentially have the right of way to do whatever they want to that
Yeah,
Yeah,
individual and
or
get away
even
with.
yeah, not even just like the right away, just like, well, what is he
you're
gonna
not
do?
going to
Hit
do
me
anything.
back?
Yeah,
Like,
Well, see, and that's the crazy part is when they hit me and then they find out that I will swing back on them with
yeah.
full force.
I've seen a
and then
couple
those,
videos like that. It's kind of
yeah,
satisfying.
yeah, those videos are good. They just like walk up and do the piddly slap, and then they get slapped back and they fall back like 5 feet, and then they just don't get back up.
Yeah,
It's some good karma. Um,
I think you just watched somebody's death.
yeah, holy shit! I watched a Crash compilation last night.
Nice.
Holy shit! The amount of people that just are absolutely fucking dead. I think one of the like worst timing ones I saw. Two people were having an argument in the middle of the street, and one guy pushes another guy down right as a vehicle is coming towards them. So the guy just gets ran over. Just
That's nice. And
yeah,
it's
it's
interesting to think about mortality, I guess. You know, you're not granted. You're not.
yeah,
And I mean, speaking of societal norms, I feel like it's become more normal. And internet has become, I guess, people that are more in tune with the internet and social media and things have become more desensitized to that sort of thing. But I find it interesting that people are more focused on mortality and looking at it the way that they do versus, how they would have in the past.
Do you think they
how do
look at it
you
more intensely or less?
I think they take it a little less seriously, than they would have in the past. And this is going to sound like anti like video game. Let me throw that out of the way. I'm a big gamer, so but people
Yeah.
kind of look at it, they're like, ah, he just died. That's cool. He'll like respawn later, whatever. They don't understand that, and I'm not saying that you guys are this case, but people watch like a car crash compilation. They'll be like, that dude got smeared across the highway. That sucks for him.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
guess
that guy.
better luck.
yeah
Better luck next time.
Yeah.
yeah
Eh, it was funny because I was watching one of the leaked videos about the the war going on in Ukraine, and it was watching this deep reconnaissance group, this Russian DRG group, going through and essentially ambushing these Ukrainian supply lines and things
Yeah.
like that. And it would just be, guys that aren't really aware of what's going on. And you see, 12 Russian guys jump out of the bushes and spray their AKs into the car. And you're watching this, but you're not really like aware that that's the last instant that these people have had is they're driving down the road with these
Yeah.
people, and that's it. They see these guys jump out of the bushes, or they might not, and then they're just gone.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there
But
there could be the sense of like them seeing it, but just not putting themselves in that situation. Like
right, so like you see it, and then you're like, that sucks for them,
that
but
sucks for them. All right, I'm gonna go jerk off to My Little Pony porn. You know.
right. So, car crashes is something I feel like could be a little bit more relatable to most people, whereas, like, something like war stuff for most people isn't really applicable, obviously. But like a
Yeah.
car crash, something like that, you're like, that could really happen to anybody at any time. I mean, I just drove 4 hours today to the beach, but and I was kind of driving, and I was thinking about this video that I'd seen of a motorcycle cutting somebody off, and the guy that got cut off slammed into a semi truck and essentially got smeared across the highway.
Eesh.
But like you think about that at the worst times, and you're like, that could happen to me, and then you start kind of tweaking out about what you're doing. But
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially I like speeding a lot. It's the speed limits are too slow.
I mean, who
I'm not.
doesn't?
Yeah. I'm not worried about myself. I think I'm pretty good driver. It's just the shit that I can't control. The other dumb fucks that spin out.
Everybody else, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
that lose control when it's 75 degrees outside, sunny, no rain, dry highway, and they somehow spin out of control, flip their car 36 times, and get ejected through the windshield, kind of stuff.
Fuck those people. I mean, it sucks for them. They're dead, but like, fuck them. You should not have been here in the fucking first place.
Yeah.
There's
Fuck you for using public transportation roads.
yeah.
Okay, but
Fuck that.
they're doing it wrong. If I can drive 120 in my 2007 Kia Sportage and get home fine after 2 hours of driving, how can they not drive the 15 minutes on the freeway that they are on, which they take every day, and somehow they manage to die and kill like 4 other people in the process?
Because they're on their phone.
I text and
I
drive
can
all
do
the
that. Yeah,
time.
I can do that
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, but like
It's a
they're on
skill
their
issue.
phone.
Yeah.
I feel
All
like
right.
I would agree. It's a skill issue, honestly, at that point.
I will say I've been on my phone. I've been on various substances while driving. It's not a great idea, but I can manage it. All right, I can find a way. It doesn't. All right, I went to the cities to go to a concert like 2 weeks ago, and the person that was driving is just not. They should not be driving in the cities. They shouldn't be driving in general. They are not comfortable driving. They do not. They were going like 40 on the highway going in. They would stop like 150 feet before the light just because I don't want to brake check any vehicle behind me. It's just there's just some people that do not understand. Like I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think I'm partly lucky because I enjoy driving. I
There,
think
there,
people. Yeah.
there's an obvious flow of traffic, and when you fuck that up, you're the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can't look around you and be like, everybody's going 70, I shouldn't be going 60, I shouldn't be going 50, I shouldn't be in the left lane doing, 40 under the speed limit or 40 slower than everybody else. Like
Fuck those
you
people.
you look around and you can tell what traffic's trying to do at that point.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
do think that we should have a. I mean, I wish that we had a lot better public transportation system. I know fucking everyone and their mom wants this, but it would be nice to get the people that don't want to drive off the fucking road, clear up some more traffic, and it just kind of everyone wins.
No. No. American car
No,
culture. American
no,
car culture.
fuck the American car culture that needs people to have bright ass
And,
lifted fucking trucks that blind you even on their fucking lowest
That's
speeds,
dumb
but
as
because of
fuck.
how fucking high they
and
are,
that's the thing is I've been to Europe. I was in Poland for a little while, and I got to see how you can integrate excellent public, because their public transportation in Europe is phenomenal.
yeah,
It's been around forever, and they figured out a way to integrate a high influx of personal vehicles on the road with the public transportation, trolleys, trains, whatever have you, and both of them work so well together. And then you come back here, and it's Mad Max clusterfuck on every road, regardless
Yep.
Impossible.
of the size.
No, you can't change it. All right. I need the option
It
for
it's
my
it's the it's
my
the cheeseburgers
$76
going to
or 76% APR. All right.
right.
Mustang.
I need to spend $130,000 on a 2003 Mustang that's a V6, and I need to drive that as fast as humanly fucking possible so that I can get to my Taco Bell job
I think the
on time.
worst on the road personally are like people who buy the lifted trucks and they're giant ass boats and they don't realize how big they are, or like take wide
Yeah.
ass turns, like they don't know
And
how
they
to
cut
drive the
corners
fucking
and
thing.
shit. Yeah, they cut corners or they turn like they're a semi.
Yeah.
You know,
They think they think they're more special than they are.
And then the driver you just see is just some fat motherfucker. She sits on
Yep.
her ass all day. She doesn't.
I'm glad you brought that up. It's the okay. All right, here we go. Okay,
right.
it is the fucking females on the road causing most of these damn problems.
Hey,
All right.
I can agree with that. My
Circumstantially, I can agree with you. I don't know if I can objectively agree with it, but unfortunately, what? No, not so. What's the word I'm looking for?
anecdotally,
Yeah, anecdotally, I can't agree with you on that.
anecdotally I can, because one of my car accidents was a rear end collision and there's a car in between us and they slammed into that car and then it was a domino effect. They slammed into us. And then we're just going to like a slow stop into like a red light, and then
Mm.
I guess she was just on her phone, just dicking around.
Did she admit to you that she was on her phone?
Yeah, she just said that. she's
Well,
What did
like,
you What did you tell her?
she
Did you
didn't
like?
admit to me. I was actually this was when I was getting my permit, or I had a permit to drive.
Mm,
It wasn't even when I had my license yet. I was driving. My mom was the other seat, so I heard that she said that she was texting and driving through her. She didn't tell us directly during the situation, but she was profusely apologizing.
mm.
it's
It,
funny. It's funny you bring that up. I've actually been rear-ended before as well, and it was a female that was behind me, and she was on her phone. Um, I don't know how my car never got damaged. Her front end got completely obliterated. It was on an off ramp for a freeway, but she got out and she was like, "I'm so sorry. I was on my phone." I looked at my
bruh.
car and I looked at hers and I was like, you know what? Like I don't know how it happened, but I wasn't missing paint. I had no dents, nothing. My license
Nice,
plate wasn't even bent. So I was like, you know what? I was like, I don't care. Uh, if you don't want to get your insurance involved, I'm obviously winning in this case. So you,
Yeah,
you
I
go
mean,
ahead and do whatever at that point.
you literally experienced karma. Like she did something
Yeah,
heinous like a month before that to deserve that.
at that point, yeah, she
Yeah.
would have had to have.
I swear to
But
God. I mean, I've been on my phone while driving, and if I got into an accident, I'd feel like shit. But if someone admits to me, like, I'm sorry, I was on my phone, I didn't see you, it's just gonna turn into a fucking screaming
I mean,
match. Are you
who
fucking serious?
Yeah.
who in their right mind gets out of the car and was like, "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention."
Yes.
You, yeah, you shift the blame onto them. Like, what the fuck do you think
Yeah.
you were doing, you dumb fuck? Do you know how to drive?
They were like, "I was gonna hit my brakes, but I was busy tweeting
Yeah, I was
Donald
gonna hit
Trump
my brakes when my
about
son sent me
whatever."
monkey porn, and I'd unzip.
Right.
It was a whole process. So
I got a zip bomb folder that I had to deal with, and it was a whole process.
there's a virus on my phone. I don't know what it was, but
They said there was local milfs, and I had to click on it. I had to see.
Have you ever
speaking
clicked
of
on those
which,
before?
I have,
Oh,
yeah, I have, yeah. Just because you get curious. I mean,
yeah,
who doesn't get curious? So you click on it,
okay,
and it actually. So I don't know if any of you have clicked on it, but
I have not. No.
I decided to click on it and see where it takes you, and it actually took me to like a website that I was playing like essentially Candy Crush.
nice.
Interesting.
You know,
Interesting.
It was
and
like a themed Candy Crush.
yeah, if you complete the level, you get some sort of like porn related picture at the end.
Can you imagine the people who stuck around and just like played it and it just never ended? It just kept getting frustrated. Fuck, when is this picture coming?
I mean, the picture wasn't great, but I was
Oh,
like,
you won the picture?
Yeah. Obviously, I had to play until I won.
Oh
You
hell
know,
yeah!
I
What kind
was.
of picture? What was it a picture of?
I wasn't okay. So it was like it was a hentai picture. So if you're not familiar with what hentai is, it's obviously animated. Are you good there, Nocam? I said hentai. You freaked out and left.
I was,
He doesn't want
I was
he
trying to
doesn't want his
open
virgin
something
brain to
else.
be ruined.
that
All
was,
right, we've
that was perfect timing.
He said, "Speaking of hentai, I gotta bounce out real quick."
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. I'm taking a little break here. You know what
Uh
we're doing during the 2-minute breaks. You know,
oh, obviously. I mean, that's the only sensible thing to do. You know,
right?
I
like
can start sending stuff if you guys want. I know some
Yeah, I
websites.
remember like the first time I met you, you like showed me a
No,
picture of
all right, all
tentacle.
right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right.
We were in the computer lab at school, and you showed me a picture of tentacle porn.
I don't know what that is. That's fucking disgusting. Don't ever fucking mention that again. That sounds disgusting to me.
you know. I don't think no Cam. I know I work with you, but I don't know if I've actually ever sent you or shown you anything that's like porn related,
No,
which
it's
is
good.
surprising given our work.
Yeah, I
What do you
find it
guys do? Are you
interesting.
guys
So
like male
far,
strippers? Do you guys like go to venues and they rent you out and you
Uh,
start just
yeah,
no,
essentially,
yeah, actually that's a pretty good uh
it's a good representation.
yeah.
We are contracted by the government to.
government hookers? Fuck yeah. That's
Yeah,
awesome. I'm
so
proud of
we're,
you
we're
guys.
we're contracted to work on radars essentially.
Oh,
So we're government horse, yeah, as you put it.
nice.
We're the pawns for the pawns.
Yeah. But I do have this one coworker that he kind of takes pride in showing me what kind of, how do I put this, livestock that he accumulates uh as far as like what he slept with. I think livestock's a
Oh yeah,
pretty
yeah. I know who you're
accurate. I
talking
think
about.
I think livestock's a pretty accurate term, you know.
Considering his ethnic background.
Yeah. I
What the fuck?
Welcome to the cancellation podcast, everyone.
I'm curious, what do you guys mean by livestock? Are we just talking? All right, I'll come out and say it bluntly. Are we just talking like really ugly girls? Is that the code here?
That essentially, yeah, we're going for that.
Okay.
But it's the kind of stuff like, I mean, yeah, it is a cancellation podcast, right? So we're talking females that you would see are an identical replication of what you would see at a state fair in a stable.
All right.
Okay. All right. I think I have a bit of a clearer picture now of what I'm dealing with.
Yeah, the only thing my coworkers show me is a video of somebody blowing their head off. So that's nice.
Shit. That's fucking disgusting. Like, what website even is he
Yeah,
showing
what
that to?
website was
You
it?
know, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to tell you to look at chaotic.com to find those videos because that would be a
Oh, okay.
horrible thing to do.
We are actually sponsored today
Chaotic.com.
by chaotic.com.
That would be
I
so
better,
out of pocket to tell you.
I better not get a fucking virus for this shit. Scientific and engineering
I'm
services.
not
What the
gonna.
fuck?
I don't even feel like it. There's like a phase where I like watch like every like abhorrent video like on that would be suggested to me on
The
the
fuck?
platform X, and the amount of death that I've seen on there is interesting. I
Right.
was hoping it would desensitize me. It just it just got worse.
That's the thing, is you'd think you would get desensitized after a while, but eventually the algorithm finds a way to keep you
Yeah.
disgusted with what you're seeing.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I just haven't been broken in enough, but like videos of humans, like the most abhorrent shit can happen to them and it doesn't elicit anything. But if I see a fucking dog or a cat in a video, I get upset.
Oh
I
boy, we
get,
have a video for you.
all right.
I believe it's a certain cat that gets put into a
Yeah.
blender.
All right. No, fuck you. All right. Say that shit again in your god.
It's not my video. I don't
Yeah.
do that stuff. Okay,
That's
it was a
good.
video that coworker that likes
Yep.
livestock. He was the one that showed us that video.
We're setting up the radar one day, and we're trying to go look at fucking RC planes, whatever you
Mhm.
fucking call it. All right, and he just brought it up out of nowhere. It's like he just watched the
What the
video last night.
fuck?
He had to get it off of his mind or some shit. He
What the
needed to
fuck?
get it off his chest.
Keep that shit to
So
yourself.
it's
Bury
like
it
he
deep
it's
within.
like it's like he felt a weight on his shoulders that he needed to distribute.
Yeah.
I refused to watch it. I heard the video and I was like, I don't need to see that.
Yeah,
You know
our
what
gracious supervisor actually asked to watch it, so we got to hear it
What the
volume or the
fuck?
sound of it. So
Yeah, so I was like, I heard what happened. You can hear the blender whirring up, and you can hear I don't
you
the
can
sound that he
essentially
makes.
hear the, you know,
Goddamn. Goddamn.
Yeah, you could just tell the severity of the video just hearing it, and I was like, okay, first of all, you're a fucked up individual for looking for that or finding it or whatever,
yeah.
but then you want to distribute it, and it's not that he let it go after that day.
Bringing it up afterwards, like I
He
have a
he he,
video for
cont-
you.
he continuously brings it up and actually like finds people that want to see this video so that he can show it to them.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
yeah.
I'm enjoying my unemployed life right now. I don't have to worry about coworkers of any kind.
I honestly envy you in the unemployment life.
It's only a week and a half long. I got a job here soon, but
I'm
it's been
sorry.
nice. I'm enjoying the break while I have it.
I would as well. I've been employed since I've been legally employed since I was 16 and I'm 25 now. So
Huh.
God damn, you're
I've been
fucking old, man.
I've been
What the
legally
fuck?
yeah,
employed since I've been 15. All right, I'll do one better.
hey, good for you, Nocam. I'm glad that you've gotten to the corporate slave
Yeah,
business
I
early.
I got that
If
extra
you
year at Burger King.
if you stayed at Burger King this entire time, you could have been like maybe a manager. All right, look at
I
all the
am
things you
genuinely
missed out on.
surprised that
Okay,
location hasn't been shut down yet.
let's see. Nocam, what are you? 22 now?
No,
Yeah, he's 22.
I'm 21.
Wait, what?
No way.
You're 21?
That's a joke, right? Both of you?
Grow the fuck up. You're 22.
I don't. I'm sorry. I don't keep track of how old people are very well.
No, that's fair. I
But
mean, I was just surprised the other guy, fucking Amadeus.
No, I knew you had to be fucking 22, all right? You can't be 21.
the math ain't mathin'. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. You need
Yeah,
the T-dog.
I graduated airborne school like the day before I turned 21.
Well, so you sold yourself at that point.
Yeah, I mean,
You just told everybody
I
what you
literally, I
do
told
for
myself
work.
I'm jumping out of a plane before I turn 21, and I did that a year after. Like,
That-
I literally
you-
like planned it out.
that's cringe. I'm sorry.
It is
That's
no, it's cringe because of the organization we're in.
It-
But
yeah,
uh,
it's cringe.
it's
Yeah,
something I can
mean,
tell civilians about, and then it's like, oh, it's kind of neat. But like
you know,
anyone else, like,
I go home and I tell people I do that, and you know what they tell me? They're like, "Well, yeah, but I put tires on a car." And I was like, "Well, sorry.
that
I'm
has
sorry.
nothing that doesn't
I'm
correlate.
sorry. I'm
All right,
sorry." Okay.
that gets your adrenaline pumping. That's
I mean, it's either that or public masturbation in traffic. So
yeah. I don't know how terrifying changing a car would be compared to jumping out of a plane, but I think public masturbation in traffic might be kind of comparable. But
It's
it
not
could
that
be
bad.
up there. I
It's
haven't
not
done
that
it.
bad.
Haven't
It's not
done
that bad.
stop.
Not that
Look, you,
bad. Okay.
look, you just focus on yourself and it goes by pretty quick.
You just look in the mirror, look straight into your eyes.
No,
I don't.
I have
I
I have
don't
the
tend
perfect
to
eyes
look
for
at
that.
myself while I masturbate. That seems to be a bit of a problem.
I do it all the
it's
time.
no,
I
it's a
have the blue-eyed
self-confidence
stare.
thing.
I have
It's a
the blue-eyed stare.
self-confidence thing.
So
I guess I'm lacking the self confidence at that point. I mean,
I don't know.
if this is a therapeutic session with myself,
We
then I
used to
should
have
try
that
it. Right?
actually. We used to have, I forgot what the segment was called. We used to have drive-through therapy. That was the name of it.
Yeah.
Drive-through therapy.
Yeah.
That
We
sounds like it would be rough.
we can start up if you want.
Uh,
All right, what's
I
your
tell
problem?
you, I tell you what. You let me come back on another segment. We can do a drive-through therapy.
All right. Yeah, next. I'm all for it. We're starting up the segment again. All right. But yeah, speaking of segments,
Yeah.
you right after that you did say that you watch SNL.
That I do. Yeah. Yes. I've seen it. Okay. So the question was, do you watch SNL? I have. Do I currently, or like, do I watch it
It's
religiously?
do you watch? So like it's
I've
concurrent.
I have seen it. Do I
It's not have
currently?
you seen, it's do you watch?
Okay, well, I can't read then. I apologize.
So it's a yes.
Do you? Okay, so it's a do you like at any point do I watch it? Is that?
I'm sorry. You watch
Let's talk.
SNL.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh,
That
so
was the that
that's what
was
the
the
length in silence was, is because
Yeah,
I do. Okay.
yeah that was the bit. Did you like it?
that's the whole funny joke. We're funny, right? Tell us we're funny.
Yeah.
Tell us we're good.
Tell me I'm
I
good.
mean, I'm having a good time,
I'll take it.
All right.
No,
You're supposed to
and
give us an insult at that point, but
I mean, this is fucking terrible.
thank
you
you.
fucking. All right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah,
More
Jason, go.
more
Yeah,
more
no,
hentai stuff, right? Okay.
no,
Yeah, I do
Cam,
want to
go
talk.
ahead, say the word.
I'm gonna say the
Go
word.
ahead, say the word, because
I,
somehow Amadeus found out that I was black before I got on here. I don't know if that was a question
No,
on,
I could
on the
just hear
fucking
it.
form.
no,
I could
because
hear the
we're
fucking
talking
grape
about
soda
we're
in the
talking about
back.
You can hear the grape soda
stop.
coming through my.
Stop. It's getting worse. None of us want to be politicians, right? We're just getting that out of the way.
I think it'd be fun. God damn it! You know,
I mean,
I've been having an issue with having bloody noses just out of fucking nowhere. It's great. This shit is fucking annoying. I will be right back. You two have fun.
All right, that'll be yeah.
oh,
Um,
I'll have a lot of fun sitting here with Nocam, just chopping it up.
just riffing. So this is the cancellation podcast. You want to talk about guns? Would you like to enlighten our viewers about the homemade? Was it like a mortar?
Oh, I completely forgot that I had told you
Yeah,
about
that
that.
was the
Yeah,
first conversation we ever had. That was interesting.
so uh, I imagine it would be right as a essentially a black man, I guess, since
I
Amadeus
didn't
wanted
even that
to
didn't even cross my mind, but sure.
throw me
It's
under the bus. No, but yeah. So we had essentially taken this. So use your imagination here. I'm going to kind of describe it. So it's a tube with the wall that's about a half-inch thick, and it's steel. And the tube is 8 inches long, I'd say.
okay.
And there's a base plate. I'm sure you know what a mortar looks like. There's a base plate on it. It's a square base plate, and it's also a half-inch thick. And then we just we welded two square tube legs onto it. It sits at about a 45-degree angle on most
Nice. Yeah.
things. Drilled a little quarter-inch hole in the ass end of it, so you have like your quote-unquote fuse hole. We tried using black powder with a fuse. Didn't really work that well. So, uh, being the welder type people that we are, we decided to run it off of oxyacetylene. So, if anybody is aware of how oxyacetylene works, is acetylene by itself is flammable, but you mix it with oxygen, right, to complete the fire triangle, you get an explosive reaction out of it. So, acetylene at a if it is ignited above 15 psi, it is extremely volatile. So you take a and here's another part about the tube, right? Is it was perfectly big enough that you could seat a red Solo cup in the opening of this mortar, and that would create the seal. So you would take that red Solo cup, you'd put it in the top, essentially the barrel. You would fill the back end through that fuse hole with oxyacetylene, but you would use an acetylene rich mixture. The container would get above 15 psi with the acetylene, so it would become volatile at that point. You would put a tennis ball, rocks, we put glass or whatever have you in that red Solo cup because it's going to act like the wad. And then you take a lighter and you flick it over that hole, and it would launch whatever you put in the red Solo cup into the next galaxy, essentially.
I like that. How far were you able to get?
The farthest, so we have a 5 acre plot of properties where we tested this at, and it went into the next 15-acre property at the end of our 5 acre property
Nice.
Jeez,
with a tennis ball. So
it's good. Would you say that you'd be part of America's Next Militia.
Yes.
I mean, if I'm making homemade mortars, I guess, yeah. So my family, and this is interesting given the job that I have. Um, the question. I don't know if Nocam, if you've gotten this at all either, but they're like, if something were to happen, would you side with the government or would you side with your family? You know,
That's such a dumb question,
What?
but I haven't
it's
I haven't
such a
gotten that before,
stupid question. Like, honestly, and I might get blacklisted for this, but fuck my job.
yeah, I mean, I think anyone would agree with that.
It it's a job. I do it because I get paid. Not very well, mind you, but I do get
It's
paid.
money. Yeah.
Hey, you're
You
just
know,
So
if you have a problem with the pay, you're spending it incorrectly.
I am.
no.
I
All
am.
right.
I'm trying to build a PC, and I have no money to buy the fucking parts. But
Yeah, it's that's
Just
gonna be a
have a
topic for later.
have a friend, Sugar Daddy. That's how I got my PC. My friend, he spent like $1,800 on me. I don't know what I did to deserve it, but it's great.
yeah, see, I need to find a friend that's like that.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, just find somebody who's really into BBC, and then just kind
Well,
of make them pay you for it.
I
we'll
don't.
go with like MBC, maybe not BBC, but like MBC.
NBC, a nuclear, biological, chemical,
I am like a microphone.
my,
You know, medium. It's a medium.
micropenis.
It's not. I mean, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right?
Yeah, I guess everything is relative. If you really
So
think about it.
I look at it from the angle that I look at it, and I'm like, it's pretty decent,
What angle is it? Like 45 degrees, like 13?
I haven't held a protractor up to it in the last 25 years, but I can get on that and let you know.
Well, aren't you
You're not
25?
curious. Yeah.
Aren't I? What
Aren't you 25?
exactly? I've never held.
No,
I've
you
never
did
said.
when you're in
I've
the.
never. I've never said this
Your
sentence before,
mom
but
shoved a protractor inside of her so you could check
I
to see if you were worthy.
I don't know. Some weird shit happened when I was born. The umbilical cord was wrapped around my neck, so she could have been doing some weird shit. I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, was it natural or was it
It it was natural. The doctor said that he didn't recommend it, but you know,
I have to have it
I guess,
natural. All right, that's fair.
I guess whatever. You know,
Yeah.
she did what she did, and I'm here now, and I've got like 8 million less brain cells for it.
Yeah, it's fair. No, I'm sorry. That was a weird if you couldn't tell, I like asking out of pocket questions here, but
And that's fine. I'm all about giving out of pocket answers for stuff.
it's good.
I
It's great.
mean, is that not what the purpose of this podcast is for? Is
Yeah, I mean, I did tell you what the origin story and what I intend this to be eventually. So
which is perfect.
yeah,
I got distracted. I see this Enzo Benzo character is playing Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, and he's on the list of
Fuck it.
people that have I guess have been on the show
Is
before.
that Black Lung? Right, that's who that is.
yeah, that is. He doesn't actually
Okay.
look like that. He's a traveling welder.
Traveling well, okay.
Yeah,
So
he
he
talked
makes more.
about he
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 makes more than me.
yeah he went into a phase of wanting to be like part of border control and wear cowboy hats and wanted us to refer to him as a black lung. So he's had
What?
quite the
Black,
origin
black.
story.
Okay. I would like to talk to that individual at some point. That would be pretty interesting to
Yeah.
hear.
He's pretty good. He makes money.
Yeah, he was talking about joining the Navy SEALs when he was in it elementary school, middle school.
Well, he's got a tall ambition, but
Was for a
That's
short man.
funny. Yeah, that's funny. You did
For-
good. You did a good funny there. Wait, so okay. How did you come to be a government contractor if you're not particularly fond of the government? I mean,
All right, we're not contractors, all right?
All right,
But-
shut the fuck up. Yes, you are. McDonald's is always hiring. All right, I've worked there. It's fun.
and
Not
sadly,
really, but
I mean, I don't know the McDonald's you're working at, but I know the one right over by where I work at. I know Lodermeyer's seen it.
Whoa.
it's good. We've said your last name on here before. It's all
I don't know you haven't. All right, that's fine.
You also have to
Specialist.
edit
No,
them.
I'm not
You
gonna
know,
go
I
for
could
it.
say my full name if it would make you feel better.
Nah, it's all right.
Here,
It'll be fine.
My
here.
bad.
We'll make it even. I'll send your entire address here in the Discord
Yeah.
chat
No,
so
it's
people have
it's
a
like I told you, Amadeus. Like it's fucking, it's what, it's how do we refer to ourselves considering the weird ass shit we do.
Yeah,
So
I suppose.
it's
Yeah,
just you breaking that norm.
that's still so
But
weird that you guys always go by last name. That would just make me uncomfortable.
Yeah, I feel like I dropped the ball on that one. That's my bad.
no, it's
No, it's
It's a bad. It's just you get into the habit, and I mean,
yeah,
I was trying to be like so good about saying Nocam.
that's all right. We'll go to the next topic.
yeah. So with your neither of you two have a particularly strong admiration or love or sense of patriotism, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. So how did you guys both like? Did you have to do a bunch of rationalizations, or did they kind of just sell you on like some of the benefits, or that it can be a fun experience doing what you guys are doing?
Two things. I played Medal of Honor when I was younger, and
That explains it all.
yeah, and I guess the bonus wasn't really much of a wasn't much of a push for it. But I mean, definitely in the moment, it was the more the merrier. Yeah, it was pretty much Medal of Honor, and then the benefits afterwards. I think that's the big word that everyone uses when they're talking about it. Is the benefits. The benefits.
Are they really that good?
Yeah, I mean, you get the GI Bill while you're in. You get like a lot amount of money as well, and not including the GI Bill that you get towards college. So schooling is a big one. They know how to indoctrinate people. They have more opportunities. I know another big one is travel. Like that person that I was pretending to be a recruiter for.
Yep.
We want to go to
Yeah.
Germany. That was interesting listening back to the first episode, especially the audio quality compared to this. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
there's traveling, I guess, and I ended up, unfortunately, exactly where I kind of planned myself to be. It was kind of weird, but
I mean, if you're happy where you're at, man,
no,
I
I
can.
mean,
Are
I planned out my life, and then
are you happy?
Loaded
there's
question.
choices that I could have made that were better, but,
It
Are,
sounds like you're
at the
deeply
moment,
unhappy.
are you saying that you're not excited to go see our supervisor every morning?
go see your supervisor every morning. Um, the supervisor or the supervisor?
The
'Cause I'm excited.
supervisor.
I'm excited to see the supervisor. The way he says my name.
What the
Um,
fuck?
You know my relationship with the supervisor.
Is
Not
this a is this
not a female.
okay? Is this a fun person? Are you guys like actually enjoying seeing them, or are they just kind of like a what the fuck are you on kind of person, and that's why they're fun?
He goes out of his way to bend me over the counter whenever he has a chance.
oh,
So
the super
you're
supervisor.
The supervisor.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, I
I
was
thought we
talking.
were talking about the same person.
Okay, yeah, no. I don't really care how he says my last name. He just kind of says
Oh,
good
you're
morning.
talking about just our normal supervisor.
Yeah, no. The other guy,
To be completely honest, the other what you're saying the supervisor is doesn't count as a supervisor to me. I mean,
okay. So you got the female, and
I,
then the male, and then you got another
female
branch.
the
The
female's
super.
a joke to me, and I'm
Yeah,
not. We can go into that later, but
I mean, she was the one who literally requested to watch that cat in a blender video.
wait.
So
She wanted to watch that?
yeah,
yep, that's her. That's her.
Disgusting. Fuck her. Trash human
yeah,
being.
And you know what's funny is the dude that showed her the cat video has tried to fuck her, which is
and is
interesting.
still actively trying until he leaves.
Yeah, and I've got theories on that.
I
I've
mean,
got a
I guess
theory.
Like he
showing a
already has.
cat in a blender is game.
It was
That's
that
game
beach
right
day,
there.
huh?
That's Riz. Yeah, the beach day. The beach day. I saw that on his Snapchat, and I was a little
Like a
suspicious.
little
I brought it up to her, and she kind of dodged the question a little bit. I was like, that's interesting that you would do that.
You know what? Good for him. He set a goal and he succeeded,
I
much
mean,
like mine. You know,
you know, I have no issue with her being in charge of me. So,
even though you
you know,
find it a little arousing because of your domination fantasies, but
I have fandom fantasies.
offending
You know,
fandom,
I'm a broke person, right? So anybody that has the financial dominance over me, I will
even if it's a male.
listen. $20 is $20.
All right, no, that's fair.
You know, I've done some horrific things for $20, but
What's the
Next
worst thing
podcast.
you? All right.
Yeah. Shit. What were we talking about? He was asking you originally, why you joined.
why I
Considering, yeah,
Yeah.
considering you don't have like the most like patriotic blood
you
or
know,
adore
so
for such organization.
I should be ashamed of myself given that my grandfather was extremely patriotic to a certain extent. He was drafted, but he fought in Vietnam. He was a door gunner on Huey. Uh, he actually has. It's weird that they typed this up, but they had a paper with all his confirmed kills on it. He has 146 confirmed kills as a door gunner.
Jesus.
Uh, and I mean, as a result, being the person he is, he's pretty messed up about it, which I don't blame him. Um,
Hello.
I definitely unplugged my headset right there.
Okay. Yeah, I figured.
um, but he was super patriotic. He's still patriotic. He talks to me about it the whole time. He's like, "I'm so glad that you're doing this for your country," and I'm like, honestly, the country's kind of mid.
Yeah.
Um, but the reason that I initially joined, I was sitting on the couch one day, and there was a series of things going on at the time. Uh, the job that I had was just I kind of felt like it was dead end.
hmm
Uh, you know, I
What
wasn't
job
really
were you? What were you working, if you don't
funny.
mind?
Funny enough, I was putting tires on cars.
Nice.
It's badass.
I did some other mechanic work too, but that was pretty much the gist of my job.
Hmm.
Um, so I was doing that. I had gone through this pretty bad relationship ending at that point. I was with this girl for 6 years. I was getting ready to
Damn.
propose to her. Found out she was cheating on me with the guy that I was working with. So I was just not in a good spot at that point. Uh, I had a big falling out with my family because of some poor life choices.
hmm
So I was like, I need something that's vastly different, we'll say, from what I'm doing currently. And I
Yeah.
was like, what is the biggest life change that I can make right now? And so I walked my dumb ass into that office and I did what I did. And now I am a pawn.
No, it's good.
I'm
I feel like most origin stories or like stories of here's why I joined, said organization is a lot of them like you're down in the shits, like literal like main character moments, like you're reevaluating your life. Like Amadeus here knows how much of a good mood I was in back in
Yeah.
2021. I was in the best
Yeah.
mental state of my life.
Yeah.
We'll
He
just
was
say
he
that.
was real happy
Yeah.
I'm
every day.
sure.
It was a joy.
Yeah, I
I'm
loved.
sure because he was. I mean, everybody's in such a great mindset when they decide to fucking ruin their life for the next
Yeah.
however long.
Was that like I had like three other family members on my mom's side of the family that served. I was like, why not? I kind of know what the job is. You don't do a shit ton. Some of it's gonna be bullshit. But
But your
if
story's a little bit different from mine in the fact that you actually wanted to end up where we ended up, and
yeah,
I just did it for the money, and now I regret it immensely.
well, I knew that I wasn't gonna get paid well,
Yeah,
but
see, it was what you were talking about earlier, waving the bonus money in your face, and I was dumb enough to take it. And now we have that new coworker that he signed for nearly over double what I got paid,
It was double what I made exactly, which is
and
crazy.
it's for. I mean, yes, it is for a little bit longer than what I agreed to, but
That's why I'm happy where I'm at. I'm happy with the like. I'm not like always content, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's still an accomplishment because of certain fears that I had, and yeah, I'm not making like an amazing amount of money, but at the end of the day, I mean, when it's done and over with, I'll have some sort of some benefits in the some benefits in the
I
end. But
guess
it's
so.
not as definitely like not 6 years. I'll take
Yeah,
mine. It's like three and a
true.
half.
And 3.5. You could. That's enough time that you could end up getting a promotion that I'm about to get if you play your cards right. But don't
No, I
play them
will.
like I played them, because
I'm trying to speed
you're
run.
you're gonna get
If you
bent
can tell.
over. Don't speed run that hard, because oh, they're gonna get you. They'll get you.
There's a certain game that I play, right? I'll
Uh,
I'll play my cards right. I know I will.
I thought I played mine right, and you see where I'm ended up.
Hey,
So
all right. I set the previous goals that I made so far. It's worked out. But you're right. I mean, it probably life isn't predictable or as predictable as I'd like it to be. So yeah, it could be anything next year. I could literally be spread across a crater. You know, a
depending
year
on
from now.
the way the world goes, you can only hope
Yeah,
that you get spread across the crater, and not worse.
that's a good point. What is it, like thermobaric weapons? Sucks the air out of your lungs and then just explodes you at the same time.
That sounds kind of cool, actually.
I think it
Badass.
would be like, honestly, if somebody could film that, I would be content dying that way.
Yeah, so somebody can watch you and like, oh, good thing that's not
So,
me.
so somebody, exactly right. So somebody can be so desensitized that they're like, that sucks for that guy. But you know what? I'm gonna
Yeah,
go ahead and drop a like. I'll subscribe to the channel. Say fuck it.
hell
I
yeah,
got to watch a guy turn into a fucking human pop tart, but
dude. If
that's
that
all right.
happens, it has to be posted on the Opinion Planet podcast. Um,
That would be cool.
it's fair. It like like I said before, good or any press is good press. So
Right. I mean,
Well, if we want any press, I mean, I can just spam the podcast in a couple of less than desirable places.
Pornhub.
I was about to say Pornhub, but
Yeah, we could start uploading
seems
there.
like already
Hey, that's not
corporate.
your job, all right? That's the female's job, and
You have the female working the Pornhub account.
she's supposed to be our PR, all right? But recently, she's been acting
PR
like the
and
HR.
I mean, yeah, it seems like Nocam was acting as a PR for me. That's where I found out about this whole thing.
Yeah,
Kind of,
and
I kind of. To be fair, I pressed the shit out of him.
yeah, I mean, I was called gay because I have a microphone set up right next to a
I
piano
I
for
I
two
went I
completely
went I
different
went
reasons.
over. I went to go hang out with him. I saw a microphone. And I was like, buddy, you're only doing like one of two things at this point. Either you make ASMR porn videos, or you're podcasting. Like there's no other.
And I said the former. You said that I said, "Wouldn't you like to know?" And I wish I said that.
I thought that you had, because you have said that in the past.
I don't think I have, but I like saying that now. So, wouldn't you like to know?
It I mean, your voicemail kind of leaves some frustration and a lot to be desired. So,
That's fair.
you saying wouldn't you like to know isn't far off from you know what to do.
I love that. I think that's my voice from middle school.
It honestly, I'll go to call you, and I get that, and it just makes my fucking blood boil.
That's good. That's good. Actually, we do have a story about that, but unfortunately, we are going to have to take a piss break and jerk off break at the same time. So, listen to our special edition advertisement made by our guest here, which was interesting. First time we've had somebody other than one of us three out of advertisement. So
You
Yeah.
know, I tried. It's okay, but you know,
hey, don't
It sounded
justify
pretty
it.
good.
You don't have to justify it. It's good. It's good.
I
Yeah,
stand by my product though, 100%. $24.99, you cannot beat it.
I still like it. Yeah. All right, we'll be back.
Yeah.
Opinion Planet.
God damn, here he goes again. Your friend is blabbering on about how he hasn't touched his sexual organs in 3 days and calls that his best streak yet. If only there was something that would humble him instantly. What's that? A can of beans? Hand it to your friend to open them. You need help making dinner. With a definite spike in your friend's ego, he complies and opens the lid like a true gentleman. Wham! He just got sucker punched in the face with 200 pounds of pressure. Introducing the Fistin' Can. With our compact, multi-purpose, and multi-use design, you can make anyone shut their mouth with the sheer surprise and pain. All you do is open it like a normal can with a can opener with one of our disposable tin lids, and the fist solves your issues for the foreseeable evening. Expecting more entitled guests? Simply pack your punch and reseal it with another disposable tin lid and give it to Grandpa in the middle of his empty, brick wall conversation about your generation and interracial relationships. He'll open it as you're making dinner and be on the floor all by his own doing. For long distance grievances, you can simply purchase the Fistin' Box. The same concept, except they're opening a box, but this includes a camera and a GPS tracking system, constantly streamed on the dark web until they destroy it. So what are you waiting for? Pack your punch today, starting at $24.99. That's $24.99. If you contact your host now, you'll receive 30 free disposable tins along with your order. This product is for comedic purposes only and is not to be used on a real person in any way, shape, or form that may harm that individual. Supposedly, this product is also not intended to be used sexually. This will damage internal organs if released into any hole leading inside your body. Stop using this sexually. It's an anger issue toolkit, not a fetish toy. Also, we have better lawyers, so don't even think about playing that card.
Now we return to our host.
Sounds good.
Welcome back to the Opinion Planet podcast. Everyone's excuse for drinking because we're all getting fucked up tonight, whether you like it or not. We're back.
I don't know about that. This whiskey that
Drink
I got,
more.
it
Don't
it
think
just
about the
tastes like
flavor. Don't think about the flavor. That's how you get through
yeah.
whiskey. He's drinking Jim Beam, all right?
I am
Listen,
drinking Jim Beam.
Like the worst
Listen,
fucking alcohol you can consume. He's powering through it.
$17.50 a bottle. You cannot beat that. Yeah, it tastes like a fucking hitchhiker's ass crack, but you know, it's not bad.
Exactly.
All right. The only reason why I'm gonna try and like push my way through this is because drunk cigarettes sound very fucking nice right now.
They
That
do.
is,
If you don't mind, which ones are you smoking on?
Interesting. He has a whole series on that on Snapchat. Like he's been trying out different ones, but yeah, which
so currently I got the Lucky Strikes menthol. I'm a menthol guy through and through.
I'm sorry.
poser.
What?
You know,
It's better. It's just better.
I mean, I'm a Marble Red short guy.
All right, they're
Straight
okay.
Yeah, see? It's not
They're
that bad.
okay. They're okay. Honestly, the best
It's
cigarette. What was that?
I was saying, you know, my mom, she always smoked Camel Crushes, and that just
Yeah.
ruined menthols for me.
That was the same for me. My mom would always smoke the Camel Crushes.
Yeah,
I mean,
my,
I don't
my
get.
dad did too. All right, but they're pretty good. I just wish they were longer.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're not that bad, but yeah, just those memories.
There's something
That's
about a straight up Marlboro Red
Yeah.
that just, you know,
One
just
time
speaks to
I was smoking one by myself, which is rare. I smoke cigars more than I smoke cigarettes, and I rarely smoke cigars. But there's one time I was smoking like Marlboro Reds, and these guys who's just, I mean, you know, like the place where we live at just regularly have parties every once in a while
me. Yeah.
in the back, and they're like, what are you smoking? And they just fucking bombarded me. And I was a part of that party. And then there's this guy, fucking grace of God, who knew that I didn't want to be there, and he got me out of that social hellhole. That was kind of cool.
You're
You should have
lucky.
told him.
You're
You
very
should have
lucky.
told him. Yeah,
I
you should
got
have told
lucky.
him
Yeah.
you're smoking a blunt and it's just for you. No one else gets it.
I was smoking.
It's a spliff. It's mine. Get away from me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to enjoy my high by myself. All right.
Yeah.
You could have said
And
that. It would have been perfectly fine.
That would have been.
They're honestly they're very aggressive about getting you to go.
Yeah, dude. If you were there, you would understand. All right.
I'm sorry.
I hate to be
Right,
I hate to be that kind of guy, but they're very persistent.
I'm the same. I go out there. I want my cigarette, and I just want to go back inside. And I'm sitting there, and that other coworker, right? He and I are really good friends.
Yeah.
He's really adamant about getting me to go be social, and I'm like, leave me the fuck alone. I just want my cigarette. I want to go back inside, and I want to
Yep.
go.
There's certain
know-
people who want to be social too, and
Yeah.
some of them I don't want to be social to. Is the ones where you tell them the job and then tell them the job you do, and they start freaking out like, "Oh my god, so you're the math behind everything? Oh, you
Yeah.
fucking nerd!" You know, that kind of shit.
That's because I mean we're already like redheaded stepchild type
Right.
job, but some people that have like a small idea what we do, they're like, that sounds like big brain stuff. You must be really smart. And I'm like, actually,
No.
I'd say
Actually-
75% of the people I've met are dumb as shit.
And the rest are college dropouts,
Right, like myself.
like myself.
Wait, what'd you? Fuck. What'd you go to college for? Trace.
I was listening to this before you guys let me in, and
Yep.
I'll just leave it at that. I was listening to that whole bit there.
It has
may or
something
may
to
not
do
have
with
some notes, but
it has something to do with engineering.
yeah. So
Okay, all
it was mechanical, not thermodynamic or anything like that, right? But it was mechanical engineering is what my degree was supposed to be in. You have there's expectations and there's reality. I mean, we're all aware of this at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
But my expectation was to get my master's in mechanical engineering
Mhm.
and get out, get a good job. And then I got into college. I was like, you know what? Mechanical engineering, not what I want to do. Let's do biomed engineering.
Mhm. That sounds a lot more fucking complicated.
And it is, yeah. So the difference between mechanical and biomed, right, is that biology portion.
It seems like the more specific it gets, the harder that engineering gets. Like
So-
if you do mechanical engineering, that's one thing. If you do computer engineering, it's mechanical and electrical mixed together.
Right.
It's-
As a byproduct to that, right? So I ended up sticking with mechanical, dropped out. So I'm stupid with computers, and now I'm stupid with mechanical engineering stuff. I was one of the lucky ones. I escaped with no debt.
Nice.
It's good.
As a result of college, though. I mean, I did make horrible financial decisions on my own, but whatever.
It's how we learn. All right.
A repossessed car is how we learn.
Oh shit.
Jesus.
What
All right.
Would you have a Hellcat?
No. So
Yeah, you were that kind of private, huh?
I think I should let you know, Amadeus, that I am half white, so I do have some
Okay,
sense in
all
my
right.
head too.
All right, that's good.
Stop.
It was a it was a 2017 Chevy Malibu.
A Chevy Malibu that got fucking repossessed.
It did. The payments, I worked
Oh
him
my
down.
God.
It was my fault. I was stupid.
Oh.
I talked this dude down. The payments were $178 a month.
It's
on a
pretty good.
2017. This was in 2020. The car was 3 years old. You're not going to get a better deal than that.
That's
Okay.
really fucking good.
Right. So my credit at the time was pretty. It was pretty decent, but I had suffered a blow. My mom, Nocam, I think I told you about this.
Yeah.
My mom. I had this Home Depot card, right? Because I did a lot of like fixing people's stuff. So I
Mhm.
had this Home Depot credit card, and it had. I don't know why they gave it to me like that, but it had a $20,000 limit on it or something
What the
stupid like that.
fuck?
Right? Yeah. No.
Jesus.
Like you're giving this kid this $20,000 credit card, whatever. Right? I couldn't even spend that much in Home Depot if I. Well, I mean, 2x4s are stupid expensive these days. But,
Yeah.
I buy like 3 of them and I max the card out.
Still though.
But so my mom one day she was like, "Hey, can I borrow your credit card? I want to buy some stuff." It's my mom, right? I trusted her. I was like, it's my mom. What can she
Yeah.
do to me? She maxed my card out in a day.
In a day? What did she do?
I don't even know what she ended up buying. I know a lawnmower, a barbecue. I know those were the two
What the
things. I don't know what else I think she bought a shed
She saw
for
the
my
credit
card,
card and saw a shopping spree.
and
Right.
so she maxed it out, right? Which at the time I was working at Starbucks.
Ooh.
Right. So
Ooh.
y'all already know how Starbucks goes. Um, so she maxed out the card, and then she didn't tell me about it. And this is also in part my fault. I should have been keeping tabs on what she was buying, but she maxed the
She's your
card out.
mom.
She
Yeah.
didn't make any payments at all on the card.
Cunt.
So I get this little envelope in the mail. Hey, buddy, you owe us, like $24,000. I was like, oh,
Jesus.
what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, because at the time, right? So I didn't get any. I got one scholarship
Mhm.
for college, which I was doing at the time. It was a $500 scholarship for being left-handed. So
All right.
Okay.
I got that. It was a pretty sad scholarship, but it was something.
I mean, if you
It
you
it
applied
bought
for it.
me it bought me one trig textbook.
Nice.
So
Hell yeah.
like, you know what, whatever. Never mind the rest of the books I gotta get. So at the time, I get this I get this envelope in the mail, and I called my mom, and she was like, "Oh, I was gonna tell you about that."
I was gonna tell you. Oh my god.
So that drug my credit down. I was trying to make payments on that and ended up not making payments on the car.
Mhm.
And so, and I was a respectful, I don't know if you guys have seen like Lizard Lake Towing or whatever the hell that show's called. Like the repossession shows and stuff
Oh
like
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Where people are
Yeah.
fist fighting the dudes. The truck pulled up. I walked outside. I was like, I already know why you're here. I was like, can I just get my stuff out of the car? He was like, yep. I grabbed my stuff. I was like, take the car.
Nice.
Have
What
a
would
nice
you
night.
Nice.
What would you have done if he said no? Back up, buddy. I'm taking this.
I mean, at that point, you know, I'm I'm reasonable. I'm reasonable. I would have been like, okay, well, is there some place that I can go to get the stuff out of my car after
Like, nope. You
molest my
can get your
finances?
shit once you paid the card off. How
Right.
about
And
that, buddy?
so afterwards, I was like, well, shit, I need to get this handled. So I called the place or the financing
Mhm.
place, and I was like, hey, how can I get this straightened out so I can get the car back? And she
Right.
was like, well, depending on your situation, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and you're either going to have to pay whatever payments you are due, or you're going to have to pay the entire cost of the car. Well, the entire cost of the car was $18,500.
Eh.
Jesus
So,
Christ.
she asked me the questions. I answered honestly. I was like, this, that, whatever. And then she was like, okay, well, based on those questions, you're going to have to pay the entire total back. And
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
I
god.
said, and I quote, I was like, I don't know what the fuck you think I make. I work at Starbucks. That can't happen.
Yeah.
And he said, okay, well, then it's going to collections. And I was like, great.
Like, love you, thank you.
I was like, thanks. And then, I had a pretty heartfelt conversation with my mom, as you could imagine. I was like, why the fuck did you do that? Why did you do this to me?
So my question is, did she, sell all the things that she had recently bought
No,
and repay?
of course not. No.
Okay.
I go to their house, when I can. I take vacation, I go. And I
Mhm.
see the fucking lawnmower, and I and I see the grill, and I see all that shit that I know cost me my financial future for the next, I don't know,
You're
7 to 10 years.
you're a much
Right.
better person than I am. I
Yeah,
would have fucking
likewise.
smashed that shit.
And speaking of equal rights, equal fights,
Right, I don't know how many people are above swinging on their mother, but
I would do it. I have
there's
I
so
have
there's
no
an
relationship
interesting
with.
trend in the podcast where it's like just because they're blood, doesn't mean everything.
Yeah,
Familia es no todo.
right. Whatever the fuck that means.
yeah.
No, I have no relationship with either of my parents. They're both. They never even screwed me financially. I mean, the worst it ever got. I mean, my dad technically owes me like probably $800 just from like helping out with the rent and him saying he'll pay me back, and that never happening.
See, that
But
should be on site at that point.
Yeah.
no, it is. It is. I mean, that's not just
You
for
know,
that, but
I just feel like you could beat somebody up over $800. How can I physically beat somebody up over 18,000, or I mean, $24,000? How can I beat them up enough that it's worth $24,000?
um, like
Literally just in a hospital gurney.
I
yeah, yeah.
Do
Well, I
I
guess
just
you
make
don't
the
really have to do
hospital
much.
bill
Just
higher than what they owed
make
me,
for
or
this for the financial situation of the American health the
Yeah.
fucking American health system, all right? Just get them to stub a toe. That's about it.
at that point, yeah. I mean, you and I are lucky. Are well,
Are we?
are we? Yeah.
I mean, it's free,
Our
but
medical situation is okay. You
I'll take it.
break something and they tell you to go to work the next day, but
Yeah, you break something, and it's very encouraged that it's like a social game you gotta play. Like if something disadvantageous happens to you,
Mhm.
and you want to get that shit fixed, sure you could get it done for free. It's gonna be slow, and it's
but
gonna be
they're also
excruciating. But at the same time, you get that social side of at work where they're like, oh really, you're gonna skip, you're gonna stop running because of a broken toe. Okay, buddy.
yeah, okay.
That's all right. I don't. Maybe I'm
It,
just not man enough to be in the military. There's just a part of me that thinks, if your body is injured, you kind of need time to like fully
That's
recuperate.
that's another part of societal norms. I don't even think that's a manly thing. I think that's just toxicity of.
it is,
But
especially given the location that we work at. It's
right.
amplified like, I don't know, 40-fold.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's like the whole idea, like, oh, you don't jump out of planes, you're nothing.
Right.
Oh,
I
you
mean,
jump out of planes, you're
you
still
saw we
nothing
got a
because
we got a new coworker, and he said he didn't want to jump out of airplanes,
yeah,
and
Why the fuck are you here?
yeah,
he got literally he got, because I had to take him to meet our
yeah.
supervisor,
hmm
and I got drug because he didn't want to
Just
be
just
airborne.
because it was a happenstance you're just nearby.
Yeah, like I was just standing next to him. I introduced him to our supervisor, and I got yelled at for it. Like, what? I was like, I'm
What the
here, man. I'm
fuck?
just here. I'm just existing. You like, I jump out of airplanes. I do my job.
Yeah,
Okay. I was like, this guy,
I
I
yeah.
literally met him 20 minutes ago. I don't know shit about him. I just brought him here because the paper told me to.
and he has his mustache is a little messed up, and that's another interesting thing is it's not seen a lot in other workplaces that you
Facial hair.
yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, you have that going on, and then was it you jump? It's not enough that you jump out of airplanes. All right, there's always something. There's always a bigger fish of why you're nothing. So I think that's the toxicity that pushes people to move further throughout the workplace that we're in. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's depending
Toxicity
on
is
what you
good,
believe.
you know? Toxicity is good. It makes the best out of you,
Right.
right?
Yeah, be all you can be.
Oh, there was. Speaking of workplaces, I noticed I saw Black Friday on here, uh, and you guys were talking earlier before I got on. You guys were talking about if they charge if they actually adjust the prices or not,
Yeah,
Yeah.
right?
yeah, we were yapping a bit.
So yeah, I actually worked at Walmart, and I'd done I served 2 Black Fridays. Yeah, thank you.
Front lines.
Serving,
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
yeah,
You
front
want a tip?
lines. I was over there with Gail. What's her name? Serving.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that meme. It's so fucking dumb.
Uh, you know, Trace over here, 2 years signing off. It's store whatever I don't even remember the store I worked at.
That was what I did
Okay,
for Burger
whatever.
King since I had 2 employees a month.
And so actually, yeah. So, and I'm sure you've seen it, on like social media and stuff like that. Is they legitimately don't if they don't change the prices, they'll put a new thing in front of it
It's
with a
just like a new
different logo,
decal.
new decal. If that and sometimes they will change the price, but it's $3.
Yep.
I like literally like a 50-inch Samsung TV, $3, and they slap Black Friday deal
Hell
on the
yeah.
front of it.
What the fuck?
So
You know,
I mean, interesting thing is, obviously there's psychology behind that, but the other thing we're talking about is if they actually did like price jumps, like how they pretend nowadays. Like, was it actually worth losing a finger over back then? Because when we were
Oh, all right.
younger,
I'm just gonna look it up.
like
and so
yeah,
one of the Black Fridays that I served on the front lines,
okay,
I was actually in charge of handing out TVs, right? So, you got your different brands, you got Hisense, you got Samsung and LG and all of that, right?
right.
The only TV that wasn't price hiked was the Hisense.
Of course it is.
And I know that's funny to you, Nocam, because I've got a 50-inch Hisense in my
Yeah.
fucking room. Right. I bought it for $250. Okay, for a 50-inch, that's not bad,
Yeah,
regardless
it's
of
not
what
bad.
brand it is.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
It
I mean, if
works.
you're not getting LG, just get a Hisense. All right, every other TV is shit.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm a Samsung individual myself, but I guess
Samsung TVs are shit. They're
I can
so
attest to
fucking-
that. I helped him mount the stand for that, and it only has like 2 HDMI ports.
Yeah, it's
It's
fucking. I
okay.
got
Well, that's
the Roku is better. All right.
I'm not familiar with the LG, but how many ports does it have?
like 3.
Oh, so Samsung shit because it has one less port.
Yep. I think, yeah, I think it's definitely 3. I don't think there's 4.
It
I think that's just like a modern TV thing. But I mean, at least with the LG, it's like a Wii remote, so like it's
yeah.
nice. It's nice.
I mean, but at the end of the day, and maybe I'm I'm definitely stupid for thinking this. The steps there, right? I was like, maybe, probably, I am. Okay. A lot of the TVs, you're paying for the name, and that's a lot of stuff out there, anyways.
That's
Like,
a good
yeah,
point.
you got the Wii remote, but you don't fucking need it. You
I
just need a
guess I can
you need
just
a remote to turn the TV on, change the channel. Like,
I guess I can
it,
endure the slowness because most TVs are smart now, and then they have.
you
It's
know,
like, oh, I turned it on. Now when I use my VCR, there's a software update. You know,
you know.
yeah,
And actually, that you brought that up, you can kind of respect some of those, like the LCD TVs or something that you were talking about. Like the
exactly. I mean,
older one.
I have
There's no updates on
yeah,
a fucking a TV from
yeah.
2003.
No, when I was talking about it, I was throwing no shade about LCDs. I was just saying like
Well, no,
both
but
for the older times.
it
But
was
I do
just
I
funny
do
that
like
you
them.
brought that up.
Yeah,
I feel like that was a simpler, a more untainted sort of TV, especially with the
yeah.
technology scare where they're like, yeah, they're tracking, how many times I beat my meat with my phone, whatever.
How many
Yeah.
times per day do you think you're at? At your
So
height. At your height, what would you estimate it to be?
at my peak, actually,
Yeah.
what's kind of interesting is I took a week. I can give you a week number, a day. I can't. It's weird, right? So
Man
I
of
was curious, and
statistics.
so I counted. On average per week, it is 15 to 17 times a week, including the weekends.
Per week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so that comes out to like 2 or maybe 3 times a day. I guess it's not the worst.
It's interesting. Actually, there's a coworker that said that at minimum he wants to have sex 2 to 3 times a day. With
Yeah,
that's
I
I
remember
want to
that.
know your opinion on that. What is the normal amount of time to perform intercourse with said partner?
When you're first starting out in a relationship, I'd say that 2 to 3 number is pretty realistic.
I would
Um,
agree.
Yeah.
and then I don't know, give it like 4, 5, 6 months, and you still do it, but it might not just be like 3 times a day because I don't
I feel
fucking know.
like
You
It
have
also
jobs,
depends on
you
like
have
your
things
living
you do with your
situation.
life.
Like if
I
you're living with your partner, then you're seeing them constantly, so like you don't. I mean, you still miss them and you're glad to be with them, but you don't miss them if you're living with them every day.
that's
I don't
true.
know.
I also feel like as a male, and this can go into that societal norms, right? I feel like
Yeah.
as a male, you're expected to have a really really high output of really really good sex really early on.
Like a high sex drive or
Right, you're right. Yeah,
yeah.
because I mean, you get into a relationship, right? And I could really go into some stuff like that. But
Yeah, we'd love to. This is
you
what
get
the
into this
podcast is about.
you get into this relationship, right? And let's
Mhm.
say you're like an old school, old fashioned kind of guy like myself, actually, believe it or not. Uh as far as relationships, I'm like, I don't need to have sex right away.
Yeah.
I'm fine. Like, I don't need to wait till marriage because I'm not, I don't care
Not
about
I'm
that
not a
part.
fucking yeah, I'm not a fucking
Right.
Mormon, but
Right,
I'm
but
not a
but
fucking
like I don't need to have sex with you on the first date, otherwise there's no relationship. I'm
Right.
fine with seeing if the chemistry's there before we decide if we're gonna go that route or not.
No, you're a man.
yeah.
You need a fuck.
Well, that's the thing is
Yeah.
a lot of my coworkers make fun of me because I haven't had sex in like a year and a half.
Okay, well that's interesting. They
That's
haven't
nothing
asked.
on
They haven't
Jason.
asked me.
That's
Yeah,
nothing.
it's been
And I
over
just
a
walked
decade.
myself into a
Over.
brick wall for that one, but
It's been over half a decade for me. All right, I'm going
half
strong.
a decade.
Jason is down bad. He
I'm
is
not
down
down bad.
bad.
Why did you
It
just
doesn't
say?
tickle my
I guess half a decade sounds more detrimental to your health at that point.
detrimental to my health. I am happy where I'm at. All right.
No, and
I declined
see
two
that's the
social
funny
events,
part.
and one of them was because of my podcast. This 4-day weekend. All right.
I'm looking at what he just.
Was
I'm sorry.
I said, well,
This motherfucker's down bad for real. Uh,
no, it's yeah. If you're in the literally everyone chat in the Opinion Planet Discord, but yeah,
that,
so like one
I
person, one set of people asked me to go to the Friendsgiving with them, but I was already
Yeah.
like making my own Thanksgiving meal when I was,
Yeah.
and then the other person, and then this other time I was asked to go watch a movie with someone, and
Oh.
I can't. I have no. It's the male coworker. It's the one who
Oh.
did the
Well,
cat
yeah,
in
then
the
fuck
blender.
them. Fuck
It's
them.
the
Fuck
cat in
them.
the.
yeah, no, because he asked me to do that as well. But
I mean, it's good that like you guys have some extroverted people. I think extroverts are very important to your life because they kind of push you. I mean, you don't always have to say yes, but I'm glad I've had some extroverted people in my life that ask me like, "Hey, do you want to do something?"
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I would never fucking do anything.
no, that's
But
actually that's a really good insight to that. Yeah, because they do give you a perspective that because I'm relatively introverted in person. Like
Right.
mhm.
on something like this, you don't see me.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, but I go out to like a social event and that guy that showed us the cat in the blender video, uh, we'll just call him E,
Yeah.
so we have like a
Yeah, we'll
normal
just do
thing to
that.
call him. We'll just call him E. So E would be like, hey, Trace, let's go over to this club. Let's go get you around some people, get you talking to people. He's like, you don't need to talk to women, you can talk to whoever, but let's get you out in a social environment. And I clam the fuck up. I shut down. I get there, and basically what it looks like is I hang out at the bar, I get fucking obliterated, and then I don't talk to anybody.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
Right? Because in that situation, the only thing I'm comfortable with is liquor.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
I
You
don't
know?
know. It's
I would say that
I
I'm
don't know.
introverted, but not to that extent. Like Amadeus has seen me in public. Like sometimes
Yeah.
I'm fucking a hideous individual. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't really I don't really give a fuck. All right, I hate the people who say that, but in the sense that like it's fun to fuck with people, especially with like people who aren't normalized to people who
Yeah.
are out of pocket.
You're
But
more comfortable fucking with people than you are actually trying to like chat up a
that is
random person and have it
unfortunately
be a
that is true.
meaningful conversation.
Because you have
Again,
nothing
I
to prove if you're fucking with people. You're just fucking with them to fuck with them.
Yeah.
if you couldn't tell, yeah, I mean, I bet you could tell if like me and my workplace, I don't really try to form close relationships with people. It's just
My
fun to fuck with
workplace
them.
and I.
But yeah,
I know. I tried to call you on this break, and and I got that you know what to do from here thing. So
wait,
yeah,
when did you try to call me during this break?
let me pull up my call records and I'll let you know. At
I don't know.
eight
I
eight
have
seventeen, 8:17. I tried to call you.
Oh, today,
Yeah, this was today.
eight
I have
seventeen.
the opposite problem than you, Nocam. I'm really good with just chatting up random people. Uh like just small talk. I'm pretty good with that. And small talk I think is a good way to segue into actual talk.
It's good, but it's
Just
boring.
yeah. With the I don't know, it's often limited by like how much time you actually have to speak to someone because most of the time small talk I'm just chatting with the fucking gas station attendant or the person that's taking my order. So I don't want to, spend the entire fucking day asking them questions, but the times when like I was at a customer's house and it's just a waiting game, just get comfortable chatting with, okay, what do you do for a living? Oh, sweet, your son died? Oh, I'm sorry to hear. You're gonna drink once I'm gone? I hope you have fun. I would drink too, but I gotta drive to my next job.
I mean, yeah,
I don't
being
know.
real with them.
Yeah.
Or you,
Or
yeah.
like even in a bar situation, I don't go to a bar very often unless there's like someone to go with me. I will never go. But
Same here, except for one occasion, which was interesting in itself. But
yeah, the I don't know, just random people. Like that's what I enjoy the most about cigarettes and vaping and nicotine. Well, okay, that's not what I enjoy about it the most, but that's one of the benefits is, there's going to be the smoke break, there's going to be the smoker spot, people are going to be gathering around. And I remember I went to a local bar in January and was just chatting with this random fucking guy. He said that I looked like Ted Bundy, and that was a good way to start off a conversation. I was just smoking with him. It was good. I Drugs are a good way to you know, bring people together.
And that's what they never talk about in school.
yeah,
They never mention the fucking upside to it. All
they'll
They're
right.
always
teach you
like,
about it. But
they're always like, drugs are so bad for you. I'm like, well, what about this? You take some ecstasy, and now you're touching up on people you never would have
yeah,
thought
it's
about.
interesting. What
Dude,
is it?
ecstasy is so fucking good. I
What is
fucking
that?
love it.
What is that program? Was it the police?
Dare,
Dare? Yeah,
dare.
they actually increased drug usage because they're teaching
Yeah,
people about it. That was
Right.
interesting. But I think going back to extroverted, introverted, topic. I think fundamentally every person or every human is an extrovert, excluding those with mental disorders. I guess.
the Chris Chans of the world.
I guess, but I think fundamentally everyone is just extroverted. Because I mean,
Yeah,
we're a social species. People need to talk to each other. They need to interact. So I think it's interesting, especially through the shut-in people into like Japan. I think that's crazy to wrap my head around.
hikikomori.
Yeah,
I believe that's the
yeah. I
term.
I went crazy because in college it's because I couldn't really talk to people there. It was weird.
I mean, at the deepest level, as a human being, you do crave social interaction to some extent.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah. So I think deep down everyone is an extrovert, but there are like
It,
there are levels of introversial
right.
relations. It sounds like
I
a
mean, if
TED
we
talk.
were all introverts, I mean, none of the three of us would even be on here right now talking.
A true inter. Yeah, that should be a like a new like TikTok thing, TikTok trend, true introversion. Getting to know
Versus-
True
What-
introversion is
right.
Gabe. All right, it's not. But
that is true. That is
to add context to that, it's the person that literally doesn't fucking do anything. They sit, they eat chips, and they just they don't do anything. They have no friends. They don't speak to their family.
they don't speak to their
That's-
family.
Yeah, that's like ultimate introvert right there.
Why do
They
they?
speak to no one?
That should be like the.
But they have enough
cop-out
time
right
to
there,
dislike me though.
You know.
What did you say?
I said that should be like the ultimate cop out talking to your family. That's like the only easy out you have at that point.
That is true. I mean, sometimes it's annoying. Like my dad will send me paragraphs, but I'll still respond to it.
You know, I mean, and especially given the work that we do, you know, they
Right.
want to give you some heartfelt "I'm so proud of you" bullshit. but,
Except, yeah, that's what my mom did on Veterans Day.
you know,
Be
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Happy Veterans
I
Day.
got that on Thanksgiving. I got some lengthy paragraphs that I had to.
Yeah, just
Fuck
I-
you. We're talking about our job. Fucking
hell yeah, obsession.
fucking,
Okay, you know,
fucking unemployed motherfucker here. All right, what do you? Tell
you
me
know,
about
what
your
do you
job.
What do you want to yap about?
Yeah.
What do you wanna yap
no.
about?
I'm just saying that's what you
Enlighten
guys could
us.
have sent your parents, like when they're just thanking you for your service. Like, oh my god, you're so amazing. I'm so proud of you. You just send them that.
I was like, do you realize that I masturbated 3 times today and I've consumed a fifth of liquor and done nothing else?
During the workday.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like
There's literally been work
I left
days.
the office to go to the bathroom to jerk off to come back up and act like
Yeah.
I'm in charge of people.
I am not even joking. Like there's literally been work days where we go in, just play poker, and then get off early, then go home.
Goddamn. Good
It-
fucker.
yeah.
That's how I kicked your ass in poker that one time.
It, who, me?
No, the
Oh, I was like,
Amadeus
oh,
character.
you know
I
what?
did. I won a poker match before, but they're not. That's nothing to brag about. The ones that I've done, that's nothing to brag about.
I don't know. Poker is good. So my girlfriend, she's out at a casino gambling our life savings away. I told her to play roulette because you have better odds of winning fucking roulette than you do slots.
Why is
I
that?
think-
What's your source?
Well, roulette is 50-50, right? Well, okay.
Right.
Predominantly 50-50. The slots machine, that is not 50-50. That is, you are not going to win that. That is, I don't know. I'm not a fucking mathematician. All right, I didn't research gambling and how likely you are to win.
I think I was talking to I was in Oklahoma for a while, and the gambling's they got a lot of casinos over there. There's just
Yeah.
not shit else to do in that fuckhole of a town,
Yeah.
or state. But I was talking to a guy, and he was saying that as far as he knows, the percentage of you winning is purely based on the number of people that have tried that machine overall.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, you have 1,000 people play that machine, and your odds are like the percentage that you're gonna roll anything decent is off of that.
So it's
It's
kind of
not like
like a claw
It's
machine.
not like a right. It's not like a preset. Like, we're gonna give them a 17% chance of winning. It's a if 1,000 people play this, we're gonna give them this much percentage chance of winning. Versus if 10 people play it, we're gonna give them this chance of winning.
Okay.
Right.
I think it'd be fun to act as like a casino pit boss. Like you're just supposed to monitor people, just walk up to them, look
Watch people
intimidating,
like
and-
throw away their life savings.
Yeah, just like
Literally
"Alright, yeah,
ruin their
good
lives
job. Do you want
before
a
your
free
eyes.
drink?"
I
Yeah.
mean, at the you know, bottom line is I fucking love to lose money, so
Yeah.
know,
You should
we get
invest.
paid to watch you lose
Yeah.
money.
You should
Hey,
invest in some
inside jokes
OPP
so no one's
stock.
at work here, right?
You should invest in some OPP stocks. All right, if you want to lose
Yeah.
money.
Hey, we're still waiting on our Opinion Planet paycheck, so
You know, here's a really good stock if you want to lose some money. It's called Unity Biotechnology. I went ahead
Interesting.
and lost $1,000 on that. So
Yikes!
you know, if you want to bet on a losing horse that's never coming back, I tried
Unity.
to. Yeah,
What was
Unity
the
Unity Biotechnology. You can go ahead and look that up. I took a tank a few years ago.
Unity
Did you? Well, okay, I'm guessing you looked into the company a little bit. Like, what do they normally do?
I
Or
did.
what
So they do like prosthetics and stuff like that.
Okay,
And so
that
I was
sounds
like,
like it'd be good.
I was like, yeah, right. So any reasonable person's like, people are losing limbs left and right.
Yeah,
So
war is a big business.
researching prosthetics should be pretty reasonable. I mean,
Right.
I played Cyberpunk. I know where
Yeah,
I know where prosthetics are headed. At least in a fantasy sense.
I suppose.
But
You know what I think it was? I think you were subconsciously trying to make up for the fact that you dropped out of your biomechanical
yeah,
engineering
out of
degree,
my
so you're
out of
trying to
my
make it big with that.
right. So I could be like, you see, I didn't need college. I didn't need that biomed engineering degree. I can
Yeah.
Yeah.
invest in this biomed company and
I'm
succeed.
sorry. I'm a psychologist, actually. That's where I got my diploma from, the School of Psychology.
I you know, but here's a good question. What were you guys paying per credit?
For credit?
Yeah.
Oh, I never went to, well, I went to college for PSEO, but I never went for an actual subject because around the time that I could have gone, I started getting into like a massive depressive phase.
Hey,
It was just
I went into that phase and then I said, "Fuck it, I'm still doing it."
Yeah.
So
Well, no, Cam. What did you? I mean,
I genuinely don't remember. I got like too good of a
gra-
deal on
granted,
college.
you being the person you are, probably got a lot of scholarships, things of that nature.
I did, and it's
yes,
not
a
just because I'm
smart little
white.
white boy.
Yeah,
Not just
yeah.
because I'm white.
You
It's
didn't
not
get the
just because I'm
societal
white.
middle finger because you're not some gun-toting.
I
You
actually
know,
declined a $50,000 scholarship. All right, so
you did.
because I'm a fucking idiot.
You
fifty
declined a
thousand.
$50,000? Oh wow! I thought you said you got. No, if you declined it, you're.
No, I got it. I just didn't really say yes or no to it.
Interesting. Why?
Well, like because it was a private school in Florida and it was
How do you
expensive.
how do you turn
I
that
guess,
down?
yeah.
It's
And
I mean it's
and
still
then
expensive. So it's a $50,000 scholarship, but it's like $50,000 throughout the 4 years.
okay, well, yeah, that doesn't chalk up to much.
Yeah, and then it's
And you said
it's a
it's a
private
private
college as
school,
well.
so
So
you're running
I
like
think you can
50
narrow it
grand a
down.
fucking
You know,
semester. So
yeah, you can narrow down what kind of school, what school it is at this point. I mean, airplanes. That's all I need to say.
yeah,
Yeah. So, um, so I'm not. I suppose I'm not like the most financially in tune, or I wasn't
Yeah.
patient enough to seek out other scholarships for that, for said, uh, organization. But, but yeah, the other one was in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, all right, well, there's more state funded, easy scholarships I can get, more money that can go towards my education, especially since somehow I maintained a good GPA after my senior year. So I was,
Yeah.
so
I did
I was
not.
golden.
I don't know.
But yeah, I don't, to answer your question, I don't remember. I apologize.
I was a great, yeah. What about you, Trace? Were you like a good student academically, or
uh,
not really?
in high school, I was a really good student academically up until senior year is when I started dating that girlfriend that ended up being a cheating whore.
I did
Yeah.
the opposite. All right.
So she kind of, I don't know. I can't blame it entirely on her, but I decided to turn my attention towards making her happy versus like trying to succeed in life. So I ended up
Yep.
I had to redo senior English, and I kind of, my grades slacked at that point.
That's what I
Went
was
to
afraid of.
college, and I uh, I did good for, let's see, I did about a year and a half in college. So the first year went pretty well. I got I think my overall average was like a B plus.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's not too bad, honestly.
and then that second year hit, and
Yeah.
I started not going to classes. I was working too much. She was bitching about I don't ever have time for her,
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that.
Just not
So
enough time in the world. Yep.
right, yeah. So me being the I guess the simp that I was at the time, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna make time for her. And it ended up biting me in the ass later. But I threw my collegiate future away. But I also hit a point at about the same time. I hit a point where on a Starbucks paycheck, I just ran out of money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Starbucks. I've wanted to work there. I worked at a coffee shop, local. I've wanted to work at Starbucks, but I'm kind of glad I never got it because food service jobs fucking suck.
They do. I was a line cook. I worked at Subway and I worked at Starbucks.
I worked
And
one food service, and that's all I need to know. All right,
You
I did
worked
that
at
for
that bakery. You worked at a bakery, right?
who?
You didn't you work at a bakery
I
or some
worked at a
shit?
mom and pop delicatessen, which is
What the?
basically just a meat market.
that's still
All right.
food service to a certain degree.
That
Yeah.
was more retail. It was like a small business retail store.
Yeah, you retail food, right?
Yeah. So
It was retail food and service.
it's still
All right, so it's
customer
food service.
service. Yeah, it's food and you're providing them a service. It's food service.
Fuck
It's
you!
customer
All right, I
service.
did retail. That's like saying someone
No.
who works at Cashwise or Coburn's is that they did food
No.
service. No,
I
that's
don't know
If they
what
retail.
the
work,
fuck
if they
either of
work,
those
if
two
they
things
work in
are.
the deli, then yeah. If they work in the deli, they did food service.
I didn't work in a deli. I was a cash register restocker dude.
Did you handle food ever? Just like you touch it and sell it to people?
I touched food only to
Food
make my
service.
sandwich for lunch.
food
I made my
service.
own lunch.
Food service. Just admit it. All right, it's not even that bad.
It's okay. You
I've
you would
worked.
get you would get
No.
you would get
Jesus.
more clout saying that you work food service than saying, "Oh, I just worked a register."
No, because
Yeah,
so retail and food service kind of go hand in hand because
Jason.
retail
the
can
goth
have
bitches love food service.
No, they don't. How many goth bitches have you gotten?
God,
Enough
I
said.
wish I
Enough
would've
said.
got one. I would have got at least one. I wish.
You would
Hey.
have. You dropped the ball on that one.
No, she wasn't goth. She was redhead because redhead is peak for me. It
It's
goes redhead.
yeah.
Okay.
It goes
Okay.
redheads, goth, and then it goes under that. It's like Latinas, and then everything else. Black women being at the very, 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 very bottom.
So Latinas. Let's talk about our supervisor.
Wait, Jason, didn't you have a crush on like fucking
No.
Eminem? Or what was her
No.
name? I'm
No.
forgetting what her name
No,
was.
don't worry about
We're
Esperanto.
saying no.
How did
Don't
you
worry
remember
about
her?
it.
Esperanto, right?
Yeah. It's hope in Spanish.
All right, that's romantic.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. It's literally someone's name. I don't know how that could be romantic. It's like saying Carter is romantic.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Trace isn't romantic.
I think Jason, especially mine, that's pretty romantic.
Okay, and then you have my last name, right? So I'm gonna sell myself out. My last name is Gums.
That was
like
weird. I thought
Gums, like Gums.
why'd you spell it? Everything. That's fucked. All right.
I don't care.
No, that's
Digital
fine.
footprint can bite me.
I think we're all drunk at this point, so we need to be careful. We need to be more careful.
I'm not. Sadly, I ran out of Dr Pepper,
Damn.
and I was contemplating drinking straight Jim Beam, but I think at
It's
that
bad.
point I would just get real sad.
Yeah.
And
I like being
can't.
sad drunk. You listen to music.
it wouldn't be an entertaining conversation if I was sad.
It's just depressing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I
right.
guess.
I
I'm
think it
more
can
fun
be.
drunk than I am sad, especially if I'm talking to people. But
sad drunk can be good conversation. It's just not always going to be good conversation. You're just going to be like,
You're gonna be like, oh, but that's not as bad as what I had
Yeah.
to go through. You know.
I do agree with you that redheads are the best. My girlfriend, she has red hair and it's pretty fucking nice.
Yeah, redheads are. I don't know what it is for me. It's just
fake people.
Fake
not-
people?
Yep, they're
they're
not real.
not fake.
They're
okay?
real.
I'm
They're
telling
not
you.
real.
I'm telling her that.
She already
I met-
knows. I sent her something like that.
I met this girl. I went to one of my coworkers' weddings, the
Mhm.
wedding reception thing, and it was funny. He gave me strict rules that I was not allowed to fuck any of his hometown friends.
That's
Right.
stupid. Rules are
ultimate
meant to be
green light.
broken.
Right. So I was like, I doubt any of your friends are gonna be hot. And then I get there, and it's this redhead. So immediately I folded.
Yep.
I was like, God damn it! I didn't think you had any redheaded friends, you know. Um, and so I was like, well, I was sitting there and talking to her, and like I said, right, I'm not like a giga chat or anything, so I was like, she's probably not attracted to me. Whatever, I'm being realistic with myself.
Yeah.
You're
And
being
then
submissive and
later,
unbreedable.
right, right. So later on in the night, I'm an idiot, so I didn't put two and two together. There was one point in the night when we were like, there was a group of us, right? We were super drunk coming back from a bar going to this Airbnb.
Yep.
She asked me to see if I could pick her up, like physically
Ooh.
pick her up, right?
Damn.
I didn't put that together until too late, right? So I was like, yeah, I can pick you up. You weigh like a buck 30 at best, you know. So I picked her up, and then I like walked her down the street, and then I was like, "How far do you want me to carry you?" She said, "I got what I needed out of this." I was like,
All right.
"All right, I'll set you down." Ended up fumbling the ball on it, but like, uh, it was weird, right? So like, I don't know if any of you have experienced this at all, but like, you get this idea of like your most peak female ever,
Yeah.
right? So I'm like redheaded girls, right? Super peak.
Hmm.
And then I was like, but I know I'm not going to be able to attain that, right? And then
I
after,
use I use the technique of positive reinforcement, and that's how I got my redhead girl. I mean, I
oh,
asked her out like 6 times in total before it actually started to work, so it took a
That
while.
was sad. I
But
mean, there's
I
a
probably
reason
should
why
have
I
tried
still kind
something
of
like
hold a
that.
grudge against her, but
Yeah, I should have probably tried some of that positive reinforcement stuff, but because looking back, and I'll tell you guys the whole story on like how it went, and you can shit on me for how I absolutely fumbled this shit. Uh, so I carried her, right, picked her up
Mhm.
physically, and then
Yeah.
she said I got what I needed out of it, and then I one of our buddies, he was super drunk, right? It was the groom. And
Yep.
so we were walking him back to his Airbnb because me and a few other buddies got a hotel down the street. So we were going to drop him off and then walk back. So I dropped him off and I was like, all right, we're going to head back to our hotel. She's like, wait. She was like, Trace, why don't you stay here?
Hmm.
Right. And I was like, sure, yeah, all of us will hang out.
Nice. We're getting somewhere. All right. You're saying the right
Right.
you're saying the right
Right.
things.
I was like, yeah. So I was like, me and all of my friends will stay here and hang out. Um, And then she busts out a joint after like an hour of us hanging out, and she's like, "I think we need to like relax a little bit and then see where everything goes."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Given my work, nah, can't do that." I was like, "Nope,
Uh,
can't do it." Right? And then she was like, "Okay, well, why don't you drink a little bit more, relax, and we'll see where things go." And
yeah.
I was like, I probably shouldn't drink more. I drank quite a bit, and then I was like, somebody has to be responsible. And she was like, "Are you sure? You don't want to see where things go?" And I was like, "If I drink too much, I might make a mistake."
That's what she was hoping for. All right. She was hoping you'd make a mistake.
Yeah, right. So like, and there's a lot of regret. And honestly, this happened like probably like 4 months ago. It still keeps me up at night some nights.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Um,
but you kept your coworkers' trust.
I did, but at that point, I should have folded.
You should have.
Because
You should have let
because
her take advantage of you.
what
Yeah.
what I mean, yeah, like as a male, in what world is a female gonna take advantage of you?
That's
Well, you
interesting.
can let her. Well, yeah, that's right. Jason has a story. That's pretty good. But yeah, it sounds like you fumbled the bag on that one.
I
It
did, I
sucks.
really did.
You could have had it all. I mean,
That's
hey, there's always next time, right? You'll get her. You'll get one eventually.
I need to get one. Well, let's hear what Nocam has to say
No, that's all right.
because
I already talked about it before. You
I don't
can
think you
listen.
talked about it live.
You can. I have talked about it live. Just listen back to the episodes. I don't need to talk about it.
Well, we can like do a quick recap because he doesn't
Well, are you talking
understand.
about the improv theater one?
Maybe I'm talking about the one where like you were on a bus.
Yeah, that is the improv theater one.
Am I
It's
allowed to briefly
yeah,
mention?
you can brief it. I don't care.
Okay.
I'm
So
drunk, so my mental state is altered. I might change my mind in the morning, but
No Cam had a girlfriend and
Surprising.
we were coming.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, so he has had a girlfriend before. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
No
So we
offense, no
were.
Cam, that does check a box. You're good,
Did you?
you're good.
You didn't. There's this one guy where like I was fucking with him, and he just legitimately thought that I was a virgin still. I was like, all
We
right,
didn't know. We didn't know, okay? Me and that guy, we didn't know.
no, that's fine. I would rather. Yeah, it was like that one time where someone asked you if you're a virgin, and you said, unfortunately. That's kind of my reaction.
I mean, it was like I don't know.
But yeah, he was. We were coming back from a improv field trip. We went to the Capitol and went there for an improv class. It was kind of fun, whatever.
Yeah, that was kind of fun.
Yeah, so Jason's current girlfriend had an ex that she was still kind of friends with and chatting with a lot.
Yeah. And what am I gonna say? Like, yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, don't like talk to your ex even though you guys are still kind of friends. You don't want to be a controlling cunt, so you let it happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's perfectly understandable. It still isn't the greatest feeling in the world, like your current partner and they're having more fun with your ex. It's just
Yeah, I mean, it was like the whole day they just just spent with this one person, and then
not yeah.
Um,
I'm. You know what? Why don't you retell it? Because I'm not sure exactly.
yeah. So, and then like they spent the whole day. I forgot what was talked about, but it was just like, we're sitting together on the ride back, like the first time we've interacted with each other since like, the beginning of the day, and then it's just kind of like, um, she notices I'm upset, and I'm not gonna like, say anything. I'll talk to her about it later, and then
Yeah.
she knows that I'm upset though. So what she does to cheer me up is she just starts trying to jerk me off in the middle of the bus, just in the back of the bus, and start it's like moving her hand on my thigh and then getting closer, and then I just I throw her hand off, and then I just push it away. Like I don't want you to jerk me off. All right, I'm not in a great mood.
You're like,
just
hey,
yelled at.
get your hand off my dick. I don't want jerked off right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that. If you've ever seen like on TikTok or like mainstream media, it's like the scrolling of a Minecraft room. It's like, I don't want to have sex. It's like,
Right,
please let me have
I'm not
sex one
having-
more time.
I'm not having sex with you right now.
Yeah.
Please let me have sex one more time.
Yeah. It was exactly like that, except like I pushed it away. Like, I feel like, you know what's going on. You're trying to take advantage of a certain situation. And, of course I'm a male, so, I have a sex drive, 24/7,
No way.
nothing can be turned off. So of course, the only way to get out of stuff is just jerk them off, Court case, somebody kills your family,
Jason,
the person
you
just
haven't
jerks
met
you
the
off and
right
you're fine.
girl. All right, if you met the right girl, that will work. All right, that'll get you
No.
out of anything.
Most
I
of the
don't-
women
I
I've
don't
ever
think so.
talked to give botched hand jobs anyways.
Yeah.
Do you have advice
all right.
for
So
our
eventually,
female viewer?
eventually I pushed it away, and then she just like didn't say a word, just got up, and then just walked, and it just went like to a different bus seat. Like, all right, I'm pissed at you now because you don't let me jerk you off.
Okay, so did she jerk the other guy off then? Did she just-
She did eventually, yeah. It was like the day we broke up. Just it's like went back to that guy. I mean, I should have expected it like a mile away, but again, I was being pretty devious. I'm not gonna say that I was like the most perfect person in middle school, but
No, you were a master manipulator.
But
right?
then you
Yeah.
think at that point, like, where would I be right now if I let her jerk me off?
probably worse than I am now.
Probably.
I'm happy where I am. All right, I have control over my own body. All right, my
But,
my body, my rules.
Amadeus, to answer that question from earlier, advice to give women when giving hand jobs is like it's not a ketchup bottle. You don't have to smack the fucking top of it to get it to come out. Like you don't have to do that.
That's
like,
funny because I can totally relate to that.
it. Like it's not a fucking joystick. Like it has feelings. Like don't try to rip the damn thing off, but you don't have to like flick it.
Yeah.
There's
So
a
that would
good
be
middle
interesting if
ground.
the female was on here. I think this is the perfect podcast for her not to be on here. But
Yeah, probably.
Right. And honestly, to be completely fair, that's kind of the reason that I'm going off on a tangent like I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is fair. I mean, I think
No,
I like all sorts of perspectives, even if it's
I mean,
like
yeah,
literally like one of my first weeks working at said job, I think it was one of your it was your best friend that asked was what's your stance on interracial relationships? And if said person has interracial relationships, it's the white person's fault.
right.
Because
So he told you about his stance on the interracial relationships, right? Because
yeah,
I told him that I absolutely, uh, I'm cool with interracial relationships, right? Because
right.
I'm looking for an interracial
Well, that's fine
relationship.
because if
I don't want to stay in the same race pool
right,
because I mean you've
it's
heard
fine
the
though
rant
because
that I've gone
you're
off on.
not white though. So I mean,
Right, yeah.
if you're
So
white, then
like,
it muddles the gene pool, you know.
and it's funny because he is white and he doesn't want a muddled gene pool.
Yeah, and he has had sex with
Right,
those
right.
other than his race, so that's interesting
With
as well.
any other race he can get his hands on,
Right.
and
But
so
but that's perfectly fine. That's not
but
muddling
but
to him.
but
Well, it's fine
he
if he does
judges
it.
me because okay, right? So I asked him, I was like, for instance, what do you think of black women? He's like, disgusting. And then he asked me, he was like, what do you think of black women? I was like, not a fan. And he was like, why not? I was like,
What the
Stay
fuck?
in
so
your
so
lane.
so so it's okay for you to not like black women, but I have to.
Yeah,
And
stay in
he
your
was
lane,
like,
buddy.
yeah, that's exactly what he said. He was like, stay in your lane. I was like, what?
What?
It was perfectly timed. All right, I like that. So he's definitely someone that I want to eventually get on here. Maybe like his last week here, but there's only certain
Yeah.
people I'm gonna invite on, or even give the knowledge out about this podcast that
Fair.
are near me.
I mean, I've had a good time so far. I would love to come back whenever.
That's good.
I've
That's
got
only.
I've got a lot of stuff that I could talk about. You know.
Oh yeah, the biggest opening I won was when we went to that cigar shop for the first time, and you told me about the Holocaust Museum. That was
Oh,
interesting. That was interesting.
right, yeah. Which there's certain we could do a whole segment on that.
Yeah, that one I almost wanted to save that for like a later episode, just
Yeah,
because
we
that
could
has
do that on a later episode if you want, because that in and of itself is like a
yeah.
whole. That's
Yeah,
one of those
I
things
want to hear what Amadeus is. what's
where
cooking up in his mind.
I don't
What
care
was
about
that?
a lot, but that was one of those things that bothered me.
Yeah, I mean,
Here,
yeah,
let
same
me
here. That surprised me, but even though I
I'll
wasn't
be
too surprised at the same time.
I'll be right back. I gotta take care of something.
All right, Amadeus just got his period. Um,
Hey, Hunt, I can still fucking hear you. So you better treat me with some goddamn respect, all right? If it wasn't without me, do you know where you'd be?
I
You know
would
where you'd
have a
be?
podcast, but
You'd be
with
still making
one
my
less
fucking
person.
Whopper, all right? So shut the fuck up.
I mean,
I'm sure he makes a mean Whopper though.
I do make a mean Whopper. First off, all right, I was complimented on my sandwich making. I was actually told if I slowed
Do
down, I would be better at
do
making
you
it.
put 5 gallons of fucking mayo on your Whopper?
I don't.
though?
I do the proper proportions. So like
Because I'm
like
tired of the
you know
5
how
gallons
I
on my Whopper.
yeah, you know how I follow like how I'm like slightly toxic with, the beret has to be to the marching surface. Or I followed the
Right.
Burger King SOP like how it was supposed to be. All right.
There is no way. There is no way.
It was good. And then I always made sure everyone got an extra nugget because I was
Isn't there SOP 5 gallons of mayo on their fucking Whopper?
it isn't. There's like a proper proportion. And I followed it. And it was I don't know. I mean, I haven't tried one of my own Whoppers, but they look like from the advertisements, all right? I can promise you that.
Oh, they do?
Yeah,
Because I'll tell you right now, right? I'm a fat ass. I get the double Bacon King,
okay.
right? And then I get my fries and my drink. But every time I get the Bacon King, it's like it's such a disgusting amount of
Just-
mayonnaise on there
Look,
that it's
man.
almost
All right.
inedible.
Which Burger King do you go to? Do you go to the one on the compound that we reside on?
Yeah, I go.
Yeah,
I go to the
that's
one
the
that's just down
problem.
the street from us.
That's the problem. You need to go to an inner city, not an inner city, like some rural, like
You and I
Midwestern
both
Burger
know
King.
that the locations even off the compound we reside on are unacceptable for
Oh
the
yeah, I mean for sure.
such
I feel like
standard ass service.
Like the ones that I've the one that I've worked at, the more mold there is, the better service you get.
Is that how I need to gauge?
Yeah,
My-
you need to like start inspecting the counters, look in the back. How many dishes were done? Nothing. No one did any dishes today. Perfect. This is gonna be a good ass Whopper.
It's gonna be good. Right, they're saving the
Yeah.
flavor from the previous.
Yeah, they're saving
1,500
all the
Whoppers
work.
they made. Right.
That's how it
You
was. Like we discovered like mold, and then like, oh, that's gross, and we just tossed it back into the wherever the fuck it was.
So, here's some Subway lore, right? So I
Yeah,
started
I
working
like hearing
at
about that.
Subway right around the time that Jason, or was that his name? Was his first name Jason, or was it?
Yeah.
No, you should just keep guessing. Damn, you're my coworker. Damn. All right.
Not your. I'm talking about the fucking pedophile.
Oh, yeah,
What?
Yeah, okay,
What?
yeah. So I started working at Subway exactly the time that he got arrested.
I
Right,
got
so-
arrested.
Huh? No, not you. Not you.
The other
No,
pedophile kid.
Jared. That's his name, Jared.
The fuck?
Oh, Jared fucking Fogel, that guy.
Jared.
Not. So I apologize. I didn't mean to slander your name.
What the fuck? Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Jared.
I was trying to
Jared.
figure out like what kind of bit that was.
Jared. Okay, so Jared, the Subway.
I remember him. Yeah, he was
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
whole
yeah.
fucking weight
Right.
loss.
Right. Yeah. He was their speaker. He was their public face. I started working there right at the time that he got caught. Right.
Damn.
I remember
my
the story. This is
my
good.
first day, I'm still training, right? So I was talking to the manager. Yeah, that guy. Yeah. I was talking to my manager, and then this customer came up, and they were like, how does it feel working for a child fucker? And I was like, okay, first of all, he's a spokesperson. He doesn't like, I'm not him. I just started today.
Yeah.
I don't rape children, I promise. I was like, I'm just trying to make a paycheck and go home, and
You should
this guy-
you should have just said good. Do you have any children, by the way?
Great,
Or did you
great,
just-
yeah, works
Yeah, dude.
works great.
Can I see what's inside your vehicle? Do you have any?
Yeah. But that wasn't even the part that I wanted to talk about, was that part. I mean, that shit went on for like months. People
Mhm.
came in and they were going to be justice, social justice warriors.
Yeah, by
about
taking it
being-
out on the fucking underpaid subway worker.
Right, yeah. I was like, look,
Literally
lady,
miles
I
away.
literally make $7.25 an hour, and I'm on the closing shift after I just opened.
Right.
And I got an opening shift the next day. I'm covering somebody's shift so I can make some money to pay rent. And you're over here lecturing me about how I'm working for a rapist. I was,
He's not even
So how does it-
he's
so
not
how
even
does it
in the-
feel-
well,
I was like, lady, how many fucking meatballs do you want, and what kind of cheese, so I can get you the fuck out of my face?
oh, that's sexual
How do-
harassment right there.
How does it feel going from working for a child for what was a child rapist to
He wasn't a
a
child
government
rapist, right? He
no
just
a
looked at
government that
photos.
that it's a predator to
Right.
third world countries,
A predator of third world countries?
taking advantage of
it,
countries that don't have a lot.
it's interesting that we do that, and then somehow we. It's funny, right? Because they're like, oh, we don't have enough money for this and that, but yet we still have, billions of dollars to throw at a war.
Yeah.
We can't do public transportation. All right, we
Right.
can't give you.
They're
we
like,
can't give you healthcare.
rather than asking the rest of this ambiguous North American organization, to help assist this country, we're just gonna front the costs ourselves, because that makes the most logical fucking sense.
Just fund this random war that people are
Right?
just getting
You
enlightened
I was
about.
like, they're like, we have. I'm not gonna say we don't have any stake, like we don't have nothing to gain
We definitely have our reasons to do it.
from it.
But yeah, I
Kinda
think
don't, but
our current president put it
it's-
best. When he was all right, back when he was still just a senator, I think his whole thing was that if America didn't if Israel didn't exist, America would have to invent an Israel at some point, because how else do you get to be like the number one country, most powerful, unless you have massive points of influence where you
See,
can exert your will anywhere? I mean,
and
Europe,
that's
like Germany, that's our
right,
European staging ground. They are our bitch. They have no military. They belong to us.
right,
Yeah.
Israel, I mean, in
and
essence, they are our bitch.
we're this country is real powerful, dragging their balls across the globe, saying that we're the best thing that's ever happened since sliced fucking bread. You know, yet we have one of the worst political systems across the globe, but we're still over here talking about the fact that
Why
we're the
would you call it
greatest.
the worst political system?
I guess it's
Right,
not that.
fucking defensive.
I guess it's
Hey, I'm Mr. America,
okay.
all right? Every
The
day
worst.
I wear a
I'd
patch
say the
that says
worst
all of
implemented system.
Yeah.
Everything looks good. Communism looks really good on paper. Fascism looks good on paper. Democracy looks good on
Okay,
paper.
but personally, as someone who wears an American flag on their shoulder every day, I take offense to that.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Deep down, you take offense to that.
Yep.
Well,
What's so
I'm
great
Even
sorry.
about
I'm sorry
even
for your
though
loss.
you've been doing it like 365 days or longer than I have.
You know, the funny thing is that I thought one thing was going to happen when I decided to join this organization,
Mhm.
and the complete fucking opposite happened.
I
Right?
kind of the same, honestly.
I thought I was going to gain this like profound understanding of patriotism, and
Yeah.
now I just understand that we
It's
just
all
step on the
bullshit.
rest of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that before, but I still went in because I'm a piece of
It
shit.
it,
And
it didn't I didn't grasp it until I was in Europe, right? When I was over there. I told you about it.
yeah, yeah.
It's like the crazy thing is there's people asking you for help, and you're like, I can't help you
So you obviously know. I mean,
Wait, so
you're
because
you're part of
you were in
the most.
Europe?
Yeah, he talked about it earlier.
Hey,
yeah, I was in Europe for about 6-ish months.
what was that like? Was it a massive like culture shock, or was it still pretty just
So
same old, but neat
luckily,
scenery?
luckily, where I went was pretty westernized. I went to Poland.
Why would you say
Uh,
luckily?
luckily,
Yeah.
because I guess in terms of culture shock, it was lucky that I didn't
Yeah,
suffer such a massive blow because Poland's really westernized.
I mean, culture
yeah.
shock doesn't
Uh,
always mean a bad thing, but yeah,
but
that's
I'm
fair.
not saying that it is. I'm just looking at it from a perspective of culture shock being something scary. Because to be completely honest, I'll be 100% transparent. My dumbass thought the air was gonna taste different.
What the fuck? All right, I mean,
I don't know. I got off the plane and I was like, it's the same air, it's the same wind, it's the same sky.
maybe if you go to Eastern Europe, it'll be different.
Do you like have either of you been to another country?
Nope.
Not yet, unfortunately.
Because maybe you'll experience this, but like, and it's only a brief. I'm not saying this lasted for a long time. It's like a brief, like 1 minute conversation you have with yourself, because
Mm.
you can't tell other people that they'll think you're fucking stupid. you know but
All
you
right,
get
that's
it.
fair.
I mean,
So you,
just like you guys thought, right? You're like, of course the fucking air is the same, of course the sky's the fucking same, but you get off the plane and you look around and you're like, I don't know that fucking language,
it's
that guy
kind of
looks
like
weird, he's talking funny, but everything else is the same.
one of those things that like you don't fully experience till you've done it, and then
Right.
yeah.
So you go over there and like it's the you're like, money still works like money. Their money looks different, but it's still money,
Yeah,
and like you can still so this is another thing I find that's interesting is pretty much everyone else in the world knows English.
yeah.
Yet we know nothing of hardly anybody else's language. So you can go
The-
there, speak English, and they understand you, but like I think of everybody that I talked to when I went over there was only one person that could speak Polish, and that's because he was raised in Poland before.
So it depends on where you are geographically. I mean, if you're in the
Right.
UK, obviously you're incentivized to learn more languages because you have more, diversified languages nearby. The US, we're kind of like, north we have Canada. I guess some of them, speak
It's just
French. And
it's
then,
also just kind of funny that because we call ourselves the world's melting pot, but I mean, something like that, it sure doesn't look it.
I guess, yeah, you could say that.
I mean,
If
yeah,
language is your
Polish,
determining factor of how diversified a country is, then I guess
right?
I could see where you're going. But
And I guess Polish, like in the grand scheme of things, Polish is a little bit of an obscure language to learn. I mean, it Eastern European languages are all fairly similar, right? They're derived from Russian for the most part.
Russia?
But
Fuck.
fuck, right? Yeah. But you go over there, and so you, I mean, being in Poland, speaking Russian, a lot of people that raises a lot of eyebrows given the circumstances of why we were over there.
Right.
Um, but if you can, and a lot of the words carry over. It's like speaking Mexican Spanish versus speaking like Spain Spanish.
Yeah.
Versus speaking like Puerto Rican Spanish. Some of the words might be a little bit different, but you get the general gist of what they're saying. And so, I don't know. It's just interesting that
Mhm.
you go over there and we know hardly anything of, and that's another thing, right? We go over there and I don't know shit about Poland's history aside from
Yeah.
what I learned in the textbooks, right? But they all seem to know everything about our history.
We spread our
interesting.
influence.
So like they know the dirt on what we've done in the last 300 years, but I couldn't tell you what the fuck they've done in the last 300 years
Right.
besides World War II. That's all I know. And so you have conversations with these people, and here's the interesting thing: if you want to learn about a country's people, go talk to the strippers that work in that country.
That is a good point. I like
That's
Because
interesting. Yeah.
they'll give you some of the most frankly some of the most in-depth analysis about the place they live in, because they talk to so many people from there, and they have a really good broad perspective of people from their country and others as well.
Right.
Yeah. So what was it like talking to the strippers? Like, did you guys start off talking about like the political climate of Poland and then get to the fucking? Or
You fuck strippers? Is that your
Me?
this? No, he's under an interesting idea of what
Okay.
strippers are. You think
I mean,
strippers are
all right, yeah,
are-
all
are
right, yeah,
hookers?
Okay,
yep, all right.
so
I knew it.
in Poland, yes, you can fuck the strippers.
Okay,
You know,
you found that out.
you have to figure out what's acceptable and what's not, right? So
Yeah, they
you
don't
know,
give you a booklet. Yeah.
yeah, it's not they give you a pamphlet and they're like, these are the rules.
They
you know,
used to. But
right?
They used to.
Yeah,
Things
back
are
in
a
World
little
War II.
little more fluid, little less black and white, little more flowing like a river.
Yeah, World War
type.
II. They gave out like little pamphlets of the country you're
Yeah,
visiting.
you can actually go see a little museum about hookers and see the pamphlets they used to hand out.
Yeah.
But so you go over there and obviously, you walk in there and you get a whole bunch of people trying to, appeal to you. You find
Yeah.
one that appeals to you. You're like, you know what? I'll go down there. And then she asks you, she's like, you're not from around here. And you're like, well, how would you fucking know? Being
I
a
think.
black man in a predominantly white country,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, how'd you know I wasn't from here? That's
Yeah.
crazy. Or there's at the
No.
time there's I don't know how many people from our organization just flooding the fucking streets of Poland.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
just
Right.
having
no
the accent
accent.
and everything. So
Yeah.
No accent, no nothing. Don't know jack shit about their language except for like a couple of words. Right.
what do you mean
So
no accent? American
Well,
has an accent,
he has no Polish.
I have no Polish accent.
but it's not an accent to them because it's not an accent.
I guess
Well, they would be able to tell.
they'd be able
like,
to tell
that
if
you
I'm speaking English from a Polish perspective versus English from an American perspective.
You have
Yeah,
an
I feel like
American
different.
accent. Yeah.
You know.
Sorry,
American
I'm trying to
accent.
make everyone more liberal here.
American accent isn't real. It's literally just my fucking voice.
Yeah, right.
Everyone
Everybody
else
else
just
talks
kind of
funny,
fucking
not me.
exactly. Just wake up in the morning and choose to talk goofy.
They do.
So-
I don't fucking get it.
Right, and so you go in there, and
Yeah.
you know, at the first part, okay, because you know, obviously you go into one strip club and you're like, okay, I need to set like a baseline. That's the control. Now let's see what the deviation is from that control.
Yeah.
So you know, you go to a series of strip clubs to see how things are, how they differ. But for the most part, they handle it the same way. You know, they try to appeal to you. You get one, whatever, and then they just, you know, they ask you like, "Where are you from?" And I told them, right, because I'm from Idaho,
Mhm.
and so they're like, "The fuck is that?" Or like, if it's not if it's not California or New York, I don't know what the fuck it is.
Right.
And I was
I
like,
mean
"Okay,
that's reasonable.
that's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair." I was like, "Okay, I'm not gonna
I mean,
bash on you for that."
Jason,
You know,
I got a quick trivia for you. What's the capital of Poland?
Germanitis.
No. Dumb fuck.
Or is that I don't know. I don't know off the top of my
You
head.
don't know? How the fuck do you not know? It's so easy. This is the one benefit to playing Civilization.
I don't know off the top.
Civ
I don't
6.
know the off
Yeah.
the top of my head.
You
I
don't know? Oh my god.
Ah,
It's Warsaw, right?
It is Warsaw.
Hell yeah,
Yeah.
I'm so fucking
Okay,
smart.
okay,
Alright, yeah,
Amadeus.
You looked it
Here's
up.
here's a question for you. The
Okay.
largest town square per square foot can be found in Poland. Do you know what city has it?
Give me 1 second here.
Jesus fucking Christ. He's looking everything up. He's not not intuitive at all.
Looking it up.
Fucking piece of shit.
Krakow means
Fuck
Krakow,
you.
yes, Krakow has per square foot the largest town square in Europe, and it. Let me tell you, it is beautiful.
I'm
I saw
sure.
the
How'd you
pictures
find
that you
out about
took.
that?
I'm more cultured than he is because I actually saw the pictures. All right, I'm not pretending. I'm not a poser.
I did show you the pictures, yeah. So, Poland is very beautiful.
Mhm.
The people there are actually very friendly. I went drunkenly wandering the streets before and actually felt extremely safe too. The people
Nice.
are just generally friendly and nice.
I mean, as a
I mean,
6'3" black male, it's kind of hard not to feel safe, right?
right, you know, but I don't feel, you know, cities surrounding our area of work, you know. Do you
All right,
feel
yeah,
safe?
you have a good point.
Do you feel safe? Yeah, because I don't, and
Yes.
I'm supposed to belong to that demographic, and I don't feel safe.
That is, you do raise a good point.
You know, so but being over there, right? The people are just genuinely nicer. You know, like
Yeah.
for the most part. I know Nocam came from. You're kind of like me in the sense that you came from a little bit more friendlier
Yeah, the
place.
Midwest, kind of area.
You know, but in general, in America, you walk up to somebody, you're like, "How you doing?" They're like, "Get the fuck away from me. Mind your own business."
Yeah.
Depends.
Over
I mean,
there,
you haven't been to Minnesota then.
well, you know, at least in Idaho, you know, most people are the same way. You know, I'm just speaking generally across the United States. I know,
No, that is
obviously,
fair. Yeah.
where we come from, you know, I can't walk outside right now, go to the town, and be like, "Hey, how you doing?" They're gonna probably stab me and take the 36 cents I have in my wallet. You know,
Right.
but
I guess if
oh,
you go to like more inner city areas of
right,
any state,
you know, over there, it's just a general sense like you just feel a little more at ease. People just take things a little bit slower, and that is also due in part because Poland is an agricultural country in general. I mean,
Mhm.
Texas is larger than Poland is. Poland's, I think it was 70% farmland.
that's
Goddamn.
interesting. Would you also say that it has something to do with the guns there?
So,
Being some, being somewhat of your political standing.
so you mean guns, as in like they don't have them?
Yeah, I mean the police don't have them. The
Okay. So
citizens.
that's probably due in part to that, but I'm also a firm believer that if you really want to kill somebody, you're gonna stab them to death. You're gonna spoon their eyes out. You're gonna hit them with a brick.
No, that's a good point. I mean,
You know,
obviously
that,
everything I try to
I don't know if you've ever talked to that one coworker. He's early 30s. I believe he's 32. He's got glasses. Uh, I don't want to say his name because I don't want to bash on too much. But he's extremely liberal.
Oh
Extremely
yeah, I know
liberal.
who you're talking
Yeah,
about.
he's
NPR
extremely
guy.
liberal. Yeah, NPR guy. You two, I think, actually got along.
Yeah,
Or he
because
thought
I
you
said I
two
listened
did.
to it at one point,
You
and then
said
he's
that
like,
you
"Oh shit."
right. And so we had this conversation when we were over there because we both were over there, and we actually had a pretty, a not red in the face, screaming at each other conversation because we do have differing views,
That's good.
right?
That's why Opinion Planet exists. At
You
least
know,
I like to
um,
believe.
he was like, "You can take away guns, and that solves the problem." I was like, "Look." I was like, if people really want to kill each other, like if you take my gun away from me and I really want to kill you, I will kill you. And I
Right.
don't need a gun to do it. I
It's
will
like
makes
kill
it a
you
lot
with
if
fucking
you've looked
easier.
whatever
at
I need.
if
Guns
you've
just make it a lot easier to kill you and a lot less personal to do it.
right, if you've ever looked at like the UK crime statistics or
Right.
you know.
I told him this exactly. I was like, look at UK. They took away guns and stabbings went through the roof.
Yeah.
And he's like,
That's what
That's
my
not the
firm
case.
belief is.
That's not what's going to happen." I was like, "That's exactly what's going to happen because what?
It
What's
already
the next
happened.
easiest thing to kill people with if you take guns away? Knives. After that, it's I don't know, fucking spoons, bricks. I
We
mean,
can
I don't
just
know
make
after that point.
a spear. A spear is
You know,
fucking
Yeah.
yeah,
great.
yeah.
It's great.
I mean, if you
Spearings, impalings are going to go up by
now
90% if you take away knives.
if you
Like,
think about it to a fundamental level, like if you shoot someone once, the bullet's gonna plug the wound. If you stab someone, you still want to keep the knife, so you take it out.
right,
You
you
know, the
take it out,
blood
now
just
they're
fucking
leaking on the sidewalk.
yeah.
And I tried to explain that to him, but he went to University of Vermont, so he knows every fucking
Okay,
thing that
yeah.
happens, right? Clearly. And I was like, me and my little college dropout brain don't seem to understand that, you take away one. Okay, right? So let's say, you're like, we'll dumb it down to the dumbest level. You like jerking off with lotion, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
They take away your lotion. You're gonna find something else to jerk off with.
You're just gonna do it dry.
You could do
Or
it dry. You could get
yeah.
petroleum jelly. You could
Yep.
get lube. It
Yep.
doesn't matter. You're still gonna jerk off at the end of the day. The lotion was just a convenience.
I do like that analogy. I haven't dumbed it out down to that level, but I have said
I haven't
like
either, frankly.
if
But
if somebody if somebody has the urge to do something, they're gonna find ways to do it.
they're
We're
gonna
humans.
do it. They're gonna do it regardless. It's just convenience.
Exactly. It's
You
kind of
know,
like water or like any liquid. It's gonna take the easiest, quickest path.
right.
You know.
And
Yeah,
now
but, like,
that's not
if-
saying I've been jerking off. It's November. Obviously, we're all edging.
Yeah.
No, we're not. I asked you, and you said you were jerking off. So
I
actually
folded-
asked
I folded
everyone
day
in the
one.
office folded. So I said, "Fuck it, I'm jerking off and thinking of you tonight," and I folded. So
Nice.
yeah.
I mean, it's only natural. I tried. I did give it one good college try 1 year, and I made it about 10 days, and I was like, I
Damn.
feel like shit. So
It's just fucking boring. Yeah.
it is. I mean, I'm like, why put myself through it?
I feel like if
I-
you're single, it's a little harder, but
You
I
just
feel
like
like it's a
discipline.
little easier, I guess.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
That's
All
right. Me and
He
my
understands. He gets it. He gets it.
he's got the Sigma mindset.
It's not. It's not the month that's the problem. You just lack discipline.
Yeah. Anytime you have the urge, just go ahead and take a cold shower. All right. I don't fucking.
What if I run
don't
out
know.
of towels?
What?
What if I run out
No.
of towels?
Just
Just
use the same
wash 'em?
fucking towel.
Wait, you
Just
don't.
use the
You
same
just
towel.
use the one towel one time?
Well,
Wait,
no,
are
you just
you-
use the same towel like over.
Wait,
and
no,
over.
Yeah.
you-
You use the same towel a couple of times. I use my towel like probably like. I don't know how much I use one towel for.
That's
wash it
interesting. I've
immediately
never
after.
heard that before. I mean, I only use my towel once because it's like all wet.
Like,
So like it's I guess if I hang it up, it's gonna last longer. But...
they have a towel rack so you can hang it there so it could dry. So you can
Yeah,
use
but I have like 2 towel racks. One is above the toilet. That's where I put my
your hand towels, right?
my pants in the morning, and then the one across from it. That's where I put my hand towel. And my roommate, that hasn't existed for about a month. He just kind of disappeared.
Right.
Like I genuinely don't know where that guy went. We barely talk, so if he dies, or if he
Wait,
did die,
you had a roommate?
I had a roommate at one point. He just kind of dipped out one day, and I never
He
saw him
got the
again. So
he got
Phase in and
fucking
out of existence.
he got fucking sick of you doing the podcast. I'm
yeah,
guessing.
maybe he did genuinely.
I
he would,
don't know why. I mean,
yeah, it's a good podcast. I could have invited
yeah.
him on here.
I
Cunt
mean,
won't shut up. It just
he's like, just shut the fuck up. You're not talking
He didn't
about
say
anything.
anything to me though. And then you've talked to him before. I bet you remember
I
talking to
talked
him.
to him for like 10 seconds. The dude
He's
looked like
like,
he wanted to like jerk off in his closet and then kill himself.
he literally like he provoked you guys first. It was like, hey guys, what's up? Like talk to you guys like you've been talking for months. Like
That's true. Yeah. I mean,
like hey dudes. Like we're just sitting around drinking.
yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, yeah, he puts his towel there. So I'm just kind of used to. I don't know. I personally, I've always used my towel once and then washed it.
really, that seems so wasteful to me. Like, what do you?
I'm
put
in the
your towel
minority
in
here.
with?
All right.
What do you put your towel in with? Do you put it in with your clothes?
Yeah, I'd put in the. I mean, for the living situation I'm at, yes. I just kind of throw everything together.
That
I would wash
doesn't.
my towel with my clothes.
You wouldn't?
All right.
I would. I do.
Yeah, I mean,
guess it's
because
kinda
of the living situation. Like, if I had my own washer and dryer, like, I would obviously separate the whites and the colors. But much like
Well,
this
yeah,
podcast
Do
here.
you have a white
as
towel?
as God intended.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess even if there wasn't.
I mean, because I know. Well, I guess I don't know. Maybe you got rid of it, but I know that you were at least given that shitty brown towel.
Oh yeah, I still use it. I have
I
two of
have.
them.
I don't have that one. I ended up buying another one. It's still the
Yeah,
shitty brown towel. And then I have a green one that I actually use and enjoy.
yeah,
The other one's like rubbing sandpaper on your body. But
yeah.
do you have a white one in addition to that?
No, I don't have any white towels, so there's no point to do the whites separately. So
So you believe in an integrated washer?
I believe in a
Are you
um.
are you a segregation kind of guy when it comes to clothes?
I believe in inclusivity with clothes. All right. No, when it comes to like whites, it would be nice to use bleach separately. Like how my grandma used to do. But
Okay, but she comes from a different time where bleaching whites is acceptable.
that is a good point.
It's just 2023. You can't just separate the whites and bleach
Right.
them.
We bleach assholes, not whites anymore.
Right, exactly.
So
I mean, we live in the OnlyFans era. You gotta.
exactly. So you just throw them in all together and just kind of toss a laundry pod and just walk off.
Yeah, I mean,
If I had my
I'm looking
own
at
washer and dryer that I owned, I feel like I would be a little more conservative with what I do. But with how it is now, I just kind of just toss the shit in there and just wash it.
Yeah, I'm wearing a long sleeve white T-shirt right now that I've been washing with all the rest of my clothes this whole time. And it's a crazy thing. If you wash it on cold, the colors don't run.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I just get the cold activated Tide Pods.
See, I
And
wear darker clothes because darker clothes make me look more intimidating.
I guess, I mean, except for when I drive past you, and
I'm in my Necro SUV.
yeah,
The fuck?
I mean, that's intimidating, I suppose.
All right, I heard. I think it was you, Jason. You mentioned OnlyFans.
No, that
Oh,
was him.
I did. Yeah, I
Yeah.
did.
All right, what do you think the #1 earner of OnlyFans makes per month?
Per month?
Per month.
Okay,
What's your best
okay.
guess?
Let me go ahead and sell myself out here and give me 3 guesses as to who the top earner is and how much they earn.
I can just tell you who the top earner is, if that.
Actually, go ahead and tell me who the top earner is so I don't sell myself out.
Black China.
Okay, I would not have guessed that.
BLACCHYNA. Yeah, Black
What
China.
was it? What did you think it was?
I was gonna say Amaranth, Bad Baby, or Mia Khalifa.
Mia Khalifa is number 5.
Okay.
You got Bella Thorne apparently at number 2.
Wow, people really didn't let go of her in their childhood. That's that's something. Okay.
Holy Bella Delphine. Yeah.
She
Gamer
was
guy.
yeah, gamer girl, cam girl.
Yeah, the bathwater girl. That's
Yeah, she started the whole bathwater thing, and everybody just kind of.
holy shit. 20 million a month.
For
That's the top.
Black
That's the
China,
yeah, 20 million.
that's
That's pretty
I
good.
don't even
I mean,
I don't even know what. How do you
how many?
spend that much money?
Can you imagine like like our supervisor
That's
doing that? Do you think she'd make that much?
you. No. Okay, well here's the thing, right? And I'm gonna say this super not. You know what I think of her already, right? So
Maybe.
dudes are down atrocious, so I think that she would make some money to a certain degree, depending on the severity and the category of her content.
Exactly.
But I'll just leave that at that, as vague as I can.
Yeah, that's
But
fair.
at the same time, a shovel can only make so much money.
That's pretty deep. No pun intended.
Were you there for that conversation about that though?
Maybe. I don't think so.
Apparently
Remember, I'm one of
we
the few coworkers who actually do something. All right.
right. We offended her, insulting her head game. I don't know if you were there for that.
I don't think I was there for that. I remember the
Yeah,
heinous shit you guys talk about, but
she tried to defend herself, right? So, uh, we were talking about females that we'd had in the past and how good their head game is, like dudes do, and she this was her idea. She spoke up and was like, "Well, I think my head game's okay." And then I was like, one of our coworkers, the one that right?
Mhm.
Cat in the
He
border.
spoke up and was like, well, I have this ability to tell how good a female's head game is by looking at her, right?
Thought he was gonna say something different, like you got proof or something.
He
Right.
would do something like that, though.
So he right, so her being a curious female, she was like, "Okay, what does my head game look like?" And I butted in and said, "You look like you would take about 2 inches, choke on it, and gag." Right? So she immediately gets like pink in the face and is like, "Well, I don't know why you're saying that. My head game doesn't matter, but I'll have you know that I have several sources saying that my head game is on point." And then she was like, "I can call one of them right now, and they can verify." And I was like, "Go ahead, call him." I was like, "I ain't got shit else to do. Call him right now. Put him on speaker."
Wait, was
And
this
she was,
on? Was this the day where we were just sitting around waiting for formation at that point?
no, this was we were out at that small field we work at.
Yeah, I definitely was not there then.
Yeah, right. So we were out there. We were practicing some stuff.
I remember the day where E was talking about societal norms and fucking 13-year-olds, but that's a different story.
I do remember
What?
that. Yeah,
Really? Because
he,
I don't think you were there, but that
he,
was wait, you
I
were
haven't told him.
you were working on something, but yeah.
I haven't told him yet, but I gave him the nickname Reaper of Children.
I think that works
He-
for another supervisor of ours, but that's fine.
Oh, yeah. I haven't really talked to him a whole lot about his taste, but I've heard he's quite the cradle robber himself. But
Yeah, he's the 2 to 3 day guy.
E, he's admitted to specifically targeting virgins. So
That's pretty predatorial.
it is, and I understand that he wants to hit his 72 mark before he dies, but
He did say the only reason why, we're not going towards a younger demographic is because government tells us to. That was his whole argument.
What, E or this other guy?
No, E.
He said that the only reason he's not targeting a younger demographic,
like the only reason that men in general aren't targeting a younger demographic is because the government tells us that 18
wrong.
is the age of consent.
Okay, I can understand that. I mean,
Really?
if we grew up and they were saying, okay, If you were born and they said 13 is the legal limit, and that's
Like
all you
Japan?
heard your whole life, you say Japan?
Yeah, Japan
That's-
actually upped their age limit just a year ago, I
Yeah.
think.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, it is. That's why I hated Japan for so long. But
I thought I wanted to live there, but I
of course
changed
you
my
did,
mind.
fucking weeaboo.
Oh, yeah, I mean, look, that you got me there. All right. I can't even defend myself at that point.
All
But,
right, that's
right. Let's say you grew up in America, and oh, great. Let's see what this is.
I was gonna say, I have a feeling you know who this character is. I just have a guess.
Uh,
You don't?
I don't think I do.
Damn. All right then, I'll delete it. No one needs to see it.
I
pathetic.
mean, if you try another one, maybe.
All right.
That's the thing. Is like
Using the redheads,
I'm-
right? You
I'm
should fucking
still,
know
like,
these.
I'm still like up and coming. That's the thing.
Oh, okay. You're not OG like I am.
Yeah,
that-
I'm
I know
not
that one,
super-
that-
so, like
That person's
like
from
Cal-
Steins Gate.
so like Cowboy Bebop and stuff like that. I've seen some, but like.
You just sent someone from Steins Gate.
I did, yeah.
So I was supposed to. Oh, wait a minute. You just sold yourself out. So you're saying, Nocam, that you've seen Steins Gate?
I have not. I looked up Steins Gate in the GIFs, and then the same
The what?
exact GIF pulled up.
The what?
Okay,
That's how the author intended it. The person who made
Okay,
GIF
GIF,
said
GIF,
that.
give,
Fuck you. Fuck you.
give, and she is actually pretty hot. That's.
I have
interesting to
seen.
see
I've only seen Hunter x
that,
Hunter.
but,
I can't admit to that.
Let's see. That's weird. I pulled up my my GIF bar, and it's
GIF
kissing is one of them. That's weird.
down bad.
Weird. Two black guys kissing was one of the top trending.
They're
GIFs.
listening.
But
I like my gifs.
yeah,
GIFs.
GIF. I okay. It's 2-1.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like
just-
our,
just
our
accept it.
coworker, our
Just accept
coworker
it.
N, he also agrees. So like he's here in spirit. He's
What
on leave
coworker
right now,
agrees?
but I can get him to attest to it on Monday.
So like this, I've seen this before.
Okay, alright. Goddamn.
Yeah, he's seen the old ones.
Evangelion? That's pretty good.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've like Samurai Champloo. I've seen that too.
Why is there a
Okay,
fighter
you're starting off
pilot?
good.
Why are there jets in the background? That's interesting.
Jets in the
Evangelion? Because it's like, watch the fucking anime, alright? It's good.
Fuck you.
You would. You would have to.
Watch it.
There's nothing wrong with anime, okay? A lot of people shit on anime. It's because they don't understand.
Yeah, well, there's 4-1, so I hold the weight of like 4 people. So
For
Unfortunately.
people.
and then you guys only hold the weight of 0.5 people each. So
Okay, but I competed in the 1K club and you did not.
you compete.
I did.
That's you right now.
Shit.
No, that's you, Jason. You said
What?
4 people.
I can run. I can.
That is, yeah. He can run. I cannot. So
What the fuck? It's the one thing you
That's-
pull.
that's horrifying.
You know what
to
is
look-
sad is that I am one of the best runners in the unit,
It
and
it's not
none
really-
of us
it's
are.
not sad though. That's
It
the
is
thing.
sad because I'm not like an amazing runner.
But you're better than everybody else in the unit.
So
That should be
so
that
that
should be
makes
something to be proud of.
yeah, but I'm
Look, if
equivalent. I'm
you're-
equivalent to that person in that GIF. So
If you're the best in the room, you're in the wrong room. Alright?
exactly.
He needs to go up. You know what? I will let our supervisor know that you're the best in the room, so that he can
You should.
straighten you. up.
His wife tried to break his toe, or try to kill
What
him.
the f-
Oh no,
and
no,
ended
not
up
our
breaking-
supervisor. Our supervisor.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, get it. We'll get him on the podcast. Actually,
Please don't.
I'd love to ask him about his
I don't
what
think
his
that
golf
would,
rage.
I don't think that would end well.
That would be interesting, actually. You know, it's maybe just because I'm drunk, but I would love to get inside that man's head. Is that he's an interesting individual, not in a good way, but like
An interesting individual.
in all the worst ways ever. Stop sending your hentai. No one wants to see
Okay.
that.
You're lucky I can't actually find hentai gifs. All right.
I could procure
He said
a
gifs.
few,
He said
but-
gifs.
I said gifs, dumb fuck. You
said
are
GIF.
actually illiterate. You can't
Illiterate.
hear.
That has to do with reading. All right.
Look.
You mean
No,
deaf?
illiterate means you're literally
You mean deaf?
mishearing. You're
But-
mishearing the words.
What was I even talking about before? Oh, okay.
You all right? Yeah, my bad. Don't worry, Sam.
I forgot what we were talking about beforehand.
I should have
Okay,
added
good.
that sound for when we were talking about human deaths.
Yeah,
That
would've been good.
one would have been a good one.
Yeah.
You know, hey Apple, what?
Yeah, that-
Plays that.
That is some fucking guy holding up his mom's decapitated head.
I was just
Yeah.
talking to my best friend about that shit yesterday.
Dude, that's fucked.
'Cause he hasn't seen that, and I was like, dude, no, this is something that legitimately happened. And he was like, what do you mean? And I was like, no, this kid fucking cut his mom's head off,
Yeah,
and
they
then
just
posted a picture of it.
that's fucking
And
crazy.
he's smiling with her head in his hand over some. I can't remember what the argument was, but it was some like weak ass argument. He
Yeah,
cut
it was
her
like
head
the
off.
most basic. He was looking for an excuse. That's at that point.
I was like, could you imagine? And that's what's crazy is like, I don't think people in the 50s had to deal with their kid cutting their head off and posting it on social media.
So that's another thing. Do you think people are getting more and more like on edge because like people do like like the smaller things every year, and then people just get like, they just blow up easier? Or do you think that's just like humans, showing themselves off more, and it's like more of it's a minority, but they're being spotlighted?
I don't know. I feel like it's a sign of the times. I mean, we've talked about it before. You get glorified for acts of violence by the media.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, there has been a
You
bigger
know, so
influx of school
I-
shootings.
I guarantee you that kid made national news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cutting his mom's head off. I guarantee you that kid was talked about for a month straight.
They're like saying how reprehensible he is, but in his
You know,
mind,
but-
no bad press is, or there's no
Right.
such thing as bad press.
He's like, nobody talked to me beforehand. I cut my mom's head off, and now I'm all anybody's talking about.
Yep,
You know,
that's the mindset. Yeah,
so like, I don't know. That's just a product of the times, there, really.
that is
That's-
interesting.
It's really disturbing to think about that. You know,
Everyone's a product of their time. So I mean, back in
But-
the fucking 50s or 60s, you had John Wayne Gacy,
that's
the
true.
man that just made a human lampshades. Back in fucking 1800s in London, he had Jack the Ripper.
When I talked about-
for the fuck of it.
I talked about like buying a replica of the lampshade, just putting it in my
Yeah.
room, and then whenever I'd have an inspection, just like
You know, I got in
it's an
trouble.
it's art.
I got in
what's-
trouble from middle school for saying that man was thrifty.
John.
I said some reprehensible shit in middle school.
Human
all right?
beings
I did too.
are an
I did.
abundant resource, and I said that making lampshades out of human skin was thrifty, and I got in trouble.
See, that's interesting because I think Amadeus takes the cake for the most kind of like out of pocket kid in middle school.
We had I was in high school, so it's even worse. I didn't have well, alright, there was a middle school thing too, but in high school we Nocam and I, same advisory, we were just kind of fucking around. Our teacher assistant was talking about her niece or nephew. He's like 5 years old, and he really doesn't fear anything. He's like a young, brave man, yada yada. Excuse you. No, so I just out loud to a full class of students just told her, okay, so why don't you put a gun to his head and see if he's like fearing anything then?
And
It was
everyone just
just-
went quiet. Everyone just stared. Just
It was
I
just
love
dead
that.
silent. It was fucking.
One of my favorite memories from high school.
I,
No, I was talking about the middle school group where just to get out of class you would say certain things.
Oh, so this happened because one of my friends. Okay, so he was leaving class. Another one of our friends like went up behind him and grabbed his stomach. So my friend yelled rape really fucking loudly. So then the next day, our entire friend group gets called down to the principal's office, even though two of us had nothing to do with this. Pretty much, it's like a whole like, hey, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? You need to stop being like this. What is wrong with your mental health? So then they had us do like a weekly checkup. We called it mental class. the first session we had, I had a fun time like convincing the school therapist, just like gaslighting them into believing that I was an actual fucking sociopath. I could kill your fucking cat and I wouldn't feel any remorse about it. Like, reality isn't real. None of this shit means anything. Human life has no significance. Just saying it with a straight fucking face. I think because of my words, they made it so that we had to come back weekly minimum because they had to make sure I wasn't threatening to
Wasn't
shoot up the
killing
school.
anyone's cats. That too. Yeah.
I
I
don't know,
think
it was
I think that's like a product of what anyone would do if they went back to high school just to say that shit for fun. See
Yeah.
how far it would go. So I think that's interesting. But
I'm glad I did it. Honestly, I'm glad I did it. It was good. I had a fun time with it. I got out of class for an hour, and we just got to talk about whatever
Yeah.
fucking shit was bothering us that week. It was perfect. It was good.
Sounds almost therapeutic.
It was.
except
it really
when
was.
he
I mean,
was in therapy.
yeah, it was basically group therapy. All right, it was.
But
group
when you
therapy.
were in therapy though,
I
didn't
feel like
the therapist happen to be female? And then
Yeah, all right, when I was younger, like I genuinely didn't think I had any issues. I thought me being in therapy was kind of fucking stupid, and my dad was just being like an overreacting cunt. So I started to try and like, okay, I know I'm only like 14, 15, and my therapist is like 40, 50, and she's married and has like 2 kids. But how would I go about seducing my therapist?
well,
Like, if I just treat it like a video game, all right? There's a fucking dialogue option here somewhere. I just need the charisma to pass the skill check, and I'll be fucking good. Obviously, it never went anywhere, but it was fucking boring. All right, I had to think of it like gamify it somehow, because otherwise it was just, why am I here? I have no issues. I'm perfect. And then
Yeah.
like when I actually probably needed therapy towards like my senior year and shit, that I never bothered with it. I was like, yeah.
I tried to go to therapy for about a year.
can't say that you have a perfect mental standing.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Solid. Solid. You know, I can't lose my my SC.
Clearance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went and talked to this person that really cared about how I felt. And I went there for like a year and then found out that that shit's a waste of money and time.
Yep.
You know, I was paying her $140 an hour.
God damn.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, some
Fucking Andrew Tate is free.
crazy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I could have just been top G and had no fucking issues.
Yeah, sucking it up and going to the gym is
Yeah, like
less expensive.
Jason, for Halloween, can you go as Andrew Tate, please?
Actually,
you know how
Yeah.
cheap it is to buy even Jim Beam, a 12-pack of Dr. Pepper and some
Yeah,
cigarettes.
once-
I feel way better.
Dude, as soon as I turned 21, that was like an on switch, like turned on my my drinking habit. All right.
It's pretty good.
This is my therapist right here, all right?
Okay, but you also made the mistake of joining the organization, that
Which
you did.
encourages me to drink more. So
They encourage you to drink, and then act like when you do drink that you're the problem.
exactly.
You know,
You can't drink. That's bad. That's frowned upon.
right? They're like, what did
Actually,
you do this weekend? I'm like, I don't fucking know. I played
I
video
drank a
games
shit
and I
ton.
drank. And
Yeah.
they're like, why'd you do that? And I was like, well, because I already jerked off as many times as I could, and I had nothing else to do.
I
Yeah.
hit my limit. Yeah.
You know,
You're gonna be fucking
Actually,
sore.
well, Amadeus knows, some information about my therapy stories in college that I tried. Like I genuinely tried like to help myself. You guys
Yeah.
bought me the world's best boss mug as a result.
Yeah, that's right.
that's what that's for.
Yeah, I tried. I told you a little bit of it.
Yeah, you gave me a little bit of the lore.
Yeah. Uh, but it was. I went to one, and then it was like majority of the time it was quiet because I didn't know what to say. I was, even nowadays I'm still I'd like to say socially inept in some degree. So, I was waiting, like, he's the one with the degree, and he's like talking about like how he's in this email group with these like, high end like therapist, like, and he's just kind of there. I'm like, all right,
So
well,
he's
good
just
for you.
talking himself
Good for
up.
you. Yeah, he's just
You
kind
know,
of like unhumbling
but
himself.
but you sit there, right? You go in there, and they have to know it's your first time. You're nervous, and they're like, talk.
Yeah.
You're like, the
He's-
fuck do you want me to say?
yeah,
Like,
he's trying to loosen it up, and then
you
like,
know, and they're like,
I've
say something. You're paying for it, and you're like,
yeah,
thanks for reminding me.
yeah. Eventually, I completely forgot. I'm pumped. Let's like, I need to say that next time. When I'm out, first appointment I have. That's what I'm saying. It's amazing.
You've seen the movie, right? You've seen it?
Yeah, I
The
like it
Hunting? Yeah, just act like fucking Matt Damon for the
the
next
whole
time you go to
time.
your therapist.
I do like
Yeah.
that. That's how I already act. No, I don't exactly remember what he was saying, but he was referencing the clip from when Dwight said he declares bankruptcy, and he tried to
He-
play it off as a joke, and I just kind of
Jesus.
stared at him. Like I didn't even like try and pretend to laugh. I just yeah, and then I just stared.
That's a red flag if your therapist is quoting The
You know,
Office to you.
Yeah,
I-
exactly.
Did you ever have your therapist try to invite you to like dinner or something like
I
that?
haven't, but I've had one try and like get the therapy session over quick so he could play chess with me.
Yeah, like
What?
some weird shit, right? So he was
Yeah.
like, you're paying per hour. We have an hour and a half session. Let's go
Yep.
downstairs because this place. I'm gonna name drop this place. It's called Grimaldi's, and this pizza place is fantastic, right? But there's a therapy place right above it, and this dude was like, hey, you know, you're paying for an hour and a half. Let's take 45 minutes. You're still paying for it, mind you, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
But let's go downstairs and get some pizza and eat some stuff and walk around. And I was like, no. I was like, I'll go ahead and eat the pizza after I'm done.
Yeah, maybe we
With
can go as like
fucking
buddies or
with the
something, but I'm not paying for that
with the
shit.
goddamn session that like if we're gonna go get pizza, like you better buy that shit.
Right.
I'm paying you for this fucking session. And you're saying, oh, I missed lunch. Let's grab fucking dinner real quick, but you're still paying me. Like at that point, I'm just paying for a friend. You can get the fuck out of my face.
You know what? Shout out to all the shitty therapists out there. You're the real U.S. Army recruiting. All right, you're the origin story for the United States military.
Definitely, they're like, you go in there and you're like, I'm having problems with life. They're like, so fucking end it then.
Yeah, just fucking deal with it, bro.
Join the military.
Yeah.
Get it over
Deal
with.
with it. Oh, would you like some pizza?
Yeah.
Is that what you want? Is that what you want? You want to pay for some pizza and the session?
I know you're paying 146 an hour, so let's go ahead and go get some pizza on top of that.
Can you imagine that guy's like in
this
his
man
head?
has the nerve. This man has the nerve to. He might as well have turned around after our session with that phone out that says 10, 20, 30% tip.
Oh,
Like at that point, I was
Yeah.
like, you want me to tip my therapist for substandard service? Like,
no, that's a joke, right? Like
I
he actually
don't
pulled
even-
out a tip.
No, but he was like, he was sitting there. He's like, I don't charge enough for what I do.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I love how pretentious that is. What a piece of shit.
I was like, you know what? I think he wanted me to be like, you know what? And I don't pay you enough for what you do, buddy. Here's another 146 on me.
Is that what you
Let's
did?
go get some more. No, fuck no. I was like,
Damn, that's
if you think you need to raise the prices, you do that, but I'm not gonna be here for it.
You're not getting
Yeah.
a fucking tip, yeah.
Can you fucking
yeah.
imagine? Like mid-session,
Just-
like, that does suck, but my paycheck sucks more. Would you like to?
Like to help me out with that a little bit.
Yeah.
He's like, I know somebody that's going through a really similar thing, and I could tell you who it is if you just want to,
He can tell you how you can help yourself. It's
it's just
fucking EA of
like
therapy.
Yeah.
like I gotta buy a DLC to get fucking mental health help, like, and then all the women are like, why does this dude have baggage? You're like,
Yeah,
I don't know. I tried to fucking help myself, and they want me to pay like $300 to get 2 days worth of help.
Yeah,
and
talk
then they
about
expect you to
social
be all good
norms.
to go. Yeah, social norms. We
This
can
man
go
goes
off
to
on that.
therapy? Cringe.
Yeah, they're like, oh, this guy. Okay, right. So you go on a first date, right? And the woman's, for whatever reason, she's like, do you have emotional baggage? Like, not that she's gonna outright ask that, right? Because they like to play their fuck games or
Yeah.
whatever. But let's say she's like, hey, do you got emotional baggage? You're like, I'm a human being, right?
Everyone does, yeah. No
So
one's
yeah,
fucking.
and then she's like, "That's disgusting. That's an ick. I'm gonna go ahead and
It's an
pay
ick. Yeah,
Ick.
and
I
you
love
you can
that.
go ahead and pay the $100 and something for the lobster that I ordered
Yeah,
and didn't fucking eat.
that you're gonna
You
pay
know,
for because of social
yeah,
norms.
that you're gonna pay for because of social norms, like societal norms,
Fucking
Yeah.
dining
right?
tax
And then
that
and
kid.
then and then you're sitting there, right? And you're like, okay, do you have emotional baggage? She's like, why the fuck would you ask me that? That's my personal
Yeah.
business.
Or she either that or then she just like becomes like a fountain and just starts spewing all this shit.
Right.
It's-
Right, but if I drop my entire life on a first date,
well, if you do it, then it's you're
yeah,
socially you
right,
don't have you have issues. All right, you're
right. If you're a male in 2023, right? This is November 25th, 2023. If you
I was
have
actually
issues
I was
as
just thinking that, but
as a fucking male, if you have these problems, you're trash.
Yeah.
Crew bug. I like that.
I was literally
I
just
love
thinking that. It was this isn't a very incel conversation considering what it's been a year and a half for you and it's been over half a decade for me.
That sucks.
Right.
You guys got to do better. I'm sorry. It's been.
But that doesn't see if you Nocam gets it because you look around at what's available to us, what's readily available to us, um, and you would rather start a shotgun than interact with any of that.
Yeah, I mean, Amadeus can test to it. We made a joke account on Hinge at one point, and one of them I
Oh,
was like,
yeah.
I insulted someone. This was just the beginning. Like I insulted someone because their name was Meg, and it was like due to the the context of your name, I can't pursue this conversation any longer. And then she kind of just blocked me. But after that, I kind of did try, and then it kind of ended up being exactly what our coworker N ended up going through.
N. Okay, yeah, that makes
And
sense.
yeah, it was just
You got.
you get a match, and then maybe kind of sort of conversation happens, and then they just kind of fall off and disappear because they found somebody new. They found a new toy.
Well, yeah, and I mean, if you're working in our organization and you're male and you don't own a boat, you get zero bitches. Those are
Right.
the rules. You have to own a boat, right? Off of our I can tell you what I made last year, right? Last year I was still a PFC for a little bit of it, and then I went to 4. I made $33,000 last year.
Not too bad.
Right, not too bad, but that's certainly not buy a boat money.
That's not enough.
No.
Yeah.
Right. So and I went on this date and she was like, "How much did you make last year?" And I was like, "I didn't know you were TurboTax. That's fucking crazy."
Yeah.
that's I didn't know I needed to bring my W-2 and a fucking resume with me.
Yeah.
That's
Just
wild.
plop
Right?
that on the
So
table. She reads
I
through
was
it
like
before you say anything.
you didn't even like, hey, how was it getting over here? Never mind the fact you had to drive, 45 fucking minutes to go on this mid-ass date. But whatever, you know. I got there and she's like, "How much did you make last year?" And I was like, I don't know, by my count, about 33,000. And I shit you not, she was like, "Ooh."
The hell? Yeah, I mean, if you've seen those videos of, I mean, again, this is very like spotlighty, and then singling out certain people, but like the videos of, like, what do you expect? What do you expect your man to be making in a year? And they're like 100,000 to 200,000.
Bare minimum. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
this for the bare minimum.
I mean, you can't really like broadband all. I mean, it's funny because
Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, I don't like.
broadband the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
but like,
Personally, I like to think of people on an individual level. I don't like
but
to.
realistically, yeah, every individual is different, but it doesn't make you feel any better when you know
You
you're
hear
taking
shit
it,
like
you're
that,
taking a
yeah.
shit, you're scrolling TikTok, and that's what you get to see after you just
Yeah,
worked 8 hours, and you're tired. You're like,
it's
all
like,
right, and then they're like, he doesn't make $150,000 a year. He's a piece of shit, and you're like, maybe I am a piece of
it's
shit.
like,
I guess I'll
all
go
right,
have sleep for dinner.
yeah. There really is no hope for me. So I'm just
Yeah,
gonna be a useless piece of my my generation is gonna end with me.
you're
All right.
like, okay, that's all right. I guess that's how this is going.
Yeah.
I feel like a
Like, is
lot
it
of that
is it
is
that
like,
hard to just find? I mean, I guess it's what you're looking for. I mean,
I'm not
dude,
you,
looking for
stop,
much. I even like
stop. You've been
I even
preying
was
on the
like,
same person since
okay,
high school. All right, it's a little different.
yeah. All right, I have like the same person since high school. Like the first crush I had, I pretty much ran with it and didn't give
You're
up
not
until
any
I
better.
finally.
If
Yeah, but it
she
worked
didn't,
out.
yeah, but if it didn't, you'd be in the exact same boat, if not worse.
Yeah, well, that didn't happen, so I win.
Well, I mean, good for you. I'm genuinely like happy for you.
I don't know. I guess maybe it is a bit more difficult than I'm thinking it to be. Because I mean, you can even like like kind of what happened with you, Trace. You can find that person. You can dedicate so fucking much of yourself to them, and you can plan a future with them, and then you know they
uh,
just they betray it, and then you kind of get a murder charge for two fucks that are now found dead.
Yeah,
yeah, and you kind of have to when you join this organization, you kind of have to come to terms with you're like, okay, I'm just not gonna have a serious relationship for the first 5 to 6 years of it.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
that's another thing is that with said specific organization, this is like one of the few jobs where you just don't tell people what it is right away. So you kind of
Oh
just,
no, you can't.
yeah,
You can't because there's only two kinds of people out there. They're like, okay, either I'm gonna get with him for his insurance that's actually dog shit.
yeah,
I don't know why people think it's so great. Or they're like, this guy's like all the rest of them.
he's a
You know,
fucking yeah.
yeah, he's a
Yeah.
piece of
yeah.
shit. He's just gonna raw dog me on my mattress and then
Exactly.
leave.
Why did I say
Raw
you're?
dog.
Why
You
did I
know.
think you're gonna say raw dog? I just knew it.
It's good terminology. It gives a really descriptive picture without having to
Yeah.
use super
Yeah.
descriptive words.
So
Raw
you
dog on the
understand why I said that
mattress.
about the mattress the other day.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I said this dude was raw dogging that mattress.
You said you were gonna kick me out
Yeah, because you were raw dogging the.
because
That's
somebody was.
insane. It, how do you use essentially? I'm going to be 100% transparent. You're using a public mattress
Yeah,
with no sheets on it.
you're using a mattress that like probably hundreds of people used before you.
A public mattress
Yeah.
with no
I-
sheets on it.
I don't like the public sex bed. I'm not a fan of that.
That's
It's not even the fuck mattress that's the nasty part. It's the I shit myself in my sleep. I passed out drunk and
Yeah.
puked on it. I pissed myself. I jerk off on it.
Yeah, it is the
Like
masturbation
it's
mattress.
the it's
Goddamn.
the
It's the
it's the
M&M.
I decided to cook lobster thermidor in my bedroom on my
Yeah.
mattress kind of shit. Like it like
Fuck
you
that.
look at all the fluids that have been on that mattress, either human or non-human fluids,
Yeah.
mechanical, whatever, and you look at that and you're like, this dude is snuggling up with that at night with
Yep.
no sheets on his bare skin, and the
Yeah,
dude
it's
probably sleeps
gross.
naked. Like, what
Yeah,
are
can
you
you imagine
doing
waking
with
up,
your
you're all
life?
sticky against a mattress that like hundreds of people have
You
used before you?
you have to
Like
peel yourself off of the mattress to get up in the morning,
for
and you
PT.
think that's
You
okay,
smell like shit.
and you think that's okay.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I've
Yeah. I did actually check. I have a light blue mattress, so
Okay, well, you'll be getting a new one then.
no, I won't be because my side of my certain district doesn't do anything. So
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
yeah, yep.
I got to talk to your district manager or whatever to get that sorted out. But that
No,
I'm
it
gonna
doesn't
be
matter. I like getting the short end of the stick, but
yeah.
it's
That's
also
okay
not
because
that
I am
bad. Like
too.
there's
I'm one of the fucking district managers, and I'm gonna get dicked over.
yeah, that's the interesting part. But another part is like it also doesn't really matter because before I joined, I kind of was just sleeping on a couch with like a
Uh, uh,
protruding spring,
on a
and
cummy couch, huh?
yeah, essentially, it was like a protruding spring in like the middle of it, and it was like uncomfortable as fuck. But something to sleep on. And I woke up like at 4 a.m, like doing construction every 5 days a week, normal
Yeah,
work week. But
and that does actually. I'm glad you brought that up. That this will tie back into societal norms. Is you remember the female supervisor, right? We
yeah,
had this we've had it, and I've beat this horse to death because I simply cannot believe that she truly believes this. And okay, so she says if a guy works at McDonald's, regardless of his personality or his social status, she cannot date that man.
uh
That is
oh,
fucking
this is
Solely
directly
because
on.
she works at McDonald's. Right?
Okay,
So
but
I was like, let's say this kid he invests in stocks, he's a fucking billionaire, right? Let's say
yeah,
this kid is a pure-hearted dude. He just likes working at McDonald's.
good people. Yeah.
yeah,
She's like, nope, can't do it.
The fuck? These people.
Let's say this dude just got out of prison. That's the only job he could get. He's a good dude, completely reformed. She's like, can't do it.
These people aren't real.
I was
yeah.
like,
What
Okay,
in the
but like
world?
you're
Oh my
being an
god.
incel by saying that.
I was like, okay, right. So I was like, I know people in those exact fucking situations,
Yeah,
right? Well, not the billionaire part. I knew a dude that was doing okay, but like
Yeah.
he chose to work at like a McDonald's or something like that, you know. And I was like, that's just it pays what he needs it to pay. It's not that hard. It works. And I was like, you're gonna bag on him for it? And I was like, what if that's his first job and he's trying to make something of himself? And she's like, I can't do it.
it's crazy.
Just I don't
What is like the minimum then? What is like?
It
Is it like the
fucking
different restaurants? What is Wendy's better?
she
Like,
biomechanical engineer.
she's gonna be one of those I need him to make six figures kind of shit. You
Nah,
know?
more like fucking seven
Because
figures.
and this is the crazy part, right? Is I know exactly how much she makes. She makes $43,750 a year.
fucking low value.
Yeah.
She's great
Right?
value.
Right? Okay. So and she still is like, I need him to be some fucking hero.
Yeah.
And I was like, why are your standards? At what point in society's history did we hit this? You need to be a millionaire, or you're just a piece of garbage.
Yeah, whatever happened to
Because
like the what is it the
Where is there
fucking
room for people that are fucking trying to figure out life? Like you don't even give them a buffer anymore. They're either millionaires or they're trash.
or the
Well, I
ones
think
that are
the
about
good
to make it
news-
big, the Steve Jobs of the world, all right?
the good
You
Not
know?
news-
everybody. It physically is impossible for everybody to be a Steve Jobs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
the
there's
good news-
those out there, like people who own the Opinion Planet podcast, so
Yeah. No, the good news is that I really feel like those type of women. I don't think I know of. I don't know if I've ever personally met a woman that is that fucking delusional. I mean, obviously they exist, but
They
I
do.
feel confident in saying that the majority of women are not completely fucking delusional to that extent.
I would hope so. It's
That's
just
what I would like to
crazy,
believe, but it's like
meeting one face to face and then seeing that it's not a joke. Like she legitimately thinks that this is normal.
Yeah.
and then
And-
like
and-
I mean,
Everybody else there tries to explain that that's not normal and that's not attainable for 99% of society.
Yep.
And then she's like, "Well, I don't care.
I don't care.
it's like I'll find the one.
I'll
you're
find
just
one."
being-
I was like, "You're looking at 1% of successful males.
What
Of
is
that
she-
1% successful males, half of them are gay.
You know what happened to like the Robin Hoods of society?
Roughly half of them are gay. We'll say that another quarter of them are actually. Hold on, let me flip the statistics. These are just rough ones, right? Let's say a quarter of them are gay. The other half of them's married already, and then the other quarter of them don't want anything to do with you because you're a fucking bum.
Yeah, you just gotta ask them, what are you bringing to the table? Do you make six figures? Do you have a
Right. You know,
PhD?
but how dare you question their life choices?
I think,
Well, I mean, they provide you sex. They have zero sex drive, and you're taking advantage of them every time you have
And
sex
that
with them.
was, I think, I don't know if I told Nocam about this, but that is one of those buttons that fucking sets me off. Is that
Yeah,
okay,
I didn't know that.
you think that bringing pussy to the table means anything,
Yeah.
like any fucking thing?
Oh, yeah.
At that point, your only purpose is reproduction. Shut the
Yeah.
fuck up. Don't get a job. You sit in the fucking cellar in a corner and reproduce.
Sit
Do
in the
nothing
kitchen.
else.
Sit in the kitchen,
Like,
reproduce.
not even in the
Yeah.
kitchen. Don't cook for me. Nothing. Don't
All
talk to
right.
me. Don't touch me. Your sole purpose is reproduction. If you think that pussy is worth anything,
I mean,
Yeah,
if
that
they're offering it
is
like
fair. I
that,
mean,
then they're kind of sending the message that that's all they think that they can
right? Yeah,
honestly
right.
contribute.
You know, at
My
that point, you are just a thing for me to entertain myself when I feel like it, and then other than that, you're nothing to me.
yeah, it's like one of my favorite comedians, Bill Burr. Like he brings up, like if
Bill
you,
Burr, yeah, he's an excellent point.
yeah, like if you're, if that's like that talks you out of anything. Like, all right, you're sleeping on the couch, and you're like, oh, okay, or like, all right, I'm not having sex with you tonight. Just jerk off. Like, what is?
Yeah.
What is that? What's that?
I'm pretty sure in one of his other shows, he said, before you make any decision regarding a female, jerk off first.
Yeah, that's another big thing. Yes,
Jerk
post-nut
off
clarity.
first. Jerk off first, and then think about it.
Post-nut clarity.
Yeah,
It's,
we were given a natural combatant to women decisions,
but the
and
problem is
sadly,
that's also
most of
like
us don't use it.
yeah, that's one of our biggest like downsides as well, because before we have it, everything everything looks amazing.
Everything leading up to the moment of nutting,
Yeah,
is poor choices.
It's all rose tinted glasses, yeah. Motherfucker! I'm sorry, I died.
stop playing Crunker Strike. I'm begging
It's
you.
It's Clunker Strap.
It's
No,
Crunker.
I can carry a conversation, alright? I'm getting in the zone.
I mean, you
Get my
did
fucking
earlier
weapon.
when you were playing. Fucking
Yeah.
3-year-old.
Yeah.
You're literally an iPad kid. If you can't.
iPad kid.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm not an iPad kid, alright? I'm trying to get the fucking weapons, alright?
I mean, we could generalize. Like, what year were you both born?
2001 for me. I was the September 9/11 kid.
That's
the
an
fuck up.
unfortunate day.
You were
No, that was it.
that was after.
That was the
You were born after.
that was the day that America truly became what it was meant to be.
Was
Alright.
when you were born.
Yeah, that day.
that he was born after that. All right, he's
What, like by like an hour?
by like a couple days.
Like a week and a half. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were born like on the day.
No,
That would have been
because
fucking funny. That would have been good.
that
I
would be.
have met one other person that was born on 9/11 and was born before the towers fell.
Can you imagine if they barred that from websites? Like you can't set your date of birth as that because that's too offensive. That's all the people that were born that day.
They're just born
Then-
on September 12th.
Yeah, fucking June 6th, 2006 should also be banned. I mean, that's literally 666. Well,
Yeah.
No, that's fine
close enough.
because it's part of the Illuminati. I was born in 2002. I was born like a year after.
That's insane.
It is insane. How you're a late 1900s person, weren't you?
1998, yeah.
Yeah, late 1900s.
98, fucking old.
You were born in the 1900s, bro.
You know, like I so if you talk to anybody else that was born literally anywhere earlier in the 90s, they claim that I'm not a 90s child.
That's fucking
Which I guess
stupid.
would be preaching to the choir, but I'm like, look, I'm like 1990, so I'm a 90s kid,
Mother!
technically by definition at that point.
Yeah.
But
You were. I mean, my brother was born in 1999. So I mean,
it
he
still
by
counts.
definition he's 90s kid. Hell, I am because we were so poor. I mean, we were essentially living in the 90s. So
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You know.
what were you saying?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I just went eh.
You just about what? I was.
Oh, you saying you were basically a 90s kid?
Yeah, I'm basically.
I'm basically white. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
essentially. You can't. You can go. You can literally go both ways. It's like Key and Peele.
Can't, it's 50-50. I get to choose.
Yeah, they can. They choose their
Racial
skits
fluid.
around.
It's like equal rights for equal fights. I get to pick what day I get to do whatever.
Yeah.
I do what I want.
Well,
as we all do as men.
He said, well.
You should try typing that on TikTok. It'll ask you like, if you proceed with this, you might get banned. It's kind of fun.
If I type in well.
Well,
Yeah,
that's interesting because of the thing I sent earlier. They didn't ask anything about that. What I sent, I like gaslighting people online because I can't take anything seriously.
I'm just seeing a lot of pictures of I show speed eating watermelon.
It's racist.
Oh, well, try typing it in the comment section. At least it did for me. I don't know.
Yeah, I said, yeah, idiots like you can't see slight imperfections. You wouldn't make it a day in an oven mitt quality testing facility. Only the goats can handle that. Obvious gaslighting. And this guy responds, it's okay to be wrong, bro. Don't be mad at me that you've been fooled. I was fooled my whole life until I got on this platform.
Okay.
Now my eyes are open.
It's when you go to comment and you say, well.
Is that actually what happens?
Yeah. It says, do you want to reconsider posting this? It's against community guidelines.
Okay, yeah.
Do you know? I know the origins of it, but do you guys know the origins of it?
No, I don't.
Well, so there's this great animated show called The Boondocks.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe
I noticed that you posted Uncle Ruckus earlier, and I was going to comment on that, but I wasn't sure where we were at on that at that point. So.
I don't know a good way to describe what kind of character Uncle Ruckus is, but yeah, he's a character. He kind of despises other black people, and like anytime before he goes into a racial segue, he always says, well. And so then people on TikTok just kept on like spamming it on any KFC video. Like typical racial stereotypes. It always just, well.
What are your thoughts on that? As someone who religiously celebrates Black Friday.
I'm just
on Black Friday.
Your eyes were opened on a Chinese spy app. Quite the origin story. Now log off before I open your little butt. I'm just
Is that something you respond to, or just...
What? How do you like? Yeah, you shit on his life choices, and then you said that his origin story was a joke, and then you said you were gonna like.
He said his eyes were open, so.
Okay. I got that connection now. I was like, you're just
So that out of
outright saying,
nowhere.
I'm just gonna rape your butt open.
I should have said something that was like completely unrelated. I like to add stuff that they say because they kind of like pisses them off a little bit more.
Yeah,
like you're using my words against me.
Insult,
yeah, you're using my words against me. All right, buddy.
Word not allowed. Yeah.
But
oh fuck.
No, I'm a horrible person. I'm the worst, especially to military people online.
They shouldn't be as gullible.
Only these are the cringe ones, all right?
Yeah, buddy, I was a Delta Navy SEAL diver, killer, Marine.
Or like, there's the recruiter story. That one, I was trying to be a little careful around because I don't want to like actually like and I don't know, that's an interesting story in itself. I kind of forgot it. I think I put Amadeus on the call when I was calling them.
Yeah.
And then I put him on mute, so then they couldn't hear anything on the other end. So it just sounded like it was me. I said it was like Sergeant First Class, or I said it was like a Staff Sergeant David or something. I was like a recruiter, and like the reason I couldn't get back to you right away is because I was working on my Article 15 paperwork, which, as you may know, could be something completely like reprehensible, or could just be like repeated cases of something, you know. kind of bad.
Right.
So I thought he would pick up on that right away, but he didn't. And so I ended up calling him, and when I called him about it, I was asking if he wanted to go infantry and airborne. And those were the two things my character wanted. Is like if he wasn't going infantry or airborne, I didn't want anything to do with him. So he said he didn't want to go infantry, and then as soon as he said that, I hung up on him. And then he said that he kind of wanted, like, he would do airborne if it was like in front of his face, but he wouldn't like do it. So I just kind of spammed leg to him repeatedly over text, and he didn't respond to that. So I was a couple days later, I was on 24-hour duty, staff duty, and and this random person texts me like, "Who is this? I'm interested in joining the army." And like, I kind of got an idea of who it was, but this person thought that they got me. Like, so we got, oh, this is a good plan. I'm getting back at him. So like, I told him, I think it's funnier to like play the good side, so that when they go like do some heinous shit, it's kind of uncalled for. So I said, "Hey, buddy, I was just fucking with your friend. Don't worry about it."
Right.
And then it's like, I'm actually the recruiter, his recruiter, infantry, airborne. And I'm like, all right. He's like, "Don't talk to my
guys.
my guys again." And then this is Amadeus as part of the story.
Fuck. So what? Yeah, I messaged the actual recruiter, just kind of saying the same shit that he was saying to Jason. Just like, hey, don't fuck with my guys. All right, he's protected. He's one of my own. I wish I had more of those texts saved still, but it was just a lot of fucking with him, like pretending I'm tough shit.
Yeah, my favorite part of what you said when I re-listened to the podcast, you told him at one point, like one of the highest ranking parts of the Army National Guard, you said you were that guy.
Yeah, like the highest ranking person in the National Guard, and I sent a photo saying that's me. Yeah, it was just stupid shit like that. I was on a phone call with him. I wish I remembered more of that. I was like deathly sick. I don't know. Military people
they are extremely gullible.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. So the reason why he said he was National Guard is because the guy was trying to give me shit. Like, I bet you're National Guard, huh? Yeah, good luck with your 43 years of time in service before you make it to E4 or something like that. I'm like, okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Enjoy your 60-year commitment to
right.
retirement.
Yes, that was a whole story. If you want to listen to the whole thing, episode 1, obviously. But I'm curious, what are your thoughts on that? Would you do the same thing, given the circumstances?
Me?
Yeah.
It would depend on how much time I had on my hands. I'm always down for trolling people. I mean, I love telemarketers. I love that.
Yeah.
It's a great time passer. It's good. It helps you with your improv. Helps you think on your feet.
Right.
But something like that, I haven't, like a recruiter per se. I haven't tried that yet. But it would be something.
Yeah, you can be pretty predatorial with it since you know some stuff. That's why I was careful with it. I don't want to be like too much of a piece of shit, but
you could have like completely sent him to
if
told him to sign up with
if I really wanted to, maybe I could have like manipulated him in such a way. But I wanted to keep it more like I wanted to do like the most heinous shit or like the weirdest shit ever, just so like, all right, this guy's fucking with me, but like clearly this guy, somebody got a different perspective of what I was doing.
But they are also offering that promotion if you did manage to recruit that individual.
Yeah, exactly. That is true. I feel too much of a piece of shit. Honestly, I don't know.
At the end of the day, he's just upset because you're a recruiter. You're just doing
because I was better.
Yeah.
I almost got his recruit.
He's just jealous.
Yeah. But it was at the time, it was like I was still like new to the unit and everything, and I was still like I don't know what kind of connections this guy has. I don't feel like fucking with him too much. So that was another reason I was a little more standoffish, and then just handed it off to Amadeus. But
Fuck is he gonna do? I sweep in the rain. That motherfucker can't do shit to me.
I don't think we've had to sweep in the rain yet, but
yeah, we're not
We
not INF, so we don't have to worry about
at least I have had to pick up pine needles out of a forest. So
that. That's interesting.
I'll
I've
have
had
to say that
to
next recruiter I come across.
you know,
I've had to low crawl across a field to do clean sweeping, like making sure we pick up all the trash, but that wasn't basic, so I mean anything beyond that it wasn't too goofy.
Yeah.
because our supervisors calmed down a bit.
That was changed or it calmed down a bit.
I don't know. Change is such an interesting term. You know,
I
people say,
do like I meant like changed out because with the words of GTA 5, people don't change.
oh, I thought you were gonna say, "Don't hate me because I'm beautiful."
Yeah, don't hate me because I'm beautiful.
Go ahead, say it.
Man,
Say it.
fuck you. I'll see you at work.
Man.
you can say it.
I know the whole thing, man.
Hey, I know Big Smoke's order. All right.
I
You
don't
may-
know Big
you may be
Smoke's
able to
order,
say
but
pre-jump,
I do know
but-
Lamar and Franklin's conversation.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
Like, whose menu goes to fucking 45?
45.
What fast food
I-
place with a drive-through goes to fucking like 45? Like, I've never.
I wish.
I've
Yeah.
never.
It's such a
Like,
fat ass thing to say.
maybe 14 at best.
Oh, this is fucking good. So I was trying to find the copy
Yeah.
pasta. You know, the maybe if you got rid of that little yee-ass haircut, you get some bitches on your dick. Or better yet, maybe Tanisha would call you a dog ass if she stops fucking with that brain surgeon or lawyer she fucking with. Word.
Right.
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 The person below it just commented, I took a screenshot of this and I'm sending it to everyone you know. I will also be in contact with any past or present universities, schools, jobs, etc. I will make it my life mission to ensure that racist people such as yourself get what they deserve.
Good. We need more people like him.
Holy
love
shit,
that.
fucking everyone is just spamming it. Oh, that's amazing.
I want to. That's a good copy pasta.
Don't
You
hate me
know?
because I'm beautiful. Yeah.
Well, there's also that quote from Trevor. They're like, "Hey, have you seen what's his name's wife?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, actually I did. A matter of fact, a few minutes ago, she was right here on the end of this penis here."
I love that one. Like, oh, would you like to say something? Oh, no, you can't because you're all that's left of you is a piece of brain and the gristle of my boot. Oh,
Man, we got GTA 5 before we got GTA 6.
yeah.
Oh,
What a
I
weird
know,
coincidence.
I know.
Actually,
know?
yeah, and like exactly like a couple weeks from now, we're getting the GTA 6 first. Well, it could be a GTA like 4 definitive edition. I guess they never
That'll be
specified if it was GTA
that'll be
6, so
really funny. If
I
it
would
ends up being a
love that.
fucking-
That'd be
You
that'd
know-
be fucking amazing.
But are either of you actually going to invest in seeing what GTA 6 or GTA this version has to offer?
Yeah, I mean, I genuinely do like the GTA series, cringe at it as that is. I like GTA 5.
I liked 5, but I feel like I put so much time and money into 5, I don't want to move on to 6.
I didn't put a lot of money into 5 other than buying the game.
I was buying shark
Yeah.
cards like a fucking
Of
loser.
course you were. But all right, he wasn't the what is it? The fucking flying bike guy.
The oppressor guy.
Yeah, you weren't the
Yeah.
oppressor guy though.
I didn't
so.
buy the oppressor. I bought a bunch of other shit. Bought a bunch of cars that I sold, and you know.
Yep.
See that
would've been
I
an
can
oppressive
respect.
Kid.
But
I would have been an oppressive kid.
I told myself that I would never be an oppressor kid.
Good.
And I've held up to that standard so far.
you are
had,
right though. I mean, if I invested a ton of money into GTA 5, I wouldn't be as excited or looking
No.
forward to 6 as much. But
They'll
I didn't
probably
really
like keep it nice because they don't want to lose like all the profits from that GTA Online, so they'll like give you
Yeah.
an incentive, like you'll keep all your money or some shit.
I don't
Well, I mean,
wanna. I don't even want to know how much I've spent on GTA 5.
I mean, the only
But
reason,
at the same time, I'm kind of curious.
yeah, I guess you could maybe
I got a
do some research
I
or
got lucky
backwards history yourself.
back in like 2014, just when like the modders were kind of getting out of control. A modder gave me like 90 million just for free. It was amazing. But the only downside is that none of the like real fun shit was out by then. So just spent it on whatever vehicles were available at the time.
Yep.
But by the time all the fun shit started to come out, Rockstar was taking money out of people's accounts that like had money just gifted in. So went from like a solid 90 million, yeah, about like 70 million after
I
spending some money to about like a million just
I
left. That's
remember
all.
when that happened. My brother, he got in with this modder, gave him $1 billion,
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
and he didn't spend it on anything. He just kept playing, and then one day he logged in, and they took all of it. They took every
Yep.
Oh,
dollar
yep.
from him. He had $0 when he
So
signed in. He was mad
if anything, it was better that you spent it all because they took that shit.
because then what are they going to do? Take your cars and stuff? I don't
Just
think they
Right.
ban
did.
your account. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they could ban your account at
But
that
like
point.
you didn't do anything wrong. You just, you played the
It's not,
game as
yeah,
intended.
they gave you the money. It's not like you. I mean, I guarantee you, people were like, "Please give me $1 million, please."
Yeah.
But if you were just there, because I've played a couple, like No Man's Sky. Modders are in that game. You go to, I don't know if either of you have played No Man's Sky before, but you go over to like the anomaly, you get inside the space station, and people
Yeah.
will just gift you like a bunch of like stuff for no reason. You didn't ask for it; they just give it out.
Yep.
And I'm sure GTA was the same way. You just join the server, and people get like,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
they get off to giving people a bunch of fake money in a video game.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. I was
What
just
kind of patience do you have to have if you do that, like for a living?
If just giving away shit was all
Yeah,
you
just
did.
sitting there and waiting for people to show up so you can give away shit.
That's a very kind person.
That is, I would say. Thinking about them.
I'm thinking about you.
Thank you. One of my only like memories, like interesting memories from GTA Online, is when I don't know. There's like a drought at some point where like there's only like one or two people on servers that I join. And I was with your one and only Amadeus as well, and we literally just are given our mission. It's like there's like 4 or 5 people on the server. It's our mission to just empty it. Just make sure people to make
Trying
sure
to
the
be an
people
asshole.
disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah. we would provoke them on like texting for some reason, and then we would just like track them down and then find their spawn
Yeah,
point.
we were oppressor kids before we had the oppressor.
But everyone had the oppressor, but we didn't.
not us.
We were just we were just.
So,
I was
I
using
started,
like basic ass handguns.
yeah, I found a way to combat that. Is a lot of people, if you bought the submarine, they don't really fuck with you if you're in it a whole lot.
Yeah.
The submarine's got a remote missile that's got a ridiculous range, and so I would spawn in immediately and just fire missiles, guide them, and just smack people across the map for no reason at all.
Okay, I can respect that.
And then after they come to chase you down, you know, you have a submarine that's attached to your submarine, and you just get in the smaller submarine and then go even farther down into the water, where the only way they're going to kill you is with a knife.
Yeah.
But you're in a submarine, so you just float away.
Yep.
And at that point, they're not going to do anything to you. Like
They
you
just
just sit
give
there
up.
and you're just fucking around in the water. They give up, and then they go and start doing shit on the map. Well, you get back in your bigger submarine, you start smacking them with missiles again, and then they rage quit. They go out of their way and they send you some lengthy Xbox message about something about your mom and your piece of shit and all
About
this,
some
that, and the
IP
other
address
thing.
that's not even yours.
Yeah, something like that, and then they're like, "I know where you live. I'm gonna come beat your ass," and you're like, "I've heard it all before."
Then
Yeah,
you're
your
just bet.
IP address.
You don't even respond with anything else. Just bet.
Yeah, you just bet, like, do it, okay?
Yeah.
All
And they get
right.
pissed off enough to do it. And they come to your house, but you happen to be a gun guy, so.
Yeah. Being a sensible man, you repaint your ceiling in the front door.
Yeah. Just a resung tale.
I am the one that.
Yeah. He thought he was the one that knocks, and I'm the
Yeah.
one that pulls the trigger. So, you know, he's
I am.
not knocking on heaven's door at that point.
I don't even have any Breaking Bad on the soundboard anymore. It's sad.
We gotta fix that. What would be a good? I don't fucking know. A good Breaking Bad sound clip.
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I'm sure you could get "I am the one who knocks" as a sound clip.
Yeah, I am the one.
Oh, you definitely could.
Even just the intro theme, just
Yeah, you can
bass,
do that.
bass,
You
bass
could,
boosted, just like 2 seconds. You know, I actually want to look up.
honestly, you can even get. I mean, I know it technically wasn't out of that, but you get "Opening Your." You can do that.
Oh, and annoying. That's messed up.
It could be, depending on the context in which you use it in.
The shit is stupid, but you know what? That's great because we're gonna send it anyway.
Breaking Bad theme. That's
Yeah, it's
I would
just
I would
it's
like
so
to
funny.
ask. This has nothing to do with.
You ordering a new rug?
It's so funny, right? It's good.
I haven't seen it yet. I'll let you know what I
that's-
do. But
that's something. Like, is that Jesse from Wish, or what is this?
Rich girl just adding to your
It's
millions.
Timu Jesse right there.
Yeah. That's you. You were on TikTok. You punched in a Timu code, and that's what came out.
Where to begin?
are you the type of person to type in Timu codes?
No,
Yes.
I'm not. You know, after I clicked on the local MILF thing, I was good.
Find local milfs on Timu.
You just you just kind of. All right, this is enough for me.
I was like, you know what? I played my hentai Candy
I played
Crush,
my Candy Crush.
I think I know where this is going. I'm good.
Yeah.
I got you know. I mean, it was a pretty decent game. You know, it mentally stimulating for all of.
I'm sure you're edging the whole time, so it kind of like skews your your idea on it.
Never been very good at edging.
That's interesting because you told me that you edge all the time. So
I don't know if that counts as good in the grand scheme of things.
I do
feel
like
I
I do
feel-
like whatever
I
the
feel
fuck
like,
you
I
said.
feel like if you're really good at edging, you don't stop edging.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
You know, I'm in a military base, so I got 5 stars.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like if you're truly a man of good culture and you edge, you never come.
That's a good point. So none of us are men of good culture because I know all of us have jerked off and or excreted our semen.
No. Do you have
during
proof?
during the No November? I know you have for sure.
I
You've
thought it was
you've
nonstop
seen me
that
do
night.
it.
I can hear your voice.
You can hear my voice.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I can hear your voice.
What does that mean?
Uh,
If I was jerking off, you wouldn't be able to fucking hear it through my voice, alright? I know to keep that shit quiet. I have practice. You're not gonna fucking know it, alright?
I mean, you're quiet up until a certain point. I feel like then all they hear is like
You
the
can't
heavy
run when
breathing.
you die.
Oh no, I'm fucking
That's your
dead
new
silent,
only
man. I
aim.
have practiced this shit, alright?
It's talent.
I have practiced, unfortunately.
Yep.
Alright. Ladies and gentlemen,
No,
this
no,
is by
hold on.
far the
I'm curious on how your guys' Thanksgiving went. All right,
Alright.
let's talk about that.
Oh, we're gonna tie back into the topics. Okay.
Yeah, the actual topics that I wanted to talk about.
I don't think technically we officially went down the topics list in
Rich girl
proper
just adding
format.
to your millions.
Not at all.
I think we just sat on the last one there for the entire
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, for
My,
the most part, yeah.
my
I mean, that's
Thanksgiving
kind
was
of how it
pretty-
goes.
I don't even know where to
Yeah.
begin.
It's pretty uneventful. Most of the day was just kind of spent at home doing nothing. Went to the girlfriend's parents for Thanksgiving. The food, took about like 2 hours before it got out, but it was okay. potatoes, corn, fucking dry ass turkey that tastes like shit. The food was good. Sweets were alright. I don't know. Her family doesn't like talk to me a whole lot. I don't really talk to them either a whole lot.
I was kind
Um,
of curious. Like, did you bring up the femboy stuff that I suggested, or?
No, I did not. No, I forgot about it at that moment.
Femboy is an interesting topic.
It is, considering you own one. But
Yeah.
we'll talk about that later.
Right.
Only other thing, we played a fucking 1980s board game that's enjoyable for the first like 10 minutes, and then it's just another fucking slog for the next 2 hours. It is just I
Was
have to
it
play that
Shapes and
game.
Ladders?
Bargain Hunter. The
That-
whole point of the game is you have to land on a retail store space, and then once you're there, you have to buy items off your list, and you have $1,000 worth of credit cards that you can tap into. You got to manage your money. You got to buy the items you need, and the first person to get all of their items wins the game. It's like Monopoly, but worse, because at least with Monopoly, you get the satisfaction of being the reason why someone is fucking homeless. Like, there's a little bit of fun in being a capitalistic fuck. But with Bargain Hunter, you don't hurt any other player, really. You just hurt yourself. And it's just fucking boring. So yeah,
Yeah.
that was my Thanksgiving.
Do you get too excited? The couch belt is
That game sounds like it was painful.
It was
Now we return.
It's just boring. I mean, you know how to play it like 5 minutes in. It just takes way fucking longer because the entire game is just drawn out by.
I'm bidding on
Oh, that one person that's almost gonna win just didn't land on the space that they needed, and yeah, there's no skill. It's just if the dice are favorable, then and you have money, you'll win. Otherwise, nothing. So yeah, it was a Thanksgiving. It's never the most exciting holiday. But
How do we know you're cops?
I don't think it was ever meant to be.
Stand straight! Let's see some badges!
Yeah. Fuck. Sorry, I accidentally opened a file on my computer, and
Nice.
that's just playing on Twitch now. Fuck. I can't figure out how to. Like, I need to find the origin.
You said there's a file playing on Twitch?
Yeah, it's literally just I was trying to add like a Breaking Bad sound, alright? That's why I was being so quiet. But it's just now it's just like Hank's Last Stand that's just playing in the audio version.
I can hear it. That's rich. That is
I think
rich.
that's better than just having the clip itself. That's fine.
I guess I'll go next. My Thanksgiving, you know, I went to a beach. What was it called? Carolina Beach.
Mm-hmm.
Big surprise where that's at. But, went over there met my best friend's mom. And then, for whatever reason.
Yeah, sorry guys, there's gunshots over this.
Later that night, my friend asked if I wanted to fuck his mom.
Did you?
Alright.
No, I didn't.
I hope you know this whole story's over gunshots. I hope it ends soon, but
I can't hear the gunshots at all.
I can't either because I was listening to the podcast in the background, but I stopped it.
yeah, that would get kind of annoying. I can see why. All right, it just ended. You got the green light.
Okay. Yeah, so he asked if I wanted to fuck his mom, but I don't think it was like a hey, you can fuck my mom if you want to. I think it was just like for some reason he thought that I wanted to fuck his mom. Like that's
Interesting.
why I went there, was with the sole intention to do that.
Did you say yes?
No.
Why not?
I was like, please don't ever say that again. I kind of want to leave.
He actually wanted you to.
Huh?
He actually wanted you to?
No, he just like
It sounds like he wants a new dad, all right, and you gotta step
like
Yeah.
up.
I can't be that man's father.
You can
That
be his
would be
daddy.
a little like if I know the person you're talking about, that would be a little like if you Amadeus were to date my mom, you know, or fuck my
You.
mom.
You.
Yeah, not date, right?
Yeah,
Just
fuck.
fuck, just fuck.
But she would be
Yeah.
down to do. I mean, she's a predatorial person to begin with, but
You
that's a
know?
different story. It's just for another time. But
Yeah, but we she this was pretty nice though, because she is like she's like a sugar mama, I guess, but you know she does well. Whatever she does
yeah,
well off. So she got this nice Airbnb. I had my own room and stuff, but we got there and she had made the entire Thanksgiving dinner by herself in this Airbnb,
it's not that
which
hard. Not impressed.
I mean, I was always told that she couldn't cook to save her life, so the fact that she churned out anything remotely edible,
Okay, well, I mean, if you're given deceptive information, I could see that.
you know, I was told that she would. I'm pretty sure he said that she fucks up mac and cheese out of a box,
What
but
the fuck?
yeah,
But she made a good dinner, though, right?
it was edible sustenance.
Right.
But
That is fair.
afterwards, right? So I was actually I ate the dinner and I was actually surprised. I was like, it's not bad. And then I went to throw some of the bones away in the trash, and I saw a whole bunch of Whole Foods bags in the trash.
Oh,
So I kind of put two and two together there, and I was like, oh, she just reheated everything.
Jesus. All right. All right.
So I was a little disappointed. I can't complain too much, right? Because she invited me over there. She rented this nice Airbnb and stuff. She paid for all the food and all of that, and
That's a good point, but like playing it off like you bought it. That's like the steamed hams, climb through your window, buy a bunch of burgers, say that you made it.
right. What?
What do you mean what?
He said steamed hams climb through your window.
Yeah, it's like the steamed, the steamed hams from The Simpsons. It's like a meme at one point.
Oh, no. Okay. No, I have no.
Yeah, that was like part of the whole thing was they like burnt the fucking burgers and they called it steamed hams for some reason. But
It's weird.
yeah, that's yeah. Mine, I literally like I was invited to a friendsgiving and it was at a particular person's house, E's house, and I was like, all right, you know what, that would be interesting. I've talked to the guy before.
Did you go?
No, I mean, I would have. It was like I've talked to the guy before. I kind of want to see what his living situation is like. I'd go. He's not he's not bad. He's an interesting character. I mean, some of the stuff he does is goofy, but yeah. And then it turns out they completely changed it. So like he cleaned his whole house, or like made sure everything was ready to go for guests to come over, and then they changed it. Like, all right, they're just doing it in the same building where I live. And then I asked, like, okay, who's gonna be there to?
Oh, you know what? I did see that on Snapchat. I did see that, and that was a bit odd that he was in the building.
Yeah, so I thought. So I asked, like, okay, who's gonna be there? And then he started listing the people. And I was like, all right, you know what? I don't want to. I invited him over for a drink later that night, but he didn't get back to me on that. Like I said that I'm not gonna go, but if you want to, I'm gonna be drinking, so you can come over. So yeah, there's particular people that I won't hang out with, per se. But maybe I'm enclosing myself. But I made myself it's a perfectly seasoned, perfectly made turkey. All right, it fell off the bone. All right, that's how perfect it was. Like it
So you
was.
picked it, did you pick up a chicken from the store?
No, it was a turkey.
Okay.
It was a $23 turkey. Surprisingly, it was a pretty good deal.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
Did
it
you
was.
make it in that little toaster oven you got?
I did. It fit in there. I
Yes.
made sure it did.
Well, how big was it?
I mean, it was a $23 turkey, so it's like
Well, how many pounds? Are we talking like?
6 pounds.
it was probably like 3 or 4. I don't remember. I didn't. I don't know. I'm not a turkey guy. I didn't check the pounds. I probably should have. All right.
I mean, I guess you could be a rookie or whatever.
Fuck you. All right. You know what? I made the turkey. It was. I thought it was like decently seasoned. It fell off the bone. I had green bean casserole, potatoes. I had the turkey gravy I made with the turkey, blood and fat that secretes from it.
I wish I would have went and fucking had Thanksgiving with you.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. And then I put some red wine infused inside that turkey gravy. It wasn't that bad. And then, what else? I warmed up, a couple of these rolls, and then, for dessert, I had a sweet potato pie that I didn't make myself. I kind of picked it up from, certain or said organization that is. It's a store that's in the fucking establishment.
right,
All right,
right.
you know what I'm talking about. But
I know.
yeah, I
know.
threw
The
some
only place
marshmallows
you
on
can
that.
get pies.
Yeah, and I slightly like browned it at the top. It was perfect. Ate that. Got a little tipsy from the wine, and my night was set. All right, I didn't need to go hang out with people. All right.
No, I'm not saying. Honestly, it probably would have been fun to go over there because you did make a good shepherd's pie.
Yeah, the other person said otherwise. just because of the hamburger meat. All right, that's how you make a shepherd's pie.
We did end up having a heated
Mhm.
discussion about that Thanksgiving Day about
Oh,
the shepherd's pie, which is funny. It still gets brought up.
that's interesting. That's good.
He seems to disagree with me. I was like, it was good.
I
What do you?
followed. Yeah, I mean, I want to hear his honest thoughts. So it was interesting that he was. It sounds like he was holding back, but so far he just said it was a texture.
He
But
said it was mid.
I mean, which is fine. I mean, everyone has their own taste for certain things.
And he thought I was just being nice. I was like, no, like I actually liked it. I was like, it was good to me.
Yeah, I think shepherd's pie personally, I think is really hard to make, not in a trashy way. So I think that the way that I made it was impressive to myself in just like a slight sense.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
not. I'm not.
it held together. The mashed potatoes were structural,
Yeah,
which I think
I
is
was.
good.
I was surprised the mashed potatoes hold up, especially
But
to an Idahoan. Someone who is very critical about that.
right,
It's-
very
yeah,
well versed in the potato.
potato realm. Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I mean that was it's a. I thought it was perfect. It fit in the pan perfectly. Like it just ended up being fine. I didn't again. I mean, I could agree with the texture. I guess to me it was a little nostalgic because when I was younger, I had more positive views of when my mother would make like hamburger gravy or something. But, the fact that it was shepherd's pie, had some real wine infused in it. It's hard to make, or it's not common to make something like that and not. I wouldn't say that it's hard, but it's not common to make something like that's not like white trash.
Hey,
But that's all my thoughts on it. But if he genuinely doesn't think so, then everyone has their own tastes. But
H can think what he wants.
yeah. But I appreciate that someone takes liking to my cooking.
hey,
Uh,
hey.
He's screaming at his cat. If that stopped you from talking.
Oh, I was like,
I'm sorry,
He's getting triggered.
they were biting my fucking headset cord, and I just fucking replaced this because they chewed through my last one.
they chewed through my laptop cable.
I love cats, but goddamn, can they be annoying little shit sometimes?
Yeah,
especially when
wasn't it
they're
you that said
authoritative.
like if I had a barracks cat, like you'd be pretty lenient on it?
Me? Oh,
Yeah,
if
you
you
said
did,
that
yeah,
definitely.
yeah. I would, yeah. I wouldn't mind it much.
No,
You know,
I'm fucking with you,
I'll,
but
I mean, I'll go ahead.
I was
I'll go
tempted.
ahead and out myself in those
Okay.
regards. I just
Yeah.
let it happen. But it also depends. You know, like, is the cat legit, or is it just like a piece of shit that just claws everything up?
That's a good point. I feel like I'm a pretty good cat whisperer. I mean, I got the one that I had before to be pretty verbal, and they're pretty well behaved, regardless. Yeah, I was tempted the other day. That's the only reason I asked. It was like a couple of weeks before or it was like a week before I asked, like jokingly, was because I saw like two stray cats inside the parking lot of said store, and I was like, damn, you know what? You know, these guys are like living their rough life. You know, I could literally like change their whole life right now, but
And over by the dumpsters in the parking lot, I've seen a black cat and also a calico one hanging out over there every now and then.
Mhm.
black cats are the best.
They are pretty cute.
They're good, but
Are you one of those
uh,
superstitious people?
no, that one just looks like it. If picture a cat that did heroin for 3 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean,
I know the kind of black cat you're talking about.
yeah.
They look funky.
Yeah, that's kind of, and you feel bad, you do, but I'm
Yeah.
like, look, cat, like you need to sort out your problems before I'm ready to take you in.
Yeah.
Get some therapy. Here's a card for a therapist that doesn't help, that wants tips. You can have that.
Yeah.
Uh, get back to me when you inevitably, have a falling out with them.
You know, let's
And
do another shout out to the therapists out there.
Fucking Eric Andre.
if your therapist ever, give me 1 second.
All right. I'm actually almost done with my bottle of Santa Anita, and I finished what is it? It was like the Baileys you gave me like a couple weeks ago when you recorded the advertisement. That was nice.
I thought you like did that knock. It was like a
That
sound.
that would be
Yeah.
kind of funny. Is that even a thing?
Probably. You can make it happen.
I can make it a thing, I guess. Oh,
I am back.
who's knocking on your door?
It was my roommate.
Stupid roommate that I
He
saw them that they were at the party and I said, "Oh, they're still boring."
he
All right,
had a pretty interesting Lego Star Wars item to show me.
Nice.
all right, yeah, I can respect that.
He's a collector, and I don't know if you've seen his room, but it's a very nice, several $1,000s worth of items in there for sure.
No, that's good to tell me. I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you later, whether you know or not.
I mean, I'm the controller of the keys, so.
Yeah, that is true. You could walk in.
Yeah, I mean,
you are the one who stole my doormat, so.
I didn't know your doormat was missing.
I told you that.
I forgot.
I think it was my roommate.
I think it got over. I think it got. Oh yeah, you did tell me about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like
I forgot because
sometimes at like 10 at night, my door
in
opens.
your hallway.
Yeah.
And nobody told me about it, and it destroyed the ceiling tile, and nobody felt like telling me that.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. There's actually another thing I forgot to tell you that I'd like to
That you want me to fix, right?
Well, it's not you. I don't think you can do anything about it. But like, I'm gonna out myself right now. If you wanna gas me and kill me, go ahead. But the door to my HVAC system is just open.
The mechanical closet?
Yeah, I guess it was
Shut that shit. What?
No, I tried, and I think it was our supervisor, the male supervisor, who was just slamming it over and over and over again, and like
The
he
fuck?
was
Oh
just
wait, you mean like the
making
filter?
obscene noises in the hallway, just
Or
smacking
wait,
it shut. No one, it wouldn't shut.
wait, like our male supervisor, or the
Yeah, the guy with the broken toe,
like
or
the
with
Maui one. Oh, okay.
yeah, the guy with the.
What was he doing in that
He
building?
noticed that it was open, then he was like, "All right, I can just shut this." And then he
When-
noticed it didn't shut, and then he just kept going harder and harder, just
When
slamming
was
it.
that?
That was our inspection a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
The last inspection we had.
okay. Well,
I
so
completely
glad-
forgot about it, but I don't remember if it's an issue or not.
so
But
glad he wants to destroy government property. That's
you,
great.
yeah, someone
That
who's
is pretty
been
funny.
contracted for about a decade now. You know.
Yeah. It's,
Now he's genuinely trying to help me with like shutting it, but it just didn't work.
now it's gonna have to be my problem. That's fine. You know.
I really
that's-
think it's your problem. I think it's the
La-
people who.
Ladies and gentlemen, your tax dollars at work, you're paying a man to break something that your
Yeah.
tax dollars are gonna fix.
You're paying men to break shit, right?
Yeah.
And throw shit away. That's a big
You're
one.
paying a man that doesn't know how to shut a door.
Yeah. Doesn't know how to shut a door. Doesn't know how to properly throw stuff away. Not just him in particular. Just people in the.
Oh no, I agree. That right there could be a whole segment in and of itself. Is
Sorting
people
garbage to throw away.
not throwing their own damn trash away. What is it about public dumpsters that makes people just think that they can walk all the way across a parking lot to the dumpster, and then when you get to the end zone, you just want to leave your trash right next to it?
It is interesting. So I was referring to like the quote unquote organized throwing away that only certain military divisions were doing. But yeah, that too. Just like
Oh, you're talking about
this
that.
trash all over the grass and shit. Like, all right.
Yeah, that.
And I
The
guess
whole
people will be people. I kind of had the feeling before I joined, like it's a military base. Everyone's like squared away.
That's
You know,
like
everyone's
doing that-
respectful.
I guess you think that, but what they're doing is like taking a dump and then not wiping and just leaving.
Which you only think happens in the civilian world. You know,
It-
everyone in the military wipes, right?
Clearly, yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah, obviously, they
Yeah.
definitely don't have to get re-taught how to be an adult.
Or yeah, let's talk about
taught in general.
the rooms that you've had to walk into.
Yeah, no, that's yeah. Gosh, that
yeah,
just the smell just hit me again, like reminding me.
yeah, I'm sorry. I guess the only thing that would cure that right now is alcohol.
See, I can't stomach that beam without Dr. Pepper, and I ran out of that.
That sucks. I'm still raw dogging this Santa Anita, so
Good for
good.
you.
Good.
Good for you.
I think I'm the drunkest person here.
Yeah, I only was able to drink like 3/4 of a cup of that fucking whiskey.
Yeah, I stopped drinking about an hour ago.
I think even if it was gross, I probably would have still continued. And I think that's
yeah, you
my
probably
problem.
would've. Yeah, that is your fucking problem.
If you haven't noticed, every podcast I've done since I've been here is intoxicated. So
It's okay. One of these episodes we'll be smoking a blunt and it'll be interesting.
summer of 2026. It's legal in Minnesota now, all right? So
Yeah.
Hey, it's not a crime. The first time.
it's not a crime if you spent a dime.
Get it? It's funny because it rhymes.
Yeah.
If you're buying a dime bag, then but between the both of you, Anyways,
Yeah. Thank you for joining us on the Opinion Planet podcast.
Only
It has
a
been
4.5 hour.
I am surprised how far we got. Like when we're at 3 hours, I was thinking about wrapping it up. Like this is probably one of the longest we've ever done.
This is
But
the
we
longest
did have a
episode
lot
we
of
have.
yeah.
I
We had a
mean,
lot
I
to talk
mean,
about.
yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it, and I mean, I still got plenty I could talk about, but we save that for another time.
Exactly. Thank you,
Definitely.
Trace. You've been a very fun and enjoyable guest. Probably one of the better ones we've had
Well, I'm glad.
overall.
Well, the ones we get, to be fair, are the most
It's just people. All right, high school. All right, high school people.
high
or
school, or you get
friends.
pedophiles like the last one. You know?
All right.
I did hear about that one.
Yeah, I told them about that one. It was,
I like
It's
that.
not.
I like to
It's
keep
not.
mine.
It's not pedophilia, but
It's minor attracted, right?
definitely, I would say so.
no. All right.
It's like
They
one of
are
those people
minor.
like she just turned 18, all right? So it's
All
okay.
right.
Or like one of our supervisors that are soon to be demoted. She just turned 20. You know,
they
immediately
listen-
pulls that card.
They listen to the podcast on Spotify, so by the time they get to this episode, I think they're gonna have a pretty low opinion of you and never want to come back on.
Pretty low opinion of who? Me?
You.
Of what? What would be bad about me? All right.
You call
Besides
their
me-
boyfriend a pedophile.
I doubt they actually listened to it. And
Or
I would have outed
maybe they
them. I would have outed them anyway. Had I heard about that before, I would have loved to bring that up. But
Well, just bring everybody back on that you've had in the past, and we can just have a nice conversation
I
about
like that.
what
be the-
appropriate age you should be to start dating.
It'll be the
You know,
We could definitely have the
And-
E character, the cat in the blender guy. I mean,
no.
That would be an interesting character to have on here. Honestly, if you didn't bring up the cat in the blender thing, he would be an interesting person to have.
I was thinking about it, but I don't think he's the right contestant. He would say some hideous
No,
shit.
because he would because he said that the best way to pick up girls is to say, "Don't tell me what to do." So
That's great.
it in the spirit of sketchy sexual acts, that
Yeah.
he's up there.
It'll be good. We'll have a end game episode. We'll all meet up.
Yeah, I actually do like that. The final, like I feel like episode 100. You know, we don't have anyone. We should just call it at this point. No viewers. Like, what's the fucking besides documenting purposes for in the future?
You guys got a good thing going here. Everything starts off, like this.
Look, man, it's been what? It's been since COVID. It's been like 3 years since when we officially started. There's another podcast called Angry Podcast. What, they have like 1,000 followers. That's about it. It's Angry Planet. They're copying us. All right. And they've been going on for like what? Like, if we've been going on for like 7 years and we only have like 1,000 people listening, I mean,
That's what it takes.
You know what? It takes what it takes. It's just,
Yeah. We'll get there.
Eventually somebody's going to hear the one thing that's controversial enough to blow up, and then you'll have people listening.
that's right. All press is good press. I think that's a good that's a good part of it's a good point to end this episode. Thank you guys for listening to episode 16, a Thanksgiving special with our ethnic individual.
All right.
No,
No, he doesn't have a name.
soon
There's no
to be my
personality.
supervisor,
Soon to be, necro supervisor.
necro section. Only the OGs know that. Thank you for joining us and thank you for listening. Kill yourselves.